Zeros.
So great to be back. Yeah.
Good to see you.
Yeah.
Where you staying?
They didn't give me one good shot.
Oh, so you have to find your own house? Oh, man.
But, okay.
I mean,
Excuse me, quick question. Hello?
Yeah.
No, never mind.
You have it?
Hello, is anyone there?
Hello?
Yes, Mabel.
Yeah, please, is Dr. Francis there? No?
From break.
Okay, please, how can I was trying to chat him, like to raise my hand, but I don't know if I'm sending it to the wrong person.
I think there's a button where you
Yes.
press your hand, I mean, where you raise your hand.
Yeah?
Yes.
Who did I send it to? Who do I send the hand to?
Just press the button. You just press the button.
What button?
You see the little hand, the waving hand?
Yeah, the waving hand. Yeah. Who do I send it to? Is it to everyone or because I've been sending it to him, to somebody here, the past program host?
Yeah, your name will pop up once you raise your hand to look at the next.
Huh?
I would just do everyone if you want. I don't think it matters.
So, but if you do everyone, will he see it?
Yeah, he was. You can
Okay.
try it right now, I'll tell you.
So, is it I have to do it when my computer is mute, is on mute? When do I send it?
Just push the button.
You can be muted and you can still raise your hand. It just puts a little hand next to your name, so if you want to say something.
Okay, I should just send it to everyone, right? He will see it, right?
Yeah.
Try it right now.
Okay, please, I have a question. What did he say about the dead space? I didn't get it.
It's in the conducting zone, so it's not counted. Back to them.
What did you ask, Mabel?
I said, what did you say about the dead space? I didn't get the dead space and the question about A and B. When he said the A was having 0.05, 0.05, and the B was having 0.20. I didn't get the question. And I was trying to raise my hand. Maybe he didn't say it.
Well, dead space, to start with that, it's the volume of your respiratory tract that doesn't get to the alveolus, so it doesn't do gas and K.
Okay, so how do I know the dead space is the answer? That's what I mean.
So
They were asking what happened because they put in like 6 pills and only the alveolar inflation was 4. So for what happened to the other 1 8. So it just dead space.
Okay. So what about the A and B? He was saying about 100 over 20 over 100 and 100 over 20. How did he get 100?
100 was just used as a percent. The placebo was used as a control. One drug reduced it by 5%, one reduced it by 20%. So the relative difference between the two, what was it? Drug B was 4 times more effective.
You don't want, if you don't want to, you can just say 1 over 0.05.
Yeah.
Okay.
So basically,
So
they gave the absolute relative risk for each drug. So when you get the absolute relative risk, you have to calculate the number needed to treat for every drug, which is equal to 1 over ARR. So when the ARR, you have to put it as a fraction. So 0.05 is 5%, 5 over 100. So if you do 1 over 5 over 100, it's like you just flip the fraction and the 100 becomes on the top and the 5 at the bottom. So you find 20. So that means the number needed to treat for that drug would be 20. And you do the same for the other one, and you see the drug that has the less number needed to treat is the more efficacious. I don't know if that makes sense.
yeah, absolutely sense.
Okay.
Okay. See, yeah, I like the way you explain it. What about the dead space? Can you tell me that one too?
Yeah, the dead space is basically the space that conducts the air you just breathe, it doesn't participate in the exchange in the alveolar
Yeah.
space. So it's tucked in the trachea and the upper part of the bronchi, so it doesn't participate in the exchange. So when they gave 6 liters, it's actually 4 point, I think it was 4.20. So that was in the alveolar space. So the rest that did not participate was stuck in the dead space.
Okay.
Participate in the exchange.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. So when Dr. Francis come, I need to be in on mute so that I won't distract anyone, right?
Right.
Yes.
Who is laughing?
Fun.
Okay, laugh. Those ones that have dogs, make sure you omit your dogs too.
That's funny.
Have you found the raise your hand feature?
Huh?
Have you found the raise your hand feature?
Okay, let me send it. Let me send it. Raise your hand. Let me see if you will see it. Okay. Let me raise my hand now. Where is it? Have you seen it?
No, no. Oh, no.
Yes.
Okay. So Dr. Francis can see it, right? If I raise my, he can see it.
No, no, no.
So how can he see? That's what I'm saying. How can he see it?
You didn't do it.
I think
Huh?
he sees it, but
Might not have done
Huh?
it. You didn't raise your hand.
That's what I'm saying. But I just raised
So
my hand now.
Marble. So you're clicking on you're sending over the emoji for the hand, but in reality, it's one of the reactions. So in the bottom of the screen to the right, you'll see a little section that says reactions with a little happy face and a plus sign on top of the happy face.
Yeah.
If you click on the little arrow that's pointing upwards, or click on that, you'll see something that says raise hand. That way you can raise your hand. He'll see it in a specific section, and then it'll have a little tab that says lower hand as well. Does that make sense? Do you see it?
No, I didn't see raise hand. You see where they say the emoji, somebody's laughing, right? I should go there.
Yeah, it's like a little smiley face at the bottom of the screen that has a little plus sign on top. So if you click it, do you see something that says raise your hand, or do you see multiple emojis that are like clap, thumbs up?
I saw multiple emojis. I saw.
Okay, and there's nothing that says raise your hand then for you?
No.
That's odd.
no, that you see it
Smile and people.
just
Frequent use.
just underneath the emojis, it is written raise hand.
Yeah. Not in the meeting chat. Yeah, exactly. Not in the meeting chat. It's not in the chat. It's where it says share screen. Do you see like a green little button at the bottom of the screen that says share screen? That little like
Yeah, I saw share screen.
that little bar. So two icons to the right, it should say reactions. Does it say reactions?
Yeah, I saw reactions. Yeah.
I don't want him to be like, why do you have?
I saw
Okay.
reactions.
I think she.
And you still don't see raise hand within reactions?
Okay, yeah, I saw raise hand.
Okay, perfect. Then see if it works. There we go. I think that's working. Yeah.
Did you
And
see it?
then yeah, and then do you see lower hand?
Yeah.
Then click lower hand, and then that's how you lower your hand. Perfect. Okay.
Okay, lower hand means I'm okay, right?
You're done. Yeah, you're done with your question.
So okay, so I
So
must
whenever you're done with your question, lower your hand. That's the only thing. Yeah.
Okay, I must also put lower my hand, right?
Yeah, exactly. So once you're done asking whatever you have to ask, then you just lower your hand and then you raise it back up whenever you need to ask something else.
Thank you, sir. You're darling. Yeah, you're kind of meek.
No worries.
Unlike the other guy that spoke to me yesterday.
No.
If I see him.
Hey, Mabel, I'm here just to let you know. I was the one that spoke to you yesterday.
We need to see one-on-one. So that we're talking.
I'm taking that as a threatening tone, so I suggest you stop, please.
No, I'm joking.
No,
Oh, God.
don't take it everything serious.
I'm even offline.
It's
I'm
a
offline,
joke.
so where will I see you? Where will I see you? I'm joking, sweetheart, okay?
I made a request, so please oblige. Thank you.
It's okay. It's okay. Thank you.
Wow.
Anyways, Mabel, let me know if you need anything else.
I'm fine. Thank you.
Thank you.
Actually, I also did have a quick question. Is the reason why we start a little bit late because of the morning question?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, okay.
There was an update.
Oh, wait, did you say that it wasn't, the schedule wasn't updated?
There was an update going on in this computer, which is in nobody's control.
Oh. No, I just want to be clear when the start time actually is, that's why. So I'll just ask him once he comes back.
Please, is it always by 7? Is it 7 a.m. or 8?
6:30 Central Time.
6:30.
Oh, 6:30.
So how do I know
Central
which one is Central Time, please? I don't know those things. I'm in Georgia. So which one is Central Time? 6:30.
So it's an hour behind.
It's 8:09 right now here. What time do you have?
Probably gonna be 9.
Okay, right now is 9:39 in Georgia.
Okay,
It's in
so,
Georgia, right?
yeah, so
You're 7:30.
you start at 7:30,
Right.
but here in Chicago, it's 6:30.
Oh,
You're 7:30, our 6:30, okay?
so how do you calculate that now?
You can just Google it an hour.
Okay.
Yeah, you have Eastern time.
Okay, but we are using Central Time. Okay. Okay, Eastern Time.
Great. That's like. Yeah, I think that's like. Yeah, I mean, I'm. Reviewing. Or on, she said. And you know what else? Shut today. Don't have to worry about it. Thank you so much. Where's that? I can only see it from here, that's why I moved. I don't, I see that was. Now I'm. Yeah.
No.
I have a Zoom. Yeah.
Whatever that.
Oh, I think, yeah, that would be, after that, it goes.
Excuse class. Hello. Okay, he has come. Okay, sorry.
Yes, Mabel, you had a question? Mabel, did you have a question?
Yeah.
Hello, Mabel, did you have a question?
Yes, I have a question.
What's your question? Mabel, go ahead with your question.
Okay, sir. As I'm saying, I'm Africa, and I wasn't born in America. I said I'm an African, and I was not born in America. Do you hear that?
Yes.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
I mean, you have a very strong accent, like American accent, coupled with Black American accent. You know, a deep one. And most times when you say something, I don't hear you clear. So I don't know if you can be able to turn it down a little bit, just to be more neutral. You know what I'm saying?
How do I become more neutral?
Like, just don't put more accent. Like you put so many accent. Like I don't hear you well.
I don't know. How many accents do I have? I only have one.
You have a very deep accent, like a deep rooted accent. Like I don't know what to say, but most times when you say something, I have to ask. I don't know. So if you can be a little bit
It's
mild.
okay. All you do, no, wait. follow along in your notes. If there's something you don't understand, you ask a question. That means review the notes that day. Then if you still have a question, you ask me the next day, or you ask a tutor. Okay,
Okay.
make sure you set up tutorials for yourself. So that
Tutorials.
we can see what you do, so we can see what you understand and what you don't understand, okay?
Okay, sir. Thank you.
Yeah, no problem.
I also actually had a quick question. In terms of,
All right, who's speaking?
my name's
Announce yourself.
Gabriel.
All right,
My name's
Gabriel, go ahead.
Gabriel. Nice to meet you. I had a quick question in terms of the time. When is the actual start time of the lectures, just to know, because I would like to.
Lectures start at 8 o'clock. No, sorry, 8:15. We usually finish before 8 o'clock. Today ran a little too long with too many discussions, but I'll
Okay,
tell it starting tomorrow. But we start
Okay,
at
that- yeah.
8 so we can break from 8 to 8:15.
And then that's the morning question, right?
And then we start. And then we start at 8:15. Excuse me?
Okay, that's the morning question, correct? Like
Yeah, that's the
what-
morning questions. Yeah,
okay.
we try to finish by 8 o'clock.
Okay, that's good, okay.
Let's,
But if it'll be then 8:15 from now on, that would be wonderful. I just like to
Yeah,
plan
uh-huh.
doing your
That's
questions in the morning.
Yeah, try to attend the morning questions because you'll learn a whole
Okay.
lot of stuff.
That's why I'll give it a try
Here
tomorrow.
we go. Let's take where we left off yesterday. I was talking about energy utilization, the order in which your body uses energy, and this is every living human being, folks. It's not about just one person, this is everybody. And I said, all you gotta do is figure out this is the way your body behaves when you're starving. That means anything you can turn into a starvation state, there it is. That's how your body will respond. And that connects to a lot of chronic diseases. Okay, a lot of chronic diseases. And I showed you by the timeline, you can tell me what a person is breaking down. So on the test, they always give you someone who's trapped in the desert somewhere, like the 30 hours or 2 days or 3 days. That means you can tell me exactly what they're burning for energy. And then we can anticipate what problems they're gonna have when you finally rescue them, okay? Next, they'll ask you for labs. Normal labs, one more time. Labs of glucose are expected to be low. Glycogen expected to be low, so your liver should be shrunken. Muscle mass should be decreased, starting with the lower extremities in your butt. Triglycerides should be high for a long time, and then ketones should be elevated. That means you should be acidotic, and so forth. That's what I expect. Then the next thing was, what if those labs deviate in any way? That means I can diagnose the disease then. First one I gave you, glucose is elevated. In someone who's been starving and the glucose is high, that's what diabetes is. Because there's no insulin to push the glucose into the cells, so the cells are starving. That's why they're responding like any starving body does. That's what I said, by learning biochemical physics, you don't have to guess something you read years ago, figure it out based on normal. That way it comes right back to you just like that, okay? That's what diabetes is, type 1 and type 2. If you got a glycogen storage disease, how do I know that? Glucose is low, but I see a swollen liver. Like, wait a minute, that means you're not mobilizing glycogen. Then I look down at the list of answers and say, how many of these are glycogen storage disease? Oh, gee, only one. It's a freebie. It's only a freebie if you process the way I'm telling you. Because if you don't, you look at the answers, you look at the lysosomal storage diseases that don't even qualify, but you don't know the difference. And so you're just looking at every enzyme in front of you. Now I realize the test writer already set the trap. He knows how students don't think about things. They just go down there and start looking. Okay, so you gotta outthink the test writer. Think before you look. All right, so let's do another one. Let's go to Fatima. Glucose is low. So everybody listen now, because you never know, I'll switch over to you. Glucose is low. Liver is shrunken. Muscle mass is decreased. Triglycerides are low. Ketones are non-existent. Where's the problem at? Triglycerides are supposed to be high. Now, when you look at the list of answers, you say, I just need something wrong with the triglycerides. All right, just give me any answer that you know where there's a problem with triglycerides. All right, so maybe there's a peroxisomal disease. Now, you weren't actively thinking that when you were reading the vignette, but you didn't have to. All you gotta do is just come up with, hey, triglycerides is the problem. If they want to call it medium chain triglyceride dehydrogenase deficiency, hell, good enough for me. But it's not like I have that disease in my brain. It's rare. I'm not willing to spend that kind of time on it. But I don't need to, because that's not how I get the answer right. I just say I need an answer about triglycerides. If they have to put media change, I guess right there, that is fine. I'm not gonna argue with the test writer. What if they put Crohn's? Look up the labs on Crohn's, see if I made it up. See my point? Because the test writer can play with details all day long. And I don't have to know what the details are. All I gotta do is just figure out which one pertains to whatever I think that vignette is about. And therefore you have to memorize all these diseases that the book said and all these diseases that first aid said. You don't realize the test writer knows a lot more diseases than whatever book you're reading says. Okay, and that's what's frustrating. You're just memorizing a book. He has a long list in his head. He could care less how many books you memorize until you show him that you know how to think it through. Then you'll see, oh, gee, only one answer can answer this question. Okay, let's try another one. Amy, glucose is low. Liver is shrunken. Muscle mass is decreased. Triglycerides are elevated. No ketones. Where's the problem? What? Not the proteins. They may ask Reese, see what she came up with. I said muscle mass is decreased. Remember, I told everybody, make sure you follow along because you never know when I'm going to switch over to you. Okay? Because it's like teaching rounds in rotation. When the attending is questioning somebody, he expects all of you to be listening. Because when he switches over to you and you got to answer a question, you better make sure you've been listening to what he said because you got to answer his question. You can't ask him to repeat everything again because that's what makes him angry. It means you don't listen. Okay? So just giving you tidbits for survival out there, folks. Don't ever do that. Listen up because you never know when a question was transferred to you. You got to be ready to answer. All right. So anyway, I said glucose is low, liver is shrunken, muscle mass is decreased, triglycerides are high, ketones are non-existent. So as the ketones is, again, all you gotta do is know what normal is. And you'll see that only one thing I gave you was abnormal. That's what I mean with Dr. Shah. He said, knowing normal so well, abnormal smack you in the head like that. That way I don't have to know everything, but I listen to what the, oh, wait a minute, that's not normal. Just like when I read the vignette, that's not normal. That way I know exactly where this vignette is going. Your answer better go to the same place. I don't care what else you read. Your answer better go to the same place the test writer wants to go to. All right? What if I say what hormone is missing? 3. Look again. See how quickly the test writer, I can change it to an endocrine question. That's why you can't just memorize 3 or 4 things you read out of a book. That's why I can change everything around anytime he wants to a new detail. That he will always know more than you. But concepts don't change. That part I know is not going to change. That's why I've been telling students, focus on what's in these notes. And you will recognize almost every test question they write for you on the exam. Because now you're not mesmerized by fancy colors, how long the vignette is, and all the crap they put in there. All you got to do is just follow every sentence until you say, oh, I know where they're going. He said, well, gee, only one is going to the same place then. I don't have to know the detail. Whatever detail he wants, it's up to him. He can use anything he wants. But I can see that one answer goes to where I want to go. Okay? And that way makes test taking much easier, folks. Okay? This way eliminates guessing and memorization of everything. You understand, Gabriel Lopez Roberto?
Yes.
All right. Bryce, you understand?
Yes.
All right, Mabel, you good?
I'm fine.
All right. Okay. All right, Mabel, I'm gonna have you do one. You ready?
Yes, I'm ready.
All right, here we go. Glucose is low. Liver is shrunken. Muscle mass is normal. Triglycerides are high. And ketones are elevated. And the patient is acidotic. Where's the problem?
This is a trap because glucose is low.
What do you mean a trap? I just gave you all the labs you need to figure out what's going on. All I'm asking you is where is the problem? Now let me ask Davika.
Is it the muscle mass?
Yeah, Mabel, all you gotta do is catch which one's abnormal. I said muscle mass is normal. You're supposed to realize that's not normal. Somebody who's starving will break down muscle, number 3 in line. There's no way your muscle mass is normal and you've been starving and yet you're breaking down fats already. You break down proteins before fats. That's what I'm saying, folks. Learn normal. And that way, when abnormal comes along, it'll grab your attention immediately. Why? Because the body does not go out of order. The body follows the same sequence all the time. Just a matter of what's setting it off, what's making it do that. That's what's different. The diseases are different all the time. But students are taught to memorize diseases. You're at the end of the line, memorizing a bunch of diseases, but you never knew how you got there. That's why it's hard to remember any of it. That's why before the test, everybody's cramming again, because they've never understood, how do we get to these diseases? The book just says, this is the drug, this is the symptom, this is the complication. They never tell you how do you even get to that stuff, okay? But now you're learning how to do it for yourself. All right, any question on the sequence of events? Cool. Notables, phenylene used to make tyrosine. These are the ones I told you about yesterday anyway. Methionine used to make cysteine. All right, so cysteine becomes essential, methionine is deficient, just like tyrosine becomes essential if phenylene is deficient. So we're going to talk about the few diseases that actually live long enough to see the doctor. So let's say you're asking me about essential histotonemia. Say, Dr. Francis, how come you didn't teach us about essential histotonemia? I said, but I did. When'd you do that? Okay, well, let's see. Bailey's gonna help me. You ready, Bailey? Essential histotonemia says you can't break down histidine. All right, if you can't break down histidine, that means your body has to get it from someplace else. Where's your body gonna get it from? No, essential. If I say essential, they didn't get it from their diet. So if they don't get it from their diet, where's your body gonna get it from? It has to break something down to get it. What do you break down to get amino acids? Wait, one person speaking, only one person. What? Muscle, the best source of protein in your body is called muscles. Which muscles? Starting where? At your buttocks. Butt first, then your thighs. It just works its way down the lower extremity. All right, so that means you are now in a starvation state. Everybody follow me? If that's true, what happens to your glucose in essential histotonemia? It'll be low, liver. You say shrunken, 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 muscle mass, decreased. Triglycerides, elevated, ketones, elevated. And then, of course, I can branch out like crazy, tell you all about it, right? From acidosis, I can go to GABA. From muscle mass, I can create a muscle disease for you, and so forth. But I didn't have to go read about it, okay? That's why I'm teaching you to in patterns, folks. That's what I'm saying. You're learning about thousands of diseases without my even talking about it. You just don't know you are, okay? But that's what I'm gonna show you how to do as we do questions, force you to use what you've learned. Stop saying, because I didn't talk about it, you don't know about it. There's a way to figure it out. How am I saying a word about it? You don't realize your brain is catching on to what I'm saying. It's pattern thinking. Same way Dr. Shaw trained me. I didn't even know what the hell a man was doing. All I know was all of a sudden I'm answering questions about stuff I never even read about before in my life. And that's when I realized, oh my God, I don't have to read everything to answer a question about it. I just got to understand normal processes. And that's not what I was taught in medical school. I was taught about the pathologists like everybody else. All right, Ashley. If you have low triglycerides.
Is that like when does that occur?
Now, if you have low triglycerides, you're going to have low ketones as well. Because remember, ketones are made from triglycerides.
Okay.
Yeah, so if you have low triglycerides in a starvation state, then you have a problem with triglycerides. That means it could be malabsorption, it could be an enzyme deficiency, peroxisome that break down triglycerides. That's what I mean. It could be a bunch of diseases.
But that's super late.
That's very late. Exactly. That's going to present later, right? Because you got all these other things you can use. Oh yeah, that's correct. All right, so PKU, phenylalanine hydroxylase is deficient. How is an enzyme deficiency usually inherited? Ida. Autosomal recessive, 99% of them. Okay. All right, you're unable to make tyrosine phenylalanine Because you don't have tyrosine, you can't make dopamine, norepinephrine, or epinephrine. If you're missing 2 neurotransmitters, this is why these children are intellectually damaged. Without epinephrine, this is why they cannot handle stress. I'm just showing you how the chapter is written, folks. But notice I'm focusing on normal. I'm not trying to remember what a chapter told me. I go back to normal and tell you, oh, here's how they got all that information. If you remember the normal, then you can duplicate that chapter anytime you want. You're unable to make melanin without tyrosine. See, that way I don't guess. It just keeps tying back to tyrosine. That's why you have blonde hair, blue eyes, and fair skin. Why? Because there's no color in your body. See, instead of memorizing blonde hair, blue eyes, fair skin, and you don't know how they got there. That's what you look like if you have no pigment. And then phenylalanine says, what am I going to do now? You and I have a lot of acetyl-CoA in our cells, so it binds to acetyl-CoA, so phenylacetate. And then phenylpyruvate, because we have a bunch of pyruvate in our cells too. The problem is these 2 things, number 1, give you a musty odor. This is where they get a musty odor from. And second, these 2 are very toxic to the brain. So now they get even more brain damage. Not only are they missing neurotransmitters, they got a chemical that destroys neurons. That's why these children are severely brain damaged. Any questions on this picture? PKU. Here's the pathway for tyrosine catabolism. That's for you to just look at and memorize. Phenylalanine hydroxylase deficient, like I said, you never look. Oh, sorry, I went backwards. You must screen for PKU by 48 hours. Mothers are sometimes discharged from the hospital in 24 hours. Why do we screen for PKU at 48 hours? Because PKU is a breakdown product of phenylalanine. Phenylalanine, Sabu, comes from proteins, fats, and sugars. Proteins. And when does your body start breaking down proteins if you're starving? 2 days. Why do we screen at 48 hours? See that? But every pediatrician just swears because it's a protocol on the wall. I told you most physicians have forgotten why we do anything anymore in medicine. Everybody just memorize what you're supposed to be doing. Oh, yeah, let's do a screen at 48 hours. Well, the nurse does it for you. But what if the nurse does it at 24 hours? Because the mom was about to be discharged. K with a Chris. I mean, Chris with a K. K with a Chris. I said Chris with a K. If mom is going to be discharged in 24 hours, and the nurse goes ahead and does a PKU test at 24 hours, you expect to see more false positives, more false negatives. A lot of false negatives. So that came up in the literature. Their solution, they're not going to stop the hospital from discharging a perfectly normal mother at 24 hours. That's how to make a little bit of profit. No problem there. Okay? But they said, if you're going to discharge in 24 hours, fine, discharge them. Check the PKU at 24 hours. And then she must come back at 48 hours for another outpatient level. See that? And so when I read that, I said, hey, it makes sense. See? I didn't have to belabor the point and read 45 minutes of article and memorize a bunch of stuff. Because when I read the result, recommendation, makes sense to me. Okay? Because I knew where they got it from. But if I didn't know this basics, that recommendation mean nothing to me. That means I got to memorize it as a pediatrician, because I'm the one supposed to be screening. Okay? And that's what you don't want to do. That's what exhausts so many physicians. That's what physician burnout is. Because you don't even understand what you're doing, and then you can't remember what you're supposed to be doing. And so a lot of doctors go to the library late at night looking things up because they got to look it up. And that's why you burn out. You can't even get sleep at night because you're still up late at night looking things up. Yes.
What was the reason for false positives?
No, false negatives. Because we're doing it 24 hours, running 48 hours when proteins are broken down. Yeah, you don't check for protein disease when it's not being broken down. That's why you get false negatives. Yeah. All right, but anyway, just so you guys understand that. All right. A PKU mother or anybody who has PKU is told to avoid aspartame, which is NutraSweet. NutraSweet contains a lot of aspartame, which is broken down to phenylalanine, and then boom, you're in trouble. All right. So in the old days, they would put a colorful wheel on a package or can that has NutraSweet in it when NutraSweet first came out on the market. And that was a visual signal to people with PKU, don't eat or drink this. Everybody follow me so far? Today, it's just written on the package. If you look at a can of Coca Pepsi, in the small writing they have on there, it says, do not drink this if you have PKU. My question for you to try to figure out, Ramon, is why didn't we just write it on the packages before? Before they just used a colorful wheel. Now we just write it. It's easy to just write it. Don't drink this if you have PKU. My question to you, why? Why didn't we write it before? Come on. No problem. Steve,
If the patient had intellectual deficiency.
see? If nobody asked you, you never even think about it. Back then, folks, they all had intellectual deficiency. They can't read. So why write it? They cannot read. So they put a colorful wheel. Why? Because mommy can teach Johnny this. Johnny. No, there it is. The child with severe brain damage can still follow what mom just said. Don't drink this. See that? That was to help mommies out. But now we know what it is. We take phenylalanine out of their diet on day one. There's no more brain damage. That's why they say write it. They can read. Okay. In fact, I haven't seen a person with PKU, symptomatic PKU, in years. And I've been in pediatrics since what, 80 something, so it's about almost 40 years. Because I remember even at one time I said, why are we screening for someone we hardly ever see? It's because they're normal. We catch them early, they go on a diet, and they're normal for the rest of their lives. Nobody even knows. I reviewed one article that said, you know what? As pediatricians, we need to ask people, are you on any special diets? They forgot to even have an illness. I said, maybe that's why I've been missing them. Because I'm asking the wrong questions. It was a beautiful article. He said, the guy who wrote the article said, make a habit of asking people, are you on any special diets? Oh yeah, that's right, yeah. I can't eat phenylalanine. All of a sudden they remember their PKU. Or their biotinidase deficiency. These are all things we screen for. But one day I just thought, how come I never see any of these things? You know, because remember, we screen for common things. You don't screen for rare things. And I said, but when I reviewed that article, I said, oh my God, this makes sense. Suddenly I realized I've been making the same mistake as most other pediatricians. If you don't ask the right question, you don't get the right information. And the people exist, but if you don't ask the right question, they forgot. They've been eating a diet, a special diet all their lives, so it's normal for them. So they don't think they have a disease anymore. I don't know, something's rubbing on something here. All right, I'll figure it out later. All right, so anyway, a pregnant mother, you have to warn her, you must stay on your strict diet while you're pregnant, especially in the first trimester. Why? What organ am I worried about? Zaboom. Huh? Why are you looking around? Okay, so what organ are you worried about? Then always say that. You have to look around and find the answers. It's in your brain now. All right, it should be in your brain by now. Okay, just so you know. Why would they say first trimester? Because that's when the brain forms. Why didn't they say second and third? Because we don't give a damn about those other organs. If your brain is messed up, who cares that your kidneys look good? Just so you know, it's not that the other organs don't get affected. Because see, I told you, students don't believe whatever they read. They think, oh, the other ones are not involved. I said, of course they are. But the brain's the most important. So that's the one they're going to make a comment on. But don't forget that the other organs are going to be messed up too. But anyway, just so you know. All right, newborn screening. Here's the newborn screening. This is for every newborn in America. And then depending on what state you're born into, then they have some extra stuff based on diseases in that state. But these are the ones they will test you on, because this is done on every newborn in America. Every. PKU, this is their favorite one, Guthrie test. That's why I point out phenylacetate, phenylpyruvate, because they will ask you, actually, what chemical are you testing for in that urine? It's just a dipstick, but they're going to ask you, what are you testing for? Now, I had good mentors. Obviously, Dr. Shaw saved my life, but Dr. Rick, excellent mentor as well. And here's one of the ways he trained me. He said, this is me and all the other residents. He said, whatever test you want to run, I got no problem with it. However, two things must exist. Two things must happen. Number one, you got to explain to me what that test is all about. The man, and he did a beautiful job. He said, I don't believe in routines. Don't ever tell me a routine. Oh, we always routinely get a CBC. What the hell you mean routinely get a CBC? You know why? If you don't know why we get a CBC, you won't even know what to look for in that CBC. That's how we miss so many diagnoses in patients and they die. Okay? And that's what I'm saying. This man passed that on and brained it in our brain. Don't ever say routine. So he said, why do you get a CBC? Why do you get a UA? That's what I taught you guys. Why do we get a UA on everybody? Otherwise, you say, oh, routine. I already know that's what people are going to tell you when you get out there. You know, such thing as routine. Any doctor who says routine, it means he forgot why we do it. Okay, that's just an excuse. Okay, so PKU, dipstick, but they'll ask you, what are you checking for? The financial state from the department. So Dr. Drake would always make us say, okay, what is this test all about? That means I would have to explain what a gut test was. And then number two was, why do you need it to make the diagnosis? See, because doctors get so many tests. For what? They say CYA, cover your ass. I said, what the heck does that mean? Let me give you guys the update on cover your ass. All right? Every doctor says that, cover your ass, hey, just run this test. Somebody did a study of it on it. Now the doctor's running a bunch of tests just to cover their butts. What's the incidence of lawsuits? The incidence of lawsuits has gone up. I could have sworn they were saying cover your ass to stop lawsuits. Didn't work. Second, lawsuits have gotten worse. Why? Because it was clear the doctor didn't know what the hell he was even looking for, because it's been on the chart for the last 6 months. Speaking to the point I've been making for 28 years. Most doctors don't understand it. That's what the problem is. It's not run more tests. If you knew what you were looking for, you don't need to run one test. But instead they ran a bunch of tests because somebody told them, always run these tests to cover your butt. But then there was the abnormality. You didn't understand what it meant, so you did nothing. You're guilty. When they sue you, the lawyer says, it's been right here on the chart for the last 6 months, Doc. Are you trying to tell me you didn't look at these results? You're the one who ordered them. And here you say that you looked at them, or they destroy you on the witness stand. And there it is. You lose a lot more money. So CYA has backfired on physicians because that's not the problem. The problem is the part that doctors don't want to admit. They don't understand the information. They just don't want to admit it. All right, school after school. You know, I get resistance when I go to so many schools that, you know, somebody invites me, so they want to see progression, but there's always a couple of faculty who hate me every time I come on campus. First of all, they always think I'm trying to take their job. I say, I'm not interested in your job. I like the job I got right here. Okay, but they don't like that I show the students how to figure out the information, and they realize they've never taught the students the information. That's what they get mad about. All right, they get mad about it. I mean, when they walk in the auditorium, you see, oh my God, the students are happy, they're laughing, they're smiling, they're having a good time in learning. And then all of a sudden they realize they've never had, number one, they've never had a crowd that big in their lectures. And second, the students will tell them, well, when he explains it, we understand. And then it makes them feel bad. But the thing is, if you're truly a good teacher, when another teacher can teach you a style, folks, you say, oh, that's good, I like his style, let me adopt some of that. There was a teacher I ran into in college. His lecture was at 6 o'clock in the morning. Folks, I've never gotten up at 6 o'clock in the morning for anybody's class, but it was the only class that was available for physiology, so I said, I'll take it. It was pineal gland. I never heard of pineal gland. I didn't know what the hell a pineal gland was. It could be on the south side and I wouldn't know. Okay, but I said, let me sign up for this class. But you know what? Every morning I got up, I went to class. This man looked like he enjoyed teaching the pineal gland. Like I've never seen anybody enjoy class. Because he enjoyed it, I enjoyed him. And I remember sitting back and I saw, man, almost every student is here every morning at 6 o'clock. I said, man, I want to be like him. You know, versus some of the other guys, they get mad. Oh, because he's got a full class. They're mad at you now because you got the students excited. And I'm saying, I'm here to try to help you. I'm not here to steal your job. The guy who gets mad is the guy who doesn't want to teach. That's what I always tell, because the last school I went to, I had dinner with the dean and let him say, and I heard a couple of your faculty are mad because I'm here. I said, listen, I'm not worried about it. The one who's mad is the one who doesn't want to teach. That's the guy who's not doing his job. So I'm not listening to that anyway. I said, the students wanted me here, so I'm here to teach. And the students are excited, and that's what matters. You know, and I say, if they're really interested, they will come into the lecture and see what it is I'm doing. What is it that excites students so much? And sure enough, a lot of them came in and listened and said, wow, and you can see they were all excited to see all the students so excited about learning. You know, but the guy who was trying to say, oh, that Dr. Francis stuff, he didn't show up. I said, that's right, don't worry about him. Okay, that's because he's not interested in teaching. Okay, same thing here, folks. When somebody's doing something good, you should say, what is he doing? How can I duplicate that? Okay, that's why I'm trying to pass this on to you guys. I want you guys to do exactly what this Dr. Shah taught me, and you will see, you will exceed almost every physician run into. You'd be way ahead of everybody. You'd be way ahead of every student because they don't know what a low energy state is. They don't know how to default back to that. They don't know what GABA is. They don't know what a GABA connection is. They don't know how to default to figure out new the starvation state. The labs for every disease is starvation. Nobody told them that. They're still reading about 1 disease, 2 disease, 3 disease. You know thousands already. Okay? And that's what I said. The person who's interested will ask you, where'd you learn this stuff? And you tell them. All right, because that's a student who wants to better themselves too. I got no problem with that. Okay? Because I don't try to keep this secret. I want as many students to learn this as possible. You know? So anyway, let's move on. So PKU is the #1 test they like to ask about. So make sure you understand that one. Phenacetate, phenobarbital. Hypothyroidism, we check the TSH. Most common cause of hypothyroidism in newborn, it's called thyroid agenesis or dysgenesis. It just didn't develop. So it makes sense. Most common cause of hypothyroidism in American adults, it's called Hashimoto's. Anti-TPO, the best antibody in Hashimoto's. We hardly use anti-microsomal and anti-thyroglobulin antibodies anymore. TPO has proven to be the best one. So I'm seeing a lot of questions. They're going to ask you, what test would you run? Always pick TPO. Don't even pick the other ones anymore. Just so you know. That's for Hashimoto specifically, correct. Anti-TPO is the best antibody for that disease. Yes, Anna.
You don't know if you consider it to be the most common cause.
Yes.
So you would test the TSH.
You would check the TSH to make sure they're hypothyroid. And then you check TPO to see that Hashimoto's is the cause of it, correct. And then the most common cause of hypothyroidism worldwide is iodine deficiency. Now, in westernized countries like America, UK, and all that, iodine is added to salt. That's why you don't even think about it. It's already in all your salt shakers. Because you need such a small amount. They say just salt companies can just put that in the salt. All right, that's hypothyroidism. CAH, congenital adrenal hyperplasia. We're talking about that in endocrine. #1 cause, 21 hydroxylase deficiency. #2, 11 hydroxylase deficiency. How's 21 hydroxylase deficiency inherited? Was it Z? Xena. Oh, hell, I just stole 2 letters off your name, my man. All right, Xena. How's that inherited? All right. Were you here yesterday?
No.
Oh, okay, that's why. Don't worry about it. Here it comes. Maria. Also recessive. 99% of enzymes are also recessive. That's why I just threw that out there to see if your brain makes the connection. Yeah, that means, because if I can teach you guys all these rules, you don't have to ever guess. Just pick the highest percentage and just keep moving. Yeah, and then look it up later if you want to, but at least you got it right almost every time. Yeah, so both 21 and 11 are also recessive. So if that is true, Abigail, what's the chance of getting it when there's a family history? 25% chance to be the carrier when there's a family history. 67. And we're 2 of the remaining 3. You can't count the diseased person when figuring out that one. All right, now remember, anytime I teach you something, I'm going to drill you like hell. You just never know what I'm going to ask you, though. You're going to be on your toes. So that's why I say study your notes every day, because you never know what I'm going to ask you. All right, biotinidase has to do with biotin. Biotin is a cofactor for what group of enzymes? Gustavo? Now hydroxylase is that vitamin C. Amy, what enzymes use biotin? Maybe Laurent remembers. Carboxylase is in case you asked. Yeah, this one is easily treatable. It was another one. So I've never seen a case of biotin. Why? We give them 10 milligrams of biotin for the rest of their lives every day, and they're perfectly normal. See, another one. If you don't ask, the person forgot they've been treated since they were born. And so they don't even know they have a disease anymore. It was a beautiful article. I'm glad I read that years ago. I said, wow, I would have missed all these diagnoses. But simply answer, you know any special diets? Also, yeah, that's right. And then all of a sudden they remember. Because they've been normal all their lives. So they didn't know they had a disease. Galactosemia we'll be talking about. And now we'll go through the long name enzyme later on. But anyway, that means we take galactose out of their diet, they're normal again. Transglutaminase is a screening test, Gloria, for what disease? Celiac fruit. So first you got to know that part. If transglutaminase is positive, then you check for IgA, which is usually negative in them. That's just 2 tests to support it. And then you scope them. Now you gotta know why we doing 2 tests for scoping, because scoping is very traumatic. You don't do scope to screen people. You don't do something that invasive for a screening test. That's why they say, okay, 2 tests positive, fine, go ahead and scope them. What are you gonna see when you scope them, Gloria? Remember, flattening of the villus border and the duodenum and jejunum. Okay? And how do you treat them? You do what? Yeah, take gluten out of their diet. It's wheat. Just take wheat out of their diet and they're fine. See again, normal after that. If you look in almost every store, there's an aisle now, gluten-free. Because now they realize celiac fruit is way more common than they thought. And it is. Plus, there's a bunch of people who have gluten intolerance. They don't have celiac disease, but they feel better if you take gluten out of their diet. That's called gluten intolerance. Okay? Immunoreactive trypsin is the screening test for cystic fibrosis. If that test is positive, then you use a drug called pilocarpine to do the sweat test. And if chloride is greater than or equal to 60, you have cystic fibrosis. So this is a newborn screening in America, update as of today. This is done on every newborn in America. Any questions on this? Cool. Albinism, tyrosinase deficiency. Again, autosomal recessive. The problem is predisposed to skin cancer. So when they go out into the sun, what is the current SPF that's recommended when you're going out in the sun? I don't think you and I have ever talked about that. All right, Gloria, I was trying to give you a little reprieve, but yeah, 30. SPF of 30 is the current recommendation. It blocks 97% of the sun rays, and you're interested in blocking UVB. B for bad, easy to remember, bad, B for burning your skin, and that's how you get skin cancer. All right, so another drill that we try to master while we're here. So albinism, skin cancer you have to worry about more than anything else. Vitiligo, autoimmune antibodies against melanocytes. So they start to lose the pigment in their skin. That means they're predisposed to skin cancer. And again, SPF of 30 whenever they walk out the house. Any questions so far? Oh, Rachel. No, it should be B. Yeah, B for burning your skin. Yeah. A is for aging your skin. The UVA, dehydration skin. That's how your skin ages. Very dehydration, #1 problem in aging. Yeah, so that's a misprint. So anytime you see misprints, there's first make sure you point out in class so I can be aware of it. But there's a place on a website where you can send a note to the editor. He makes the changes for us, and then that way the next set of books we get has the update. All right, alkaptonuria ochronosis, homogenetic acid oxidase deficiency. So again, autosomal recessive. But in this one, Josh, tyrosine builds up. That means tyrosine is free to become melanin. That's why things start turning black. You set your urine on the counter, black. All right, let's say the kid pees into the toilet and doesn't flush it. By the time mom comes to flush it, black. So anything about black pigment is a disease. I've seen it, black nasal septum, when you look in the nose. Tendons, you can see the black that's on the tendons. And then they get arthritis because that black pigment builds up in their joints as well. So anything about black pigment or joints involvement, I know they go for alkaptonuria. Any questions, Melissa? Understand? All right, good. Wait a minute, somebody, Bryce, you have a question?
Yes, so for alkaptonuria, does it mean the patient will have mental retardation?
Alkaptonuria, no, they're not usually retarded. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, they just got black pigment building up all over their body and in their joints, but that doesn't make you retarded.
The reason why I was asking is because tyrosine is used also to make also like dopamine, norepinephrine.
Yeah, dopamine and norepinephrine, but in that, if anything, you'd have an excess of those neurotransmitters, not deficiency.
Oh.
No, it says here tyrosine builds up.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, the tyrosine is supposed to go to fumarate. That's the one that's blocked. So if it can't go that way, it'll find other pathways it can go down. That's why you have excess of the other pathways. Okay?
Yes.
Yeah. All right, maple syrup urine disease, we kind of touched on yesterday. Remember, it involves a branch chain amino acids. And I said back then, the renal transport is the problem, and that's in the collecting duct of the kidney. So they'll make an anatomy question, where's the problem? Okay? And then you got to know the 3 amino acids. You cannot live without them, LIB. Notice, most of them are essential. That's why I say you cannot live without them. So if you lose all 3 of them, that's why you're not going to live very long. But the urine smells like maple syrup. That's how I got his name. Now they say it smells like burnt sugar rather than saying maple syrup. They just switched up the words, but it's the same thing. Any questions so far? Cystinuria, defective renal transport of amino acids. The amino acids, the mnemonic is COLA, C-O-L-A. See that? Cysteine, ornithine, lysine, arginine. The problem is these crystals, these amino acids form crystals and therefore cause kidney stones. So if they're causing kidney stones, are they fat or water soluble? Why are they forming stones in the kidney and they're fat soluble? That's my point. Think about it before you answer. Okay? See, that's why I'm testing you every now and then to see, do you hear the clue in my sentence? Same way they write it in the vignette. Subtle clues, but if you don't look at the words carefully, you won't see it. Notice these are all polar, which means they're charged, which means they drag water. See? But I didn't have to look that up in the book. Simply because they said it forms stones. I said, oh, okay, that means they're going to be charged somehow. But this way, on a test question, you have a way to figure things out, even though you didn't read that chapter about it. Okay? All right. So cystinuria, they have hexagonal, envelope-shaped, or coffin-shaped crystals in the urine. This is one of their favorite ones to test. Because in order to prevent stones from forming, the number 1 cause of stone formation is dehydration. So Anna, how does a patient with cystinuria prevent stones? That's it, just drink plenty of fluids. I had one young lady at UBA who had it, her father and her brother had it, and she asked me that question. I said, all I gotta do is just drink plenty of water. And there she used to carry around one of those. I said, I can't put the enzyme back. There is no enzyme to put back. Transfer protein's not working. There's nothing we can do about it. I said, but if you drink plenty of fluids, no stones. And all 4 years, I never knew that she had a stone. Okay, but that's where understanding things is so helpful as a physician, and it makes you feel good as a physician because you can give simple advice that changes somebody's life. Simply because you understood exactly what to say, you didn't have to say, "Oh, well, come back in 3 days. Let me do some research on it." All I did was just use normal, say, "Here's what you do," and she was happy that she never had a kidney stone. All right, folks, moving on. Yes.
Cystinuria, do they also have dark color urine?
Will cystinuria have what?
Dark colored urine.
Why do you think it's gonna be dark colored urine? Yeah, they're not gonna have dark colored urine. Because remember, the cola is just a mnemonic for not because their urine is cola color.
Only alkaline.
Yeah, only alkaline has a dark urine. All right, let's get to the next topic.
And I'm gonna add something.
Who's speaking? Oh, Fatima. Wait a minute, Reed had her hand first. Reed, hang on, Reed first. In cystinuria? Yeah, now how'd you know it was autosomal dominant? Because it's a transfer protein. And Miss Reed has been listening, boy. Ah, see, good job. I love it, folks. I love when you guys start to understand these things. See, she heard what I said and it connected right away. Oh, it's got to be structural. That means it's autosomal dominant. And I didn't have to say a word. But I did say her father and her brother had it too. But notice it still fit what you thought. But you don't have to, after a while, folks, you will start to figure things out and actually start to have confidence in what you figure out. Instead of, oh, I got to look it up in the book to be sure. No, whatever you think it is, that's what it is. All right, let me get to my lecture. All right, protein structure. Now we've done amino acids. I can make proteins out of them. Let's see the people who had questions. Mamita, you had a question.
Yes, sir. Actually, yesterday I did not get the titration curve very well. If you could just repeat that concept once more.
The concept of titration. All right. Concept of titration is a question. Let me answer the question in case anybody else has it. So everybody listen up at the same time now. Titration says you're taking apart an amino acid by pulling out protons. And the protons that are easiest to pull away are the ones on the R groups. Everybody follow me? Okay? You do that with base or acid. That means you can titrate downward, adding acid, or titrate upward, adding base. Okay? So we said the way you do that is by just let the pH change little by little by little. And then the first one to come off is usually on the acid range, pK of less than 7. The ones that come off after 7 are the basic groups. Everybody understand so far? Next thing to understand, what is the isoelectric point? It says, at what pH do I get the number of positive charges to equal the number of negative charges? That's what isoelectric point is. Now you can titrate up or down, but you're trying to find at what pH, all of a sudden, the charges are the same on both sides. Okay, and I gave you how to figure that out. If it's just one acid group, one base group, you take the pK of the first one, plus the pK of the second one, add them together, divide it in half, there it is, isoelectric point. Then I said, that one is too easy, although that's the most common one I see. What if they give you a made up amino acid, like they gave me, amino acid Colorado, 5 basic groups and 4 acidic groups. What do you do now? I said, easy way that this young lady taught us. All you do, you start on the side with the greater number. So 5 over here versus 4 down here. That means I'm titrating downward. Okay, that takes all of 1 second. Then she said, titrate past the same number of groups that you see on the other side. Since there's 4 groups on this side, you have to titrate past that one, that one, that one. That means right here between these 2 guys is where your isolated point is. Okay, you just take those 2 numbers, add them together, divide it in half, it's isolated point. Okay, that's what titration is all about. Okay, now if your body, for any reason, Zena, becomes too acidic, if you become very acidic, does everybody understand that every acid will act like a base now? Everybody still remember this? Okay, remember your environment will dictate how everybody behaves. So if you have too much acid in your body, everything that's acidic in your body will start acting like a base. If you have too much base in your body, everything that's basic in your body starts acting like an acid. Everybody understand? This is why your body likes to be right here, 7.35, 7.45. You know what that means? As long as you stay in this number, between these 2 numbers, all the proteins in my body stay exactly where they should be. You understand that, Zena? But what if your pH comes too far down or goes too far up? You know what that means? Every protein in your body just changed. Big picture. Everything that was an acid becomes a base. Everything that was a base becomes an acid. Where are acids supposed to go? To be metabolized, liver, kidney. I don't know if you were here for that part. Oh, the other one. That's okay. Don't worry. Let me drill somebody who's in. Maria, where are acids supposed to go to be metabolized, liver, kidney? Kidney, because acids are charged, so they're going to water soluble. And where a base is supposed to go to be metabolized, the liver. So that means if you're an acid and I just turned you to a base, where are you going to go now? To the liver. If you were a base, I just turned you into acid, where are you going to go now? To the kidney. Everybody understand what I just said? That means you're going to quickly get 2 diseases. Kidney disease and liver disease. Because what was supposed to go to the liver just went to the kidney. What's supposed to go to the kidney just went to the liver. You have 2 organs that just failed on you. Folks, what I just explained to you, listen carefully, is the original hepatorenal syndrome. That's what that is. See, but when you read about the book, don't they make it sound like it's only about alcohol? That's because that was the first place they discovered it. What's alcohol? An acid. Point made. See, when physicians don't understand, they just memorize one book and say, oh, it's only alcoholic. I said, that's bull. I said, not if you know biochemistry. Biochemistry says if you ingest too much of any acid or too much of any base, you end up with hepatorenal syndrome, guaranteed. This is how Dr. Shah knows more than the expert who swears that he's read every article, because he only knows what the article said. And he didn't know hepatorenal syndrome can occur with any acidosis, alkalosis syndrome, any of them. This is why your body should stay 735 to 7.45. And Justin. Structural diseases was the question. Over 90% are autosomal dominant. Proteins. Yeah, and the disease we're talking about, it was the protein defective in the collecting duct. We transport those amino acids, cystinuria. Yeah, says how you can come up with the connection. That's got to be autosomal dominant, and it is. Yeah. Yes, sir.
So then how do you know, like, how do you identify what is it, like, the structure?
No, it's as you read the chapters, it tells you what the structure of protein is. But the key is, what if they ask you genetics? This is just adding genetics to it. What if they ask you, well, how is this inherited? If you know there's a protein involved, yeah, just bet on autosomal dominant. That's it. Why? It's over 90% accurate. That means don't panic because you get one wrong. That's what I'm telling you. Just do the same thing all the time. No, cystic fibrosis is not the transport protein never made it to the membrane. So it's not a defective protein. It's there. It's not even there. Yeah, so that's why it's still autosomal recessive. Yeah, it has to be a protein specifically in one location. Paul. Yes, autosomal dominant because it's a structural protein.
I just looked it up.
The majority are autosomal dominant. There's autosomal recessive subtypes that they've come up with, but the original was autosomal dominant. Like I said, the one I saw here, you're right. Your dad had it, your brother had it, you have it. That doesn't sound autosomal recessive to me. Yeah. So just so you know, on a test, pick autosomal dominant because that's the majority of cases. Yeah. Again, let me just repeat this so everybody understands. Nothing I say is 100%. Nothing I say is 0. I always tell students, please stop hearing zeros and 100 percentiles. There is no such thing, because if you start believing that, this is what's killing a lot of physicians, because they think it's always a. I say, no, it's not. You see, and then I got to argue with a physician to prove that I'm right and he's wrong, or vice versa. Is when you start being so rigid with your knowledge, you don't realize you're going to harm a lot of people. If you think physiology stands still, when does physiology stand still? Physiology is dynamic. It moves like this. That's why when with the labs for starvation, I said, I give you the whole timeline. I didn't say, well, let me just give you this piece. And I said, give you the whole thing. That way you figure it out for yourself anytime you want. Because on the test, that's what they do. Somebody can starve for 30 days. What are they doing? They've been starving, stuck in the desert for two days. What in the mine shaft? I've seen that one several times. Mine shaft for last 28 hours. And then you got to figure out how would he stay alive? That's how we figure this out as the ER physician who has to take care of that person when they show up. You can tell exactly what labs you need to get. You have to memorize it. You just remember, okay, yeah, this glucose should be low, liver should be shrunken. That means when you're doing your exam, you pay attention to the liver exam. Yeah, it's shrunken like I thought. See, and then if it's swollen, you're like, okay, wait a minute, how come it's still swollen? All of a sudden you discover he's got von Gerke's disease and he didn't even know it. Okay, that'd be highly unlikely. But anyway, just so you guys know, I always teach you what is the most common answer. All right, because remember, test taking is different than real life. Real life in front of a tenant, yeah, you can tell them all the possibilities. But test taking, they want the most common. That's why you know, right? When I'm in class, I'm teaching the most common because I want you to pick that one all the time. But anytime you want to know the whole spectrum, then fine, we can discuss the spectrum. All right, sequencing proteins. Let's sequence them. Protein structure is 1, 2, 3, 4. So primary, secondary, tertiary, quaternary. Not 1, 2, 3, 4 proteins. 4 different types of proteins, Karina. 4 different types, you understand? All right. 4 levels of protein structure. Primary structure, Karina, is just amino acid sequence. That means who's in position 1, who's in position 17. That's what primary structure is. And I'm going to teach you how to sequence shortly. Secondary structure is when you start to put it together. There's alpha and beta. Beta pleated sheet, alpha helix. And we'll talk about that. And in tertiary structure, says what does it look like in 3-dimensional space? Is it a square, globular, triangular, what? Because then other forces play a role, meaning what? Covalent bonds can be made. So tertiary structure is where most covalent bonds are made. Because if 2 sulfurs are next to each other, that's sulfide bond. For positive and negative findings, another covalent bond. Okay, but that was not the original structure. So that's what tertiary structure is. What does it look like in three-dimensional space? And a quaternary structure is when two or more different proteins start interacting as one, which is preparing us to understand enzymes when we get there. You know, when you talk about the alpha chain, the beta chain, or hemoglobin, see that? If I don't explain it to you here, then you're not gonna understand when we start talking about hemoglobin. But this is why we're gonna rebuild the entire human body from beginning to end. So this way you can put together any disease, all the pieces without looking it up. You now control the whole thing, okay? All right. Moving on. Primary structure is the amino acid sequence involves peptide bonds and hydrogen bonds only. Stop seeing that question. Which bonds are actually involved? That's it, peptide bonds and hydrogen bonds in primary structure, nothing else. We now use restricted enzymes to sequence it. Here's a small peptide. It's always the carboxyl group of the amino acid on the left attacking the amino group of the amino acid on the right. By doing it that way, Melissa, there's a carboxyl group always sticking out to the right. That's why the right side of a protein is called a carboxy terminal. But that means there's always an amino group sticking out to the left. That's why the left side of a protein is called amino terminal. I say this because on the test, they don't label it. You're supposed to know which side is which. You should never be asking which side is this, which side is that. Because the way they write it is always, carboxy terminal is always to the right, amino terminal is always to the left. Any questions on that? All right, so they expect you to know that because they're not going to label them. All right. Before we can understand the present, we need to first visit the past. Let's take a field trip. Get in the yellow school bus. Make sure you have your science slip for your mama. All right, sequencing. Anyway, the history of sequencing. Why do they want you to know about sequencing? Because maybe you want to be that doctor that saves lives by sequencing proteins. Let me show you what I mean. When I came to medicine in the 80s, the 83, folks, there was no insulin in the market. See, we inject insulin to people every day now, like it's no big deal. Well, when I came in, there was no insulin. They used to grind up the pancreas of chickens, pigs, and cows, and inject that into people. And guess what? They would just die shortly thereafter. What happens when you inject me with a foreign protein? I'm going to attack it. They would form antibodies against the insulin. In a few days, they'll be dead. Imagine how many children were dying on it. Nothing we could do about it. We would just inject them, and then you find out a few days later they died anyway. Okay? And then somebody sequenced human insulin. Amino acid for spot. That's why the first one was called human. Think of how many millions of lives that person has saved. Well, it's not one person, but a company. I mean, think of how many lives that company has saved. Okay, now we take insulin for granted because it's everywhere. But you know, now we've sequenced PTH, growth hormone. See, there's a lot of things that we sequence. ACG. Okay, so that's why they want you to understand it. So obviously, I'm not going to try to make you an expert about it. I'm just going to show you how to do it. Okay. Now, they don't want you to be a biochemist about these tests. What do they want you to know? What can it tell us, and what can it not tell us? See, they don't want you trying to be an expert. That's not what they're going to be testing. What can it tell you? What can it not tell you? The last reason why they want you to know these 5 steps, folks, we still run these tests every day. Today, we still run them. Okay? So I don't want things to become so routine, as doctors say, that you don't even know what it is. Okay? Here we go. In order. Acid hydrolysis. Acidosis will hurt you in one of 4 ways. I'm going to give you all 4 ways right now. Acidosis can hurt you in one of 4 ways. Gloria, help me. Number 1, denature the protein. So what can it do? Take a big protein and melt it down to a small protein. Has it sequenced it? Nope. But it's turned into a smaller protein. Number 2, cause hyperkalemia, because hydrogen acid goes the same direction as potassium. So if you're acidotic, you're going to get hyperkalemia. When we get to cellular pills, I'll explain why. And vice versa. If you're alkalotic, you're going to lose potassium. All right, that's number 2. So this is the 4 ways acidosis can hurt you. Right, denature your proteins, cause hyperkalemia. That's how it kills you. Number 3, Kussmaul breathing. Rapid deep breathing. You can't keep that kind of breathing up for too long. The person will then pass out and die of an arrhythmia, just arrest on you. So Kuzma breathing, rapid deep breathing, trying to blow off the acid. That's what you're trying to do. But you can't keep up that kind of effort for too long. And then the last one, GABA, which you learned yesterday. GABA will go up. And that can put you into a coma and kill you. Acid hydrolysis denatures the protein, does not actually sequence the protein. But look at this, it turns asparagine into aspartate, glutamine to glutamate. That's the bad side. Why is that the bad side, Saber? Because asparagine is neutral, fat or water soluble. Fat soluble, but aspartate is water soluble. See that? You just turned fat soluble into water soluble. Same thing with glutamine and glutamate. Same point I just made a minute ago. You just turned fat soluble into water soluble to fat soluble. Guess what? The liver and the kidney are about to suffer. Any questions on that? Okay. So acid hydrolysis. Gel electrophoresis is used to separate proteins primarily on the basis of size. The smaller particles is like a piece of paper with a whole bunch of Vaseline on it. And then you put a dab of protein on one side and then turn it up like that. If it's a small protein, it'll slide down a long ways. But when it's a big protein, it's dragging so much Vaseline, it hardly moves. Everybody understand that? So you can separate things based on size. The bigger ones stay closer to the start position, and the smaller ones go further to the finish position. So at least I can tell this protein is bigger than this one, or this one's smaller than the other one. How about sequence of protein? Nope. So again, when I told you, you're going to ask you the pros and the cons. What can I do? What can I not do? All right. But we use gel electrophoresis all the time. In the lab, in any hospital, there's a big chart on the wall. Just about every protein in your body is on there. So when the tech does it, gel electrophoresis, she or he then brings up and says, oh, that's albumin. See, that's how she knows which one it is. And she said, yep, this person has enough albumin. That's how they measure it. Or hemoglobin A, or hemoglobin F, or hemoglobin S, whatever. All right. So gel electrophoresis, any questions on that? So here's what I mean. When you look at different proteins by their migration pattern, if somebody has a different migration pattern, then that's how you know it's a different protein. Just like hemoglobin A has a different pattern than hemoglobin S, or beta thalassemia, different migration pattern. Then hydrogen reaction. Reacts with all amino acids, creating a purple color. Except that one weirdo, proline. Out comes a yellow color. What's weird about proline, by the way? Karina.
What's good about them?
No, I said, what's unique about proline? Eben. Or Eben, I think it's Eben.
Hey, I'm here.
Yeah. What's unique about proline?
It has kinky curves in a way. All right, that's how I remembered it.
No, that's correct. Yeah. Remember, it causes twists, turns, kinks, and bends.
Yes.
All right. So then hydrogen reaction, therefore, is good for counting prolines. Now, what if I were to ask you, let's see, three of that. Oh, now they're taking their hands out. All right, Latoria, are you there? Tori, I guess.
Yes.
All right, so Tori, if I ask you for a tissue rich in proline, what would you pick? A tissue in your body, rich in proline.
I'm not sure.
How about Mabel?
Proline, is it the brain?
No.
So what I remember about proline is contained NH2. Everyone is in NH something, right?
I know, but the way I want you to follow the way is causes twists, turns, kinks, and bends. And then if I ask you for a tissue, then you got to say, well, what tissue in my body has a lot of twists, turns, kinks, and bends? Let me ask Zena. Hair is the best example. Hair is curly by nature, right? And as blacks, we have curly hair than whites. Guess what? We have more proline in our hair than whites do. But it's not about being black or white. Put two people next to each other, I don't care what color they are, whoever's curlier hair has more proline. Right, follow? All right, hair is the best example when they ask. GI, your intestines are twisted in every direction possible, and blood vessels. Because they got to curl around, organs go above, below, through, between, all that. But that's why, therefore you can visualize it. Now it's an easy question. But when they ask a question on the test, it sounds real specific, like a detail. That's the genius of test writing, make everything sound like a detail. Okay? All right, so that's in hydroreaction. And Fatima has a question? Proline is part of collagen, correct? Yeah. Like even if you look at your muscle has to be able to do some twisting. That's how you're able to dance and move around. So, yeah, so that's why you gotta have proline in it. Yeah. All right, Edmonds degradation. Dr. Edmond got famous because he had a chemical called PITC. So anytime I see that, I know they're talking about Edmonds degradation. Phenylisothiocyanate. Reacts with any amino acid starting on amino terminal. Reacts with any amino acid starting on amino terminal. Amino acids then identified by light transmission, spectrophotometry. Where's the amino terminal? Angie, left to right. Yeah, to the left. That means he grabs amino acids on one side at a time. Okay. The only problem was Edmonds degradation was only good for up to 100 amino acids. After that, it stops. What if they ask you to explain why it stops after 100 amino acids? It means the chemical has changed in the solution. Remember, chemicals don't stay the same if you keep doing reaction after reaction. After a while, the solution is a different chemical now. All right. The problem is you now have proteins that are hundreds of amino acids, even thousands of amino acids long. What are we going to do for them? That's why they had to come up with something different. Any questions so far? What did we come up with? It's called restriction peptidases. These are amino acids that are restricted. Sorry, these are enzymes that are restricted to what amino acid they can recognize. That's why they're called restriction peptidases. They only recognize these two or these three. Okay? And these are the ones we now use to sequence our proteins. Any questions so far? All right, so this part is for you to memorize. These are the restriction enzymes that we currently use in biochemistry. Why would they test you on this list? Folks, these are the same enzymes that are in your pancreas for digestion. They didn't just make them in a lab and use them. They said, well, our body breaks down every protein we eat. Why don't we use those enzymes? This is the enzymes in your pancreas, folks. So make sure you know it. You see it again in GI, but make sure you know it. It's not just a list for you to memorize. Anyway, trypsin, custorized lysine arginine, take a trip to LA. Chymotrypsin, custorized the bulky ones, phenylalanine, tryptophan, tyrosine. Which one of those is used to make niacin? Amy. Which amino acid is used to make niacin? Sandra? Tryptophan. Yeah, used to make niacin and serotonin. All right, elastase, custorized glycinylate serine. Remember, you need gas to last. You need gas to last. That's how I remember the three that go with elastase. Cyanogen-bromide, custorized methionine. What's methionine known for? Let me see, was it Ashni? Right? Oh, okay. Do you remember what methionine is known for? No? Rachel? And Lillian? Huh? Star codon. Okay, that's fine. I guess I gotta accept it because that's the correct answer. Yeah, star codon. But anyway, what do you know about it? Yeah, sulfur bonds is what they're looking for in an exam question. Yeah, because we're going to be talking about stuff with disulfide bonds, methionine, cysteine. All right, aminopeptidase, notice, amino. So cuts to the right of anybody on the amino terminal, the left side. And then look at this, carboxypeptidase cuts to the left. Folks, see, I'm into patterns. The day I saw that, I said, cuts to the left. I said, wait a minute, I've never seen an enzyme cut to the left. Never you see cut to the right, to the right, to the right. It's the only enzyme in biochemistry that cuts to the left. Carboxypeptidase. The only enzyme that cuts to the left. So notice, just like the question we did this morning, they talk about chromosomes that are circular. Just to mention, so mitochondria. I don't have to know anything else. Every time I can start reading, click mine and get moving. All right, same thing here. Take note of normal. That way when, oh, that's just something strange, say, wait a minute, that's not what I've been reading. Everything to come to the right, come to the right, come to the right, come to the right. Only one guy comes to the left. Oh, believe me, I've gotten points because of that. Just pointing it out for you guys. And then mercaptolethanol makes up disulfide bond. And ask you, who were those 4 hormones that have a lot of disulfide bonds? Remember what they were? And Melissa, you remember what they were? All right, Josh, you remember what they were? All right, Allison, let me make it easier. The amount I gave was Piggy. Ring a bell yet? No? All right, Chris. Oh, wait a minute, hang on. No, he was over here. Dang it, man. Biggest one to end though, right? Oh, Sandeep. Ah, okay, I got it. Okay, do you remember this? No, prolactin. There are 4 hormones with a lot of disulfide bonds. I gave you this list yesterday. Prolactin, insulin, growth hormone, inhibin. Adam, I have a question for you. The majority of drugs we give people, what kind of drugs are they? Weak acids. You understand that, Josh? Is that true, Seva? You understand, Andrew? So what kind of environment will make you absorb way too much acid? An acidic or basic environment? What kind of environment will make you absorb too much of an acid? Yeah, an acidic or basic environment. No. A basic environment will make an acid stay charged. That means you can absorb it at all. Remember yesterday, an acid absorbs an acid, a base absorbs a base. If you don't absorb an acid, put a base. If you don't absorb a base, put an acid. Let me say it all one more time. Rachel, the majority of drugs you give people are what?
Acid.
Acids, weak or strong? Weak. So what kind of environment will make you absorb too much of an acid? An acid environment. You understand that, Bailey? You understand that, Lillian? No, that's not Lillian's back there. Hang on, don't say. Oh, wait a minute. Hang on. He's coming to me, come here. No, Mayha, something like that. Oh, I got it right. Phew. Oh, I had to look way back. Okay, so man, remember, if we're giving people mostly acids, what kind of environment will make you absorb too much of it? Acidic environment. That means when we give people all these drugs, we should tell them don't add another acid to the environment. You understand that? Yeah. You understand that, Sabu? You understand that, Karina? Anna, do you understand that? Yes. Okay. Most doctors don't even know what I'm talking about. Nobody ever tells a patient taking aspirin, which is an acid, don't take it with orange juice in the morning. Because the doctor doesn't even know the connection, so he never mentions it. Number 1 of aspirin overdose, folks, is mixed in with some juice in the morning. I've seen some people come with tinnitus. I mean, well, let me tell you my own story, because it happened to me. At age 36, I'm 61 now. So 36, that's 35, that's when everybody starts taking aspirin, cardiac protection, because my father died at 51. So that means that puts me at risk. So I started taking aspirin. And, and after a while, I got tinnitus like you would believe. Ringing in my ear, like, man, what the ringing? It was after I'd gone back to eating breakfast. Because after I learned biochemistry, it is better to eat breakfast than not to eat breakfast. I started eating breakfast, and as part of my breakfast, I started drinking juice, forgetting that I take aspirin every morning. But my doctor never told me not to mix with juice either. So anyway, I take my aspirin to juice, I got ringing in my ears. And then one day I happened to be lecturing to the class, and then all of a sudden the connection was made against, oh my God, that's why my ears are ringing every day. And all I did was just stop taking the juice with the aspirin, the ringing went away. See? So basic. Wait a minute, Donna. The majority of drugs you give people are what? Weak acids. So what kind of environment make you absorb too much of it? An acid. Everybody understand that? That's why they tell you don't mix drugs with alcohol. Yeah. See? Everybody says that line. Rarely they even understand what it means. They just know the book says, don't mix drugs with alcohol. But if you say, well, why is that? All of a sudden they start stalling. Why are you stalling? If you actually understand that statement, that's because you're going to absorb too much of 9 out of 10 drugs. Yeah. Karina, I got one for you. Oh, wait a minute. I got a question here. Victoria, you have a question? Hang on.
Yeah, sorry, I think you may have just answered it. So the reason you get like tinnitus and it's kind of symbolizes like an overdose or toxicity is because you're just absorbing too much of it.
Yeah, you're absorbing way too much of it. Just by mixing with some juice in the morning. You start absorbing way too much. Yeah.
Okay.
Gosh.
So,
Right. Yeah, because you're gonna remember he's asking about tetracycline, which I mentioned yesterday. Because they're strong acids, you take an empty stomach, and that means if you add another acid in the environment, you can absorb even way too much, and you can become toxic on those two as well. The key is 9 out of 10 drugs are acids. Don't mix another acid with them. So we say just take it down with some water. That's what you're supposed to do. Drink it down with some water. Okay? Question, sir.
sure, so clinically.
Clinically for what?
Acid and acidic environment.
An acid in an acidic environment.
It's not supposed to
Yes,
metabolize
you will
by the liver.
absorb too much of it. That means the liver is going to suck up a lot of it because remember, it's fat's out for 20 minutes. Yes. Yeah. Let me give you one more. Question, Steve.
So even though, I mean, eventually it's gonna pass to the kidneys. So what you're saying is you want to keep it uncharged, like COOH, so that first membrane has to pass through is the GI tract.
Yeah, exactly. You want it to keep it neutral so it can actually be absorbed to the GI tract, or else it can't even be absorbed.
And then,
Yeah. So if you raise the pH in the stomach, it becomes charged. You can't absorb any of it. So the patient can still die from whatever illness you're trying to treat. All right, one more. Green, you ready? These are the 4 hormones with a lot of disulfide bonds. You understand that? All right. If I break up the disulfide bonds, can these hormones work? No. There's this chemical up here called mercaptoethanol. What part of that word do you recognize? The ethanol part. That's alcohol again. What happens if you dip these 4 hormones and add all that alcohol you're drinking? Karina says, are they going to work? No, they're not. Watch my list. Watch my list. I can tell you now why an alcoholic female will stop lactating. I can tell you why every alcoholic eventually becomes a diabetic. I can tell you why an alcoholic teenager stops growing, and I can tell you why alcoholic women lose their period. Y'all better get off me, man. That's right, baby. That's right. This is how you stun every expert. That's one of the things I enjoy the most all across the country. Okay, whoever they say is the expert, I say, okay, let me give you one. It shocks the hell out that there's an easy way to understand things, and they've never been taught that. They just memorized everything. I said, no, simple biochemistry will explain the majority of things that we do as physicians. But everybody's saying biochemistry is just some boring topic, pathways. That's all they remember, pathways. And so residents are never encouraged to go back and reread biochemistry. Attendings never go back and reread biochemistry, and yet they're memorizing all these diseases and still don't understand. You could have saved yourself a whole lot of reading. Okay? But all of these are articles. The complications of alcoholism. All I did was just make the connection. So, oh my God, there it is right there. And all of a sudden, I never have to look it up again. Question?
It's like making like a 16-year-old in chemistry class. This is the whole like dissolves like concept.
This is the whole what?
Like dissolves like.
Like dissolves like, yeah.
Like literally everything.
That's right. Acid absorbs an acid, base absorbs a base. See, now you know what that actually means. Yeah. All right, folks, it's a good place to take a break. We'll start back at 10:30. Yes, sir.
Okay.
Now, basically, you just say things.
Yeah, so if it's picking up and if it's, yeah.
Everybody, let's not quickly. This man just made a nice connection. He said that's the reason why they say after a night of drinking, they tell you don't take aspirin in the morning. You know how many people tell you, oh, take aspirin for a hangover? They have no idea. They just put your life in danger. See, and when you don't know or understand, you say, oh yeah, you take a couple of aspirin. You got the movies, oh yeah, follow the aspirin. They have no idea. This is way too much of it. Very good.
Out of date.
Normally based on
They won't like it. They don't understand.
everything, so. This hurts. Normally this.
I wish. I hate it right now.
Organ.
It was probably fun. But.
That's getting way too complicated. Split it up. Right? It's normally the problem.
These parts are. That's how it starts. It's way more. Because the structure.
Uncharged, right? Where's? Where's?
Up and down.
I'll break that down.
With organic.
That's why aspirin. What is aspirin for, right? If we get more. You can apply that to anything. I know exactly, that's why I had. This is the original, right? Where does base normally get? So even if they get a basic stuff, any student who is uncharged, they get absorbed. Uncharged molecule. So is, sorry, uncharged molecule is the pathology or uncharged, right? So that's all. Normally, and then the same thing over here. Dad said normal pH is switch back. What is this? This water molecule, water solid. Water solid. But this is right. Talking about small pathology, right? If you decrease the pH, increase nitrogen ion, that's how the thing about it. Everything's gonna go to the bottom. Anything that's charged is going to behave like uncharged molecule, where you can see that this will happen to things. gets metabolized in the liver. So something that is, where does the acid, where does that? Normal. Just talk about, right, kidney, right? This is in a liver metabolized. Something that is normal metabolism. Yeah. So that's like liver metabolized. Something that is normal metabolism. Make it simple, right? Right, that's the answer, right? So if it goes to the liver, we start. That's what I'm talking about, right? So, and then you go one step further, or step 2, step 3. That's why you want to check. And that is obviously your fatty liver, of course, whatever, right? But make it simple, right? Same thing like we do. Anything, any drug that is normally supposed to be becomes charged, start going. Any basic drug is not going to the and that's what he was talking about. You change the environment, so if you make the environment acidic, this is basically come out with a battery. There you go, right? And that's why the liver starts compensating in the kidney, so both of them start spreading.
Right.
I don't know if this is good or not.
Yeah.
Hello, guys. Anybody there?
Yes, I'm here. It's Leslie.
Yeah, please. Did he say that the piggy that it also breaks disulfide bonds, right?
No, he said that piggy, it's the mnemonic for 4 hormones that have disulfide bonds, right? And mercaptoethanol breaks up the sulfide bonds. So that component, mercaptoethanol, will break the disulfide bonds of these 4 hormones, and they will not work. They will be not functional, right? So
Okay.
if you see the mercaptoethanol, it finishes in ethanol. So he said that the same thing that mercaptoethanol do, alcoholics can damage these hormones too.
Okay, because of ethanol. Okay.
Yes.
So that,
for example, he said that if you have a patient that is an alcoholic, probably they're gonna have diabetes because you're gonna damage insulin.
okay.
And
Yeah.
if you have a woman that have a baby, a newborn, and she's lactating, she cannot lactate because you're gonna break down or dysfunction prolactin. And if you have an alcoholic adolescent, they cannot develop because you're not gonna have good hormone. And with inhibiting, the woman period is gonna be messed up.
Okay, thank you, my love.
You're very welcome.
Hello, are you still there?
Yes, I'm still here.
Yeah, what is that disulfide bond? Do you know what it is?
Oh, disulfide bonds are like sulfide bonds, and he was talking that the amino acids methionine and cysteine have a lot of disulfide bonds.
Okay.
So you need to know that.
Okay, I'll read it up. Okay, so somebody was talking about having a WhatsApp group, kind of creating a WhatsApp group. So is it? So what do we need to be in that group? Is it our numbers or email? What's you know?
I think Susanna is the one you can write on the chat, and Susanna
Respond.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. What's your name?
Leslie.
Leslie. Okay, thank you, ma'am. Bye.
You're very welcome.
All right, two good connections made right at the end of class there, my man Sandeep. So why people try to take aspirin after drinking to fight a hangover, that's the worst advice you can ever get. But you know, friends tell you to do that and you don't know better. But as physicians, we're supposed to know better and counsel people, don't do that. That's a bad mix, okay? Or who was the other person? Who was the other person? But the doxycycline. Somebody figured out doxycycline. Aha, Miguel, tell them what you figured out. That was a good one.
All right.
He takes doxycycline for his acne. Right. Then take doxycycline.
I was like, I don't get it. Why would she?
Right.
Acid. Yesterday, acid.
Right. Is a base. And doxycycline is the only fat soluble tetracycline. See, when we do antibiotics, I'll teach you that. See, but all right, let me repeat it all for the people online. What this young man noticed, he's on doxycycline for his acne. And he heard me say yesterday that tetracyclines are acids, which they are. So he's wondering, his doctor put him on doxycycline and said, well, eat your meal, then take the doxycycline, which goes against what we just said. Because that means you're going to alkalinize your stomach, which makes it hard for you to absorb acids. However, doxycycline is the only basic tetracycline in the whole family. See, but when we get to talking about it, then I'll teach you that. But the point is, once you understand normal, you see how that line that caught your attention. Say, wait a minute, that doesn't sound right. And then he started thinking about it. And then he figured it out. And then he asked me, does that mean that this is the only exercise? I say, yeah, that's because it's the only one that's fat soluble. So when people have renal disease, we switch to doxycycline. See? But that way, when I tell you that, when we get to that point, you'll understand it. Which is why I got to teach you all this before we get to that point. Otherwise, I'll be telling you stuff, and you guys just be writing down every word I say, but you have no idea where I'm even getting the information from. And then it doesn't stick. It doesn't stick when the doctor doesn't understand where they're getting the stuff from. Question, Nolan.
Yes, can you clarify the distinction?
Yeah, restriction is nice, cutting to left or right means when you cut to the right, watch my hands. You have an amino acid right here, and the protein goes that way to the right. So that means if I'm an enzyme, I'm going to cut right here, right after that amino acid. That's what cutting to the right is. If I cut to the left, carboxypeptidase is the only one. That means I'm going to go behind and cut it like this. Yeah, the one that identifies. Yeah. So if I'm the last amino acid on the string on the protein, then I'm here. This is my carboxy terminal sticking out. Right, follow? Remember, it goes amino terminal to carboxy terminal. So this is the carboxy terminal right here. If I'm the last amino acid, I'm attached to the protein by my amino side. That's why you have to cut to my left. That's why they call it aminopeptidase. The carboxypeptidase. You have to cut to the left of the amino acid because that's the only part that's attached to that protein. Whereas if you're aminopeptidase, well, I'm over here in the amino terminal. Well, I'm attached to that protein by my right. Cutting my left, there's no bond here. That's why you can only cut to the right. Okay? Yes.
So can they only cut from the ends?
Yes, those two, amino and carboxypeptidase, they only cut at two ends. Yeah, they cannot cut in the middle. Correct. All right, so restriction peptidases, we continue. Here's now, we're gonna sequence one. So let me have somebody help me here and, oh man, let me see. No, Solange, you're gonna help me with this one. Ready? Now you gotta understand, I'm making this up as we go because I'm just I just picked 7 because usually on the test it's between 5 and 10 amino acids long. So I said 7 is the middle, why not? Okay. Here's how you begin. So I'm going to talk you through it, so don't worry. All right. I did 3 cuts, trypsin, cytosine, elastase. The first part is you got to know what those enzymes recognize and cut to the right or left of, because they're not going to tell you on the exam. Everybody understand? That's why I said make sure you know it, and it's in your notes because that's your digestive enzymes. That's why they want you to know it. Okay. Now, you always start by picking a parentheses that has an amino acid that enzyme can recognize. So let me just make something up here. So when trypsin cut the protein, 3 pieces fell off. That's what 3 parentheses means. All right. So this one had, let's say, aspartate and lysine in it. The middle one had serine, arginine, and tryptophan in it. And then this one had methionine and valine in it. Now I just made up anything there. But there's 7 amino acids and there's 7 positions here. Any questions so far? The way you start, Solange, is you pick a parentheses that has an amino acid recognized by that enzyme. Everybody follow what I just said? You don't just randomly pick something. You have to pick a parentheses that has an amino acid recognized by trypsin. Trypsin cuts to the right of what 2 amino acids? Lysine, arginine. That means pick a parentheses that has lysine or arginine in it. I said pick one at a time. So if she wants to start with the first one, she could have started with the second one too, doesn't matter to me. But if you start with the first one, how many amino acids are in here? 2. You just go up here and count off 2 spots. 1, 2. Who's going to be in the rightmost position? Lysine, because that's the one the enzyme recognized and cut right there. See? So that means lysine goes right here. But that means by elimination, aspartate has to go right here too. So I've already figured out where 2 amino acids go. Read. All the enzymes I just gave you, I told you, cut to the right. What are you saying? No, lysine is right here on the second position. In these parentheses down here, this just lists the amino acids that came off together, not the order in which they came off. Okay, everybody understand that? Everybody listening? The parentheses down here does not tell you what order they came off in. They just say they came off together. That's all you know. And then you're supposed to figure out what order they must have been in. All right? Excuse me?
Is this for sequencing or?
This is for sequencing. That's what we're doing. In case you're interested in sequencing a protein as a way to contribute to medicine. Yeah, this is what some guys do for a living every day. Yes. Yeah, it's already chopped up. Trypsin chopped it up into 3 pieces. Yeah, 3 building blocks. You got to figure out which the sequence of each one of them. But again, listen, organized thinking. You start with a parenthesis that has amino acid recognized by the enzyme. Trypsin cuts around the lysine arginine. So I can start with the first one or the second one. She started with the first one. There's 2 amino acids here, count off 2 spots. I like easy. So this is the route I use, works 100% of the time. Okay? So I put the 2 spots and I say, well, then the amino acid recognized by the enzyme, you put in the rightmost position. Rightmost position is number 2. So I got to put lysine in position 2, so the enzyme cuts right after number 2. That means by elimination, aspartate got to go to number 1 because there's only 1 spot left. All right, so now, Solange, pick another one that contains lysine arginine. Second one, how many amino acids are in there? 3. So how many spots do I count off? So you just count off 3 more spots. What do you got? 3 more spots. Count them off. 3, 4, 5. Thank you. There it is. And who goes in the rightmost position? Arginine. Because the enzyme must have cut right here. There it is. But you don't know who goes in 3 and 4.
How do you know, are you serine or tryptophan?
Yeah, it could be either one. You don't know what direction to go in. I mean, what combination? Yeah. Listen.
Why is there?
Arginine is the furthest right because that's where the enzyme cuts. Remember, the enzyme cuts to the right of arginine. Yeah. So when I count off 3 spots, 3, 4, 5, then arginine automatically goes in the 5th spot. Had I begun with the middle one, then I would just count off 3 spots. That means arginine would have been here in position 3, lysine would be here in position 5. You can start off with whichever one you want to start off with. Everybody understand this is how you sequence. And then you would go to the next one and figure out another one or another 2 until you got the whole thing. But now I'm going to show you my way. I don't do the whole thing because I don't need to. I only do what I need to do, get my point, and keep on moving. Okay? So what I do, let's say I start with the first parentheses like she did. And I said, I need lysine in position 2. They put like 25 choices in front of you. That's called visual intimidation. Because it makes you think, oh my God, I'll never figure this out. It's too many choices. That's how they know you're guessing. Okay, so I need lysine position 2. I look at the 25 choices. There's nobody with lysine position 2. That's how I know he doesn't want that one I was about to figure out. Imagine you spend 45 seconds figuring that one out, and then you find out he doesn't want that one. Now you got to start over again. I don't want to do that. I want to know in 2 seconds he doesn't want that one. And that's how you know. Because when you look at the 25 choices, nobody has lysine position 2. He doesn't want that one. I immediately pick up the second parentheses. That means I need 3 spots. Arjun goes to position 3. I look at the 25 choices, 12 of them. I say, aha, he wants this one. But I just eliminated 13 others. Then I say, okay, still using the first parentheses, I need aspartate in position 1. All right, and let's say 12 choices are viable. I need aspartate in position 1. Out of the 12, only 4 have aspartate in position 1. Now I'm down to 4 choices. Then I figure out arginine needs in position 5. Out of the 4, only 1. I'm out. Next question. Folks, they make it so that if you know what you're doing, you'll see the answer real quickly. The student gets intimidated is because you don't know what to do. Well, they've done their job. They already know that you don't know. Okay, but if you know what to do, who cares? There's 25 choices in front of me. I'm not looking at 25 choices. I'm just figuring out one amino acid at a time. That's it. Paul.
So why do you put
Why what now?
Why do you not put aspartate or lysine in spots 3, 4, or 5?
Why not put lysine in spot 3?
3, 4, yeah.
Yeah, but there's nobody in here with 3 amino acids and lysine in it. You start with this parentheses, there's only 2 amino acids. You can only do 2 spots. You can't just jump to another one. The enzyme cuts to the right. So if it cuts to the right of lysine, only 1 other amino acid comes off with it. That means it's got to be to the left of it. Yeah. Okay? All right. So anyway, there's only 1 question. Nobody ever told me they only saw 2. There's only 1. But they want you to know how to sequence in case that's what interests you. Like I said, look how many lives somebody who wanted to sequence insulin. They persisted till they did it. They've saved millions of lives because of that. But that's the only reason why they'll test you on something like this. All right, because this is a part of medicine. All right, Nolan. Yeah, remember I said that earlier. That's number 1 mistake that students make. They assume that the amino acids in parentheses are in sequence. They're not. You're supposed to figure out what sequence they come from. Okay, all you know is that they came off together. You don't know what sequence they came off of. You got to figure that out. Okay, I'm sure we'll see a possibility, and I'll show you. Secondary proteins, what are they? Alpha helix does a lot of twisting and turning. What amino acids you hear, Saber? Alpha helix does a lot of twisting and turning. Thank you. You should hear that every time you hear those words. It should grab your attention right away. It tells you alpha helix has a whole lot of proline in it. And then beta pleated sheet is mostly flat. Mostly flat. However, it's acid. Miguel, what amino acid you find right here? What amino acid would you find right here? Where it goes up and then comes down. Steve, what amino acid would you find right there? Huh? It's still proline. Twist, turn, kings and bands. I told you folks, you better make sure you're watching these words carefully. Because otherwise you didn't even catch it, so subtle clue. And of course they'll pick the one that's mostly flat to try to throw you off. Like flat can't twist and turn? How come your skin twists and turns then? See? That's why they want to make sure. Do you just memorize a line or do you actually understand it? To take it out of context and then ask it a different way. That's how they know whether you understand it or not. When you see it, something that's twisting and turning like a staircase, well, that's easy to see. Ain't got to be like protein in there. All right, and we said hair, GI, blood vessels, best answers. What about here? Beta pleated sheet, mostly flat. Miguel, where would you find that? What? No, I'm not asking about amino acids. I said, where would you find beta pleated sheet in your body? If beta pleated sheet is mostly flat. Steve, help him again. Skin, your skin is flat. And flat bones, like your skull, sternum, ribs. See that? I don't have to memorize if I understand. That's what I'm showing you guys. Keywords. They have to use the keywords in the questions. But if you don't know it, you didn't even see it. And you still tell me, what did I read? What did I read? They gave you the word to use to figure out the answer. Okay? All right, so mostly flat. The two answers they like, flat bones and skin. Don't pick anything else. But any tissue can have a little bit of both. Watch my hand. If I ask you where would you find beta please sheet, you say flat, right here in the palm of your hand, in the back of your hand. Where would you find alpha helix? Twisting around your fingers, but it's still same skin. See? But they love the ones that have mostly this or mostly this. Okay? All right. Serum proteins in your body. There are two types. Two types of serum proteins. Serum means, blood. There's plasma, there's serum. All right, the only difference between serum and plasma is serum contains no fibrinogen in it. Otherwise, the two are used interchangeably, just so you know why I can do that. Unless you're talking about fibrinogen levels, then there's no such thing as serum fibrinogen levels. Anybody understand what I just said? All right. Serum proteins can either be functional, which means they serve a function, Cindy, like albumin, uranium pressure. Transparent, transports iron. Plasma, transports copper, that kind of thing. Right, understand that part? Obviously, you understand? All right? And then there's acute phase reactants. Acute phase reactants are proteins that are made during inflammation, but have no specific function. Make sure you just heard the difference, folks, because I don't know what protein you're going to ask you on the exam, but there's only two types. Either you are functional, and it'll be right there in the name, or your acute phase reactant. That means you come out during inflammation, but you have no particular function. What organ makes majority of your proteins? Syed.
Which organ makes the majority of proteins?
Yes. That's all right. Hang on. Nicholas, brush it.
That'll be your liver.
It'll be the liver. The liver makes 90% of your proteins. See, I told you it's always about 90%, folks. Anytime I don't know it, default back to the liver, I get a point. Like I said, I look it up after the exam. So, oh my God, I was right again. Okay? But I'm not right all the time. But you got to learn how to think things through so that you're not caught with a detail and now you can't answer the question. Okay? So functional proteins, acute phase reactants, they both come from the liver, 90% of them. Okay? All right, let's talk about them. What about if you have too many proteins in your plasma? How do we test for it, first of all? It's called elevated SED rate or C-reactive protein. SED rate, normally 10 to 20. C-reactive protein, less than 4. That means if you have the right amount of proteins in your bloodstream, then your SED rate should be 10 to 20. And C-reactive protein should be less than 4. Understand, John? Understand, Edna? If your SED rate or C-reactive protein is elevated, that means you have too much of some protein in the plant. Everybody follow me? But I don't know what protein that is. That's the downside. I don't know what protein that is, but I know you have an extra protein in it. Yes, Josh. Good point. How does that differ from total protein? Total protein is albumin plus all the other proteins. And then you can separate them by albumin and whatever name you want. But when they say total protein, it means they make sure every protein is in your plasma. Well, yeah, any infection will increase your total protein, but not necessarily your albumin level. No. Yeah. So SAD rate 10 to 20, C-reactive protein less than 4. Anytime they're elevated, you have another protein. You have extra protein in your blood. Everybody understand that? Remember, understand. You know that memorize the numbers. The numbers, I don't care about that part. Do you know what it means when they give you a high number? That's what they're testing. Okay? All right. Well, that's what we've been using for a long time. These tests are mostly worthless though. Why are they mostly worthless? Because they only tell me you have a protein in your plasma, but I don't know which protein it is. So it really doesn't make a diagnosis for me. Everybody understand me? Kathleen, do you understand? So then you have to ask yourself, what good is it? I remember this is one of the labs that Dr. Rick hated for physicians to be ordering, Cedrate. I remember one time a resident wanted to order Cedrate. He said, what do you want a Cedrate for? He said, well, I want to see if the patient's inflamed. He said, well, did the patient look inflamed to you? He said, yeah. Well, the hell, you don't need a Cedrate. You can look at a person and tell if they're inflamed. What do you need a Cedrate for? See, because he believed, listen, we are spending other people's money. Somebody's got to pay the bill. Think about whether you need that test or not. If you don't need it, don't waste somebody's money. It's so easy when you're the doctor, you just write for a test and somebody else pays the bill, not you. But we have to take care of that because somebody's got to pay that bill. Okay? All right, so anyway, Cedrate C-reactive protein is elevated, you got too much of whatever protein in your blood. Mostly worthless. Why? Because it doesn't tell you what protein. So what good is it then? It's good for two reasons. Number one, Cedrate C-reactive protein is good for two reasons. The first one, if you have a patient with an illness and you don't know what kind of illness they have, the landmark article was one called fever of unknown origin, FUO. You know, somebody who's had a fever for 3 or more weeks and we have no clue what's going on. They always say start by getting a Cedrate. Why? If it's high, it's an inflammatory disease. That means all the non-inflammatory diseases gone. See that? Now it's useful. So whenever somebody's ill and you don't know why, at least we can divide them into non-inflammatory versus inflammatory, get a Cedrate. If it's elevated, now you know it's on this side, inflammatory. All these is off the list. Second time it's useful, you have an inflammatory disease already. Temporal arteritis, rheumatoid, lupus, and I'm about to put you on a drug, methotrexate, etanercept. I want to see if the drug works. Cedrate should start coming down right after I start that drug. And as long as the Cedrate is coming down, the drug is still working. If all of a sudden it stays steady, the drug is no longer working. That's when we add another drug on top of it. Okay, but this way you know when to use a Cedrate. It's a waste of time and any money.
Like we mentioned, somebody has chronic disease, start them on a new drug.
Yeah.
Your follow-up appointments, you can do the Cedrate to see if the drug's actually working.
Get a Cedrate to see if the drug is working. That's correct. That's when you have a known inflammatory disease to follow the progress of the disease or follow the progress of the drug. That's when Cedrate is useful. That's the second time. Well, they've got, oh, let me finish this thought first. I want to make sure it's coming up. Yes, okay. Before I talk about the new ones, let's finish the old ones. So Cedrate is C-reactive protein. How about they'll ask you about the false high and false low? Okay. False high Cedrate is when you're anemic. Why? Because if you're anemic, well, let me show you how I visualize this thing to make it easy for you guys to remember. Now, if anybody knows physics, they'll know what I'm saying is wrong. It goes against physics, but it makes Cedrate visual, just so you know. All right. Let's say this is a vial full of your plasma. And I'm going to shake it up like this and then turn it upside down. And the clock starts and keeps clicking until one of the red blood cells hits the bottom. That's the sedimentation rate. That means how fast it is sediment to the bottom. Everybody follow? Okay, so 10 to 20 seconds, let's say, because normally it's 10 to 20. Well, let's say I turn it upside down and then there's some extra proteins in here. That means as the red blood cells tries to come down, it hits the protein, bounces back up like a pinball. Every time it hits another protein, it bounces back up like a pinball. And therefore, it takes a lot longer to finally sediment to the bottom. So we say, man, that took a long time. That's a high Cedrate. That's just a way to make it visual. The true meaning, physics meaning of sedimentation is opposite of what I just said. But I've been using this visual for years and students actually remembered what the sedimentation rate was. All right, because there's always somebody here who knows physics and all of a sudden there's a challenge about it. I say, I already know that. But this is the way to make it visual so students can remember Cedrate. All right.
It's the path of least resistance, right?
Yeah, path of least resistance. So if there's nothing in the way, it comes down in a lot of time. There's something in the way, it can't make it, it goes back up, and it takes a lot longer to get to the bottom now. Okay. All right. So Victoria, you have a question?
Yeah, so do do we use CRP more often to be more specific because the ESR can be falsely high or low in these circumstances, or are
Yeah,
they
but
used?
CRP can have the same false positive, high or low.
Okay.
So,
Okay.
yeah, it's no better than ESR. I'll show you the ones that are more specific now. All right,
Thanks.
so false high sed rate, let me just finish this thought, is an anemic patient. Why? Because if you don't have that many disease in a vial, it's gonna take longer for one of them to finally float to the bottom, simply because you don't have that many. Okay? So what does that mean? When somebody's anemic, never run a sed rate. It'll come out falsely high. Does that tell you anything? Nothing. You don't even know if it's real. See, worthless again. False low sed rate is the opposite. Your vial is full of RBCs, polycythemia. As soon as you turn upside down, blood hits the bottom. There it is, 1 second. See, false low. But sickle cell anemia is the one I like to ask about. So let me make that one visual for you. I'm a red blood cell. I'm gonna go swimming in your blood. I have a certain width. So when I get off the diving board, put my arms out like that, what happens? Shank, belly flop. When you do a belly flop, you don't sink to the bottom real fast. Everybody follow me? You float slowly now because you increase surface area. What if I'm going through a crisis? I'm still a red blood cell, but now I'm gonna sickle myself. Sickle means jump off the diving board, put your hands behind by your ears like this. What happens when you dive into the pool like this now? Straight to the bottom. False low sed rate. Because you sickle, you decrease the surface area. That means the chance of hitting a protein on the way down is little to none. Yeah, straight to the bottom. So that means a sickle cell patient in the middle of a crisis, a sed rate is worthless. So the point is, sed rate and C-reactive protein are mostly worthless, except for the 2 reasons I gave you. Everybody understand me? All right, because they throw that stuff into a lot of vignettes like it means something. They're hoping you go in and go off on a tangent, thinking sed rate can diagnose something. It doesn't. Okay? All right, last thing, who makes acute phase reactors come out of your liver? IL-6. They love to ask that. That's why when somebody has chronic disease, why do you think sed rate keeps going higher and higher? Because IL-6, more IL-6 is made by T cells and macrophages and keep the acute phase reactors coming out. These are the newer protein markers that we're now using. Better than sed rate, better than CRP. The first one is procalcitonin. Now, if you remember calcitonin by itself, Ida, is made by the parafollicular cells behind the thyroid. Normal first. And calcitonin's job is to do what? To do what to calcium? To decrease calcium. But in the time of inflammation, illness, infection, every cell in your body is given the power to make procalcitonin. Now, when this one came out, folks, normally I would have just memorized that, yeah, procalcitonin. But I love physiobiochemists. I'm always asking myself, why would every cell in your body be given the right to make procalcitonin? Just because you're sick. Because of a word that you learned yesterday. The word was called dystrophic calcifications. What did you learn yesterday? Calcium kills cells. Look at that. Every cell in your body is given the power to bring calcium levels down in the time of illness. So that's why procalcitonin rises in response specifically to infection. And 90% of the time, bacterial infection. They finally titrated it so it was more indicative of bacterial infection than viral. When it was 50-50, I said, no, I'm not teaching this. 50-50 is a throw of the dice. That's not going to tell you anything. But they kept working on it for years and they found whatever, used a different parameter or cutoff number. All of a sudden now it's 90% bacterial, 10% viral. I said, okay, fine, I'll teach it. And sure enough, now I'm starting to see on URL questions, okay? So procalcitonin is a very specific marker. It means you have a bacterial infection in your body. Where are we using this now? 2 places, 2 main places. Number 1, emergency rooms. Emergency rooms, according to a report, 75% of the time use antibiotics unnecessarily. Okay? Why? Here comes a child with a low-grade fever, snotty nose, and a doctor looks all over, can't see any infection. He figures, here, take some amoxicillin, see your doctor in a couple of days. You don't need the amoxicillin. But they didn't know whether it was infection or not, so they just winged it. All right, but now doctors get dinged for doing wrong things like that. So in the ER, why don't you just draw a procalcitonin level? If it comes back elevated, the child has a bacteria in his blood. Now the amoxicillin is justified. Even if you don't know where the infection is coming from, at least you're justified. He has a bacteria in his bloodstream. That's where it's being used. Okay, point of care is what they call it. All right, then in second place, ICUs. Think about it, Ashley. Everybody's coming out of surgery, trauma, whatever, right? When they get in the ICU, they're all inflamed. So somebody's hiding everybody. So that means if they get a fever the next day, the surgeon trying to think, okay, does he have a fever because inflammation of healing or inflammation because he has an infection? And what do? Start antibiotics. And we overuse antibiotics. That's why there's so much resistance in the ICUs. Well, look at that. Procalcitonin has come along now. That means when you got a surgical patient, right now, just draw a procalcitonin level. If that thing is high, then he does have a bacteria. Now the antibiotics is justified. But if procalcitonin is normal, that's a fever of healing. That's the healing process causing that fever. Okay, so for surgeons in ICUs, this is great stuff. In my mind, I said, wow, this is going to be good. All right, and sure enough, I'm seeing a bunch of articles coming out about it. Good stuff in the ER and the ICU. Okay, calprotectin is another protein that is made by the intestinal wall cells only in response to inflammation. So if ever you want to know whether your bowels are inflamed, that's your answer right there. That means when somebody comes with diarrhea, you say, man, I wonder if this is infectious diarrhea. Okay, then calprotectin. If it's high, it is infectious diarrhea because infections cause inflammation. If it's low, then it's called secretory diarrhea, which has nothing to do with inflamed bowels. So we'll talk about it in GI when we talk about gastroenteritis again. So that's where calprotectin is useful. If you got gastritis, now I want to know whether it's inflammatory, i.e. infectious, or secretory, which has nothing to do with inflammation. Yes, sir.
Is it possible that calprotectin can be elevated in chronic conditions such as inflammatory bowel disease?
Can calprotectin be elevated in inflammatory bowel disease? Yes. Anything that can inflame your bowel will cause calprotectin to be elevated.
It doesn't necessarily have to be infectious.
It doesn't have to be infectious. Anything inflammatory. Yes. All right, moving on then. What if you have too many acute phase proteins in your bloodstream? It's going to lead to a disease called amyloidosis. Amyloidosis means foreign proteins deposited into organs of your body. There's two types of amyloidosis, Lillian, two types. Primary. Now notice it says autosomal dominant. Why? Because it's a protein. See that? Following our pattern. Okay? But this is rare. Very rare. But what's going to happen is if you deposit amyloid in all my blood vessels, obviously, see again, the brain is the most important. It's going to lead to massive intracerebral hemorrhage without trauma or bleed or hypertension rather. Because your blood vessels now have zero compliance. One more time, if you have primary amyloidosis, amyloid is going to be deposited into blood vessel cells, in the vascular endothelial cells. All your blood vessels lose compliance. That means if your blood pressure suddenly goes up for any reason, that's just, you can bend down, stand up. Blood vessels just pop. Massive hemorrhage in the brain, patient's dead already. So that's what they die from. Massive intracerebral hemorrhage without a history of trauma or hypertension. All they did was just bend down. They changed their body position and blood pressure went up for a second. And that's it, blood vessels pop. Thank goodness it's rare. Secondary is way more common. Secondary to any chronic inflammatory disease like lupus, rheumatoid, post-stress, Wagner's, whatever. Any chronic inflammatory disease can cause secondary amyloidosis. The stain that we use, Conga red stain, nice buzz phrase. Alpha green birefringence on echocardiogram, another buzz phrase. You understand, Ashley? You understand, Savant? You understand, Kathleen? All right. Secondary amyloidosis then, Kathleen, you work with me. The different types. So the first letter A is for amyloid. Second letter, what protein are you talking about? So AA amyloid is what we see 90% of the time. Because the second A is for acute phase reactant. That means any chronic inflammatory disease, and there are millions of those. You understand, Kathleen? So if they ask you what's the most common cause of amyloidosis, that's why you pick chronic inflammation, AA amyloid. Because there's so many diseases underneath that. All right, got a couple of questions here. Leslie Gonzalez, you have a question?
Yes, I have a question regarding the procalcitonin and the relation with calcium.
Okay.
Why, when calcium is high, procalcitonin is released?
No, the procalcitonin is released in response to an infection.
Okay, it is not related to calcium.
It's not related to calcium. It's related to an infection. And the body's trying to protect itself because if you had high calcium at that time, with infection around, a lot more cells would die. Remember dystrophic calcification? They would actually die. So the body protects itself against that by making sure calcium levels stay low while you're still sick with that infection. Okay?
So you saying that when you are in an infection, you have to try to keep the calcium in their normal range in the blood, so
that's correct.
Cells don't die.
Yeah,
okay,
that's correct. Protecting against cellular death. All right, Maribel or Marble, how do you pronounce this name?
Mabel.
Oh, Mabel.
Yeah. Please,
Oh,
please, can you throw more light on primary amyloidosis?
What about it?
Can you explain it again? I didn't get what you said.
No, I said primary amyloidosis is rare. It's also somewhat dominant. That's what I said. It's rare. Don't focus too much attention on it. It's rare, but what you're going to see is amyloid deposited into every organ in their body. How do I know you have it? All your organs are huge. Because remember, protein drinks a lot of water. So they don't describe a large heart, large lung, large liver, large kidney. Everything's huge.
Okay.
Yeah, so they die at a young age of heart failure. Or they die from massive intracranial hemorrhage because the blood vessels have no compliance. Yeah.
Okay.
Yep. That's all you need to know about that one. All right, that's AA amyloid, chronic inflammatory diseases. There's thousands of those. AB, B is for beta or tau protein. Beta or tau protein, or now beta lipoprotein E4 is the new marker for Alzheimer's. Beta lipoprotein E4 is actually a breakdown product of a larger molecule called amyloid precursor protein. Beta lipoprotein E4 is a breakdown product of amyloid precursor protein. So in the general population, Alzheimer's is due to lipoprotein E4. Because it's a tinier molecule, that's why it takes more decades to accumulate. That's why regular Alzheimer's does not start till after the 60s and 70s and 80s. Early onset Alzheimer's involves amyloid precursor protein, a larger molecule deposited into your brain. So it takes up more space, and therefore you get Alzheimer's earlier in life. But there's only one person who's not able to cleave APP into lipoprotein E4. Ida, who was that? Down syndrome, which is why Down syndrome is the only disease that has early onset Alzheimer's. Nobody else has it. So watch out. Alzheimer's in general population, beta lipoprotein E4. In Down syndrome, you got to pick APP, not lipoprotein E4. Well, what's really going on here, Nolan, is that these two lipids, these two amyloids, are being oxidized. And when they're oxidized, they get sticky, and that's how they stick to your brain. What's the #1 cause of free radicals in your body, Nolan? Viral infection, cells who make it.
NHPH oxidate. I'm sorry.
Oh, Lord. Make sure you got your mic off. All right, the cells who make the free radicals, Nolan. Not macrophages. They can make some, but not as well as the best answer. Amy, neutrophils are the best source of free radicals. And then now you say what enzyme they're using, Nolan. NADPH oxidase. So those free radicals, when they oxidize these two things, now they stick to your brain. Starting in hippocampus, which is why short-term memory precedes everything else. Everybody else understand that? All right, right now, I can ask you what vitamin will eat up free radicals in the GI tract, Miguel? What vitamin eats up free radicals in the GI tract? Which one? Yeah, vitamin C primarily. How about in the bloodstream, read? E. Remember I said vitamin E, give it to these patients, slows down progression, in case you ever see that question, okay? The best first-line treatment for Alzheimer's right now, donepezil, acetylcholinesterase inhibitor. Because remember, they have decreased acetylcholine. So if you inhibit the breakdown, you have more left over. Donepezil is the best one. Some guys like rivastigmine, but not as popular as donepezil, rivastigmine. And then there's galantamine. There's a newer one that's come out, galantamine. And now we have a drug called memantine. Memantine blocks glutamate from becoming inhibitory. So that's why it's not first line, but they have a combination of donepezil with memantine now. So you use donepezil first, and once they kind of stabilize, then you add memantine and they start getting better again. But the first three are direct, memantine is indirect. All right, that's Alzheimer's. Any questions on that? The number one cause of dementia in America. All right, AB2. AB2 is short for beta-2 microglobulin, which is a protein excreted by the kidney. As you see, why chronic renal failure is a cause of it. Because it means the kidney is no longer getting rid of it. Now it's free to deposit anywhere. So anytime you see AB2, that's renal failure. And the most common cause of renal failure in children, Gloria, HUS, and in adults, Ida. Yeah, hypertension and diabetes. Very good. So again, always know your most commons. So chronic renal failure. Talk about that more in renal. AE and AF, go with MEN2. RET is the tumor marker. MEN2. If you remember, medullary carcinoma of the thyroid, pheochromocytoma, and parathyroid tumors. All of them are proteins. And then AL, L is for light chain, multiple myeloma. Light chain could be gamma or lambda. And kappa or lambda. Kappa is seen 90% of the time. But that's by chance alone. 90% of antibodies have kappa light chain, so no big deal there. Yes, Paul.
Is that a recent change? I thought
MM was primary. Which one are you talking about? Primary amyloidosis. For, you're saying MM? Wait a minute, so you're saying for multiple myeloma, that must be another way of qualifying the same thing. The E, oh, you're talking about AL. Are you saying that they usually use MM rather than AL? Is that what you're saying?
What I'm saying is I thought, when you have it here, you're saying multiple myeloma is one of the secondary amyloidosis.
Yes.
I thought it was primary.
Oh, no. Because, okay, I see what you're saying. He's saying he thought that multiple myeloma is a secondary, it's a primary amyloidosis. No, primary amyloidosis say you genetically got it. You didn't have to get multiple myeloma and then get the amyloid. Those people have amyloid starting in childhood. They don't live long enough to get the multiple myeloma because that's usually in the 60s and 70s. Yeah, so this is all secondary. You got to have a disease and then get the amyloid. That's secondary. All right, this is not a primary thing. And primary would wait 60 years to finally develop. All right, but anyway, the light chain, L is just for light chain, kappa is the most common because 90% of antibodies have light chain kappa in them. What about with aging? It's called senile amyloidosis. It's called transthyretin. This is a new, well, not new, but they're discovering a lot of people, more people have it now than we thought. Because now I'm starting to hear it advertised on radio and TV. Yeah, if you have this amyloid, whatever, you see a doctor. That's because they're doing all kinds of studies on it now. Anyway, but transthyretin just occurs with aging alone. So how do I know they want this one? They give me like an 80, 85, 90-year-old person. He has no chronic illnesses, but he has amyloidosis. And they'll ask you, what kind of amyloid do you think he has? Now you know. But it's going to be rare to see an 85-year-old with no chronic diseases, obviously. So it's rare. All right, that's amyloid. Yes, sir.
Mild cognitive impairment. Is there any correlation with this because of that?
Does mild cognitive impairment, which is MCI, correlate with this, with amyloid? In a way, yes. Okay, but mild cognitive impairment is different from dementia in that MCI, they can still do their activities of daily living. Once you're demented, you don't even know how to, you can't even tell why you went into the kitchen, let alone balance your checkbook. That's how you separate the two. So you can actually look at it, well, one is mild, one is severe. But it's probably on a spectrum. Yeah, but that's how we separate it. All right, amyloidosis, see how big this heart is? Good Lord, and it gets to the point where the heart can't even beat because it's so big and so heavy. Okay? Look at it, this tongue. See how big that is? Fills up his mouth, bad sleep apnea, pulmonary hypertension, they die of heart failure. Same problem. All right, tertiary structures, 3D. What does it look like in three-dimensional space? The first thing they like to ask, what's the most important factor? That's why I wrote it here for you. It's hydrophobic and hydrophilic interactions. What does that mean? Fat and water soluble by two new names. See, same old stuff again, but just have a new name now. But here's the big picture that you want to know. Hydrophilic, which means water soluble, always wants to be on the outside. Hydrophobic, fat soluble, always wants to fold to the inside. Automatic. If you put a protein in water, it immediately starts folding. That's exactly what it's doing. Fat soluble will fold to the inside, run away from water. Water soluble will fold to the outside, in contact with water. It's an automatic habit of all proteins to have hydrophobic and hydrophilic interactions. And then new covalent bonds can then be made. If you got two sulfurs near each other, shoot, disulfide bond. Or positive and negative, boom, covalent bond, and so forth. So the majority of covalent bonds are made during tertiary structure. And then quaternary structure is when two or more different proteins are interacting, like 2 alpha, 2 beta chains in hemoglobin A. 2 alphas do deltas, 2 alphas do gammas. And that means you can now have what we call cooperativity. Remember, you cannot cooperate with yourself. You gotta cooperate with someone else, okay? So that means we can also define what we call allosterism if you want to apply this to enzymes. Allosterism is cooperativity amongst enzymes. The allosteric enzyme for every pathway is also called the rate-limiting enzyme. Why? Because everybody got to cooperate with him. If he speeds up, everybody automatically speeds up. If he slows down, everybody automatically slows down. If he stops, the whole pathway shuts down. Rate-limiting enzyme. It's actually the slowest enzyme in an entire pathway. Comes from the saying, you don't be as strong as the weakest link. You don't be as fast as the slowest guy, that kind of stuff. Rate limiting. They want you to know all of them. Every rate limiting enzyme, they want you to know all of them. And we're going to review all of them. Why do they want me to know all of them? Because if you damage any one of them in any way, the whole pathway stops. You understand that? You understand that, Kathleen? You understand that, Lillian? That means you got a permanent disease. The rate limiting enzymes, folks, are the big source of most genetic diseases that we have in peds. Because that pathway can't run, well, you're going to have problems. So make sure you always catch it, because I'm going to tell you the rate limiting enzyme for every pathway we talk about. All right, but that's the one I'm going to answer the most questions about. What speeds them up? what shuts them down, that kind of stuff. That way you know how every pathway in your body is actually regulated. Okay? Any questions on that? All right, now let's get to enzyme kinetics since we're talking about enzymes. This is just a regular enzyme kinetic drawing. Let me see. To the right of Armando, I forgot your name. Man, why am I drawing a blank on his name? What's your first name again? Ah, Cesar, okay. All right, so Cesar. Now, for every reaction in your body, folks, follow me carefully. We're gonna do one piece at a time. There's a portion of the graph where as substrate concentration goes up, Vmax also goes up. This is called first order kinetics. And let me just straighten it out, make it a little easier for you to visualize. Okay. I like when we draw it this way. You can do that the way you want. But anyway, when substrate concentration affects Vmax in a linear fashion, this is called first order. When concentration of the substrate no longer affects Vmax, then we call that zero order. Any questions on those two? Well, Rachel, let's look at the difference. Number one, during first order kinetics, substrate concentration affects Vmax in a linear fashion. Do you agree? Does everybody see that in the tracing? As you raise one, the other one goes up. That's first order. What does it mean? You have a lot of active sites still open. So let's say I have 100 active sites. You only gave me 10 things to work on. Well, there's still 90 open spots. Now you give me 47. No problem. There's still 53 spots open. Give me 67, 78, 94, whatever. I can keep going. There's linear. That tells me visually there's a lot of active sites still open. Any questions on that? Is the last a characteristic of first order versus first zero order? You gotta know what this means. They don't want students just memorizing things anymore unless you actually know what it means. So first order, substrate concentration is linear with Vmax. Second feature, you have a lot of active sites still open. And that's why you can accept more substrate. Therefore, you're metabolizing a constant proportion or fraction. And that's the slope of the line. You're metabolizing a constant proportion or fraction. That's first order. If we look at zero order, Paul, number one, see that? Vmax, so concentration gradient of the substrate no longer affects Vmax. Everybody see that? You flattened out. That's number one. Second, it means all the active sites are now occupied. If I'm an enzyme with 100 active sites, up until 100, I can do them all. Once you get to 101, I can't do any more than 100. Give me 107, 7 are just sitting idle. Give me 132, 32 are sitting idle. I can't go past 100. So that's why I do a zero order. You're metabolizing a constant number. You got to be careful of which word you pick in your answer now. First order is a constant fraction or proportion. A zero order is a constant number. You can't go past that number. Now, let me show you how to apply this stuff, big picture. You've seen this as part of biochemistry, Ashni, but I'm going to apply it all the way to renal physiology. Okay, in renal, filtration is fluid going through a bunch of holes. You understand me? Fluid just filtering through a bunch of holes. There's no way to saturate holes. Right? Everybody understand me? Okay, that's why your GFR is a straight line. It never flattens out. Right, follow me? However, reabsorption requires a protein to transport you back in. Secretion requires a protein to transport you that way, where you can only have a certain number of proteins. And that's why all transport in the kidney has a first and a zero order to it. We call it transport maximum. See, a new term means the same thing. The one they're gonna ask you about was one a guy spent 4 years studying. Beautiful job. Beautiful job. It's about glucose transporting the kidney. Totally revolutionized how we manage diabetes in America. It's called DCCT, Diabetic Complications and Control Trial. Beautiful the way he did it. He said, okay, I'm gonna take a diabetic. I'm gonna use by IV, drip 1 milligram of glucose into the blood every minute and see at what level the sugar end up in the urine. Does you understand? If I give you one will filter and you reabsorb it, no problem. Whenever sugar shows up in the urine, that means you exceeded the transport maximum. Everybody follow? It was exactly 126. That's why diabetic management now is 126. Folks, for years, every book said 150 to 200. They just estimated because they didn't know. But this guy proved the exact number was 126. And he showed that if you kept the blood sugar under 126, at that time he was just looking at retinopathy, it reversed. Because the body can then, the people, diabetic's eye can just heal itself up because you're not damaging it anymore. And that's why now with diabetes, that number is hard and fast because it's been proven is 126. Okay, that's the one they ask about all the time because they want to make sure when you go out there and practice, you don't still have that old number 150 to 200 in your head. Okay, 126 is now the number. So we want to keep people's blood sugars under 100. So now they say 100 to 126 is pre-diabetes because you're on your way. Once you hit 126, now you're diabetic. Okay. First order, zero order. We just applied it to renal. Let me apply it a different way for you. Apply it to biostats. Told you. Just got to understand stuff. You can see it applying all over the place. Okay? Biostats. Whenever you give somebody a drug, wherever you need it to be, it's called a therapeutic dose right there. So I'm just going to say D therapeutic. That means a toxic dose is way up here at zero order. So toxic dose, I'll say D toxic. So now we set up an equation. Therapeutic window or therapeutic index. I'm sure you guys have heard those terms before. So I'm going to say thera W, therapeutic window, equals toxic dose over therapeutic dose. Meaning I want therapeutic dose to be a low number, and I want toxic dose to be a big number, which means I got a wide window. You understand, Mike? Why do I want a wide window? It means as a doctor, I can screw up a whole lot of ways and still not hurt anybody. Because they can still metabolize it. So let's say he needs this number, therapeutic, but I gave him this number. That's all right, it's still a first order. How about if I give him this number? It's still a first order. See, 4 times, 5 times, 6 times, doesn't matter. As long as I'm in first order, he can metabolize it. What does that tell you, Abigail? Tells you that 9 out of 10 drugs you give people, acids or bases. Acids, weak or strong. She says weak. And now I'm adding to it, 90% are in first order. Why? At first, do no harm. The first principle of medicine. Non-malfeasance, at first, do no harm to your patient. That's why 90% of drugs we use in medicine are first order drugs. It's not by accident, folks. It's not by accident. Because even if the doctor overdoses a patient 3, 4, 5 times, they just metabolize it when you're done. However, Saber knows, if I give you a drug at zero order, you understand at zero order, you can't benefit me anymore. You understand? I'm already at Vmax. That means anything extra you give me can only do me harm. You understand? So zero order drugs are quite harmful. And that's why they have a narrow window. So let's say there's my toxic dose up here. And I'm gonna put my therapeutic dose right here. So just draw it out. And here's your toxic dose. Does everybody see how narrow that window is? So that tells me something that if I want to give you a drug that has a narrow therapeutic window or index, I have to make sure that the drug I just gave you stays in this narrow window. How do I make sure of that? Check the level of the drug. I'm here to show you something, folks. Did you know that every drug in the hospital where you have to check the level, if any attendant ever asks you why, is going to have a narrow window? I've never had to look it up after I understood it. It doesn't matter if it's Vanco, amphotericin B, it can be gentamicin, call it whatever the hell you want to call it. The answer is the same for all of them. We do ceftriaxone levels? No, because the window is this big. But vancomycin level? Yeah, because the window is this big. Every time. Imagine on teaching round, man, that's some of the best highs I ever had. Teaching rounds, attendings, fire questions. Why we got to measure vancomycin? Why we got to do amphotericin? I'm just answering, yeah, narrow therapeutic window. Narrow therapeutic. The other residents had no idea. I was just answering the same thing every time. Because I knew I was right. I didn't have to look it up. Doesn't matter. Because there's a concept to it versus a detail. See, the book only told you about one, but you didn't realize there's a concept to it. That covers all of them. Any drug that we cover to check the levels. Why do we check heparin? Why do we check warfarin? Narrow window. You give people too much, boom, bleed to death. They're dead. That's why we check. Okay? Now you just heard the answer to all of them. Any questions on that? Oh, a couple of hands here. First person, Shri, you have a question?
Mine was like a little bit farther back. It was with
Okay.
the android. With the men 2, was it specifically like 2A, 2B, or was it both?
No, it's both. 2A and 2B are both red positive. It's
Okay.
MEN1 who's not red positive. The menstrual comes from thyroid and pheochromocytoma seen in both MEN2A and 2B. The only difference is 2B, we'll talk about later, has the neuromas and no parathyroid tumors. That's it.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Yeah, no problem. Victoria, you have a question?
Yeah, so is this the same? So if you have like a child come in with a Tylenol overdose, which I see a lot in the hospitals,
Yeah.
is this the same thing? They just pushed it from first order to second order, which is when you give them the antidote?
Right, exactly. Because you
Okay,
took it
is
from a
it-
safe level to a dangerous level.
Okay, so what about like opioids? Or something that you won't overdose on a minimal dose, but if you do too much, is it like the same thing?
It's the same thing, yeah. It's the same thing.
Okay,
The same
okay.
thought process. Okay?
Okay.
Same thought process. Very good. So first order, safe. Everybody follow me. Huge window. Zero order, not so safe. Narrow window. Everybody with me? So only the narrow window ones we check their levels. Wide window, nobody checks their levels. Everybody understand that now? Because remember on the test, it'll be a specific question. If you're into details, that's all you saw was a detail, you didn't get it. Okay, the answer is the same for all of them. All right, now, I'm gonna take this and move it to another area again. More biostats. If I want a drug to be safe, then I want it to mostly help people. You understand, Chris? So we look at something called number needed to treat. I have my slides here. First. Yeah, number needed to treat and number needed to harm. Now, fortunately, we saw that this morning, so I already gave you the equation of how to figure it out. Number needed to treat, 1 over absolute risk reduction. Number needed to harm, 1 over absolute risk increase. Just a good outcome versus a bad outcome. Number needed to treat, a B, says how many people do I need to treat before I see a benefit? You want it to be a high or low number? You want it to be a low number? Number needed to harm. How many people do I need to treat before I harm somebody? Do you want it to be a high or low number, I mean? Huh? High number. Make sure you think before you say speak. Number needed to harm means I want to help a lot of people before one person gets hurt. That's why I want a big number. Number needed to treat. I want it to be as low as possible. As we saw this morning, one was a 5, one was a 20. Well, I'll take the 1 to 5. Okay. So again, I'm teaching you the idea behind it, the numbers. They can play with numbers all day long. Number needed to treat. I want it to be a low number. Number needed to harm. I want it to be a high number. That's what matters. You understand, Rachel? All right. So therefore, Rachel understands that a drug that's in the first order has a low number needed to treat, right? And a high number needed to harm. That's what a wide window is. Before you ever harm somebody, you got to give them a whole lot of medication. That's why we say, okay, we like those drugs. In fact, you got to get special permission from the FDA to do research on a drug that's at 0 order. And that's because of this, Rachel. Think about this. If you give somebody a drug that's at 0 order, do you understand that drug is harmful? Everybody else understand that? Does everybody else understand that? Anybody not understand that? Ava, do you understand that?
Yes, I understand it.
Okay, Tori, do you understand that?
Yes.
Gabriel Rivera, you understand that?
I did not understand this, sir.
I do.
Mabel again. So Mabel, make sure you wait till I call your name. Just put your hand up, then I'll call your name. All right? Oh, you did put your hand up. Okay, I just didn't see that. All right, so Mabel, number needed to treat, number needed to harm. Did you understand those?
No, I didn't, sir.
Okay, what do you, wait a minute, slow down. Hang on. One thing at a time. Number needed to treat. What do you not understand about it?
The only thing I understand is that you said that you need a lower number, a number needed to treat.
Yeah, and number needed to treat. A low number means you only have to treat a few people before you see benefit from the drug. Isn't that what you want?
No.
No, that is what you want. That's what I'm trying to tell you, Mabel. That's what you want.
Okay.
I mean, think about it, right? If I got to treat 1,000 people before one person gets better, what good is that drug? It's no good.
It's not good, yeah.
Yeah, I'm saying, I want to make sure you understand it though. A minute ago you said no. All right, so you want number needed to treat to be a low number. That means you want to treat only a few people before you see somebody get better. That's what a low number means. You understand that?
Yeah.
And then number needed to harm is how many people do I have to benefit before somebody gets harmed? And you want that to be a huge number. That means I want to benefit a lot of people before one person even gets harmed.
Okay.
That's why number needed to treat should be a low number. Number needed to harm should be a high number. That's understanding the idea. The rest is just they throw numbers at you. And how to calculate it, I showed you that this morning. Okay?
Okay, thank you.
All right, very good. All right, Josh?
Clarify the reasoning behind that, because there will be some people who won't have pleasant as well, higher dose.
Right, exactly. So what he's saying is there's going to be some people where you have to use a higher dose of a drug. That's okay, as long as you got a wide window. Nobody's going to be hurt by it. But if you got a narrow window, then you probably don't want to do that. You don't, because you're going to mostly kill people. So my question for you, therefore, Rachel, is this. If you know, Rachel, as a doctor, that a 0 order drug is dangerous to your patient, then when is it okay to still use it? When what? When it's an emergency. What emergency is that? You're on the right track, but you're not using the right word yet. No, you're thinking about details. I want the idea, big idea first. Hang on, you're on the right thought, right track though, but I need the right word. All right, answer. When is there's no other option? When does that exist, that you have no other options? You're almost there, Akshay. When death is the only other alternative. Let's just be frank, folks. That's why. Just so everybody understands this. Listen to me again. When is a zero order drug better to use? When death is the only other alternative. Let me give you a good example. Let's say you got a guy who you're about to take to a hernia surgery. So the surgeon takes him for a hernia surgery, takes about 20 minutes, and then about half an hour later, he wakes up. He said, I wonder how that scar looks. So he opens up the sheet and he looks, so oh my God, what are my testicles? They're gone. Hey, honey, please call a doctor. Tell him to come up in here and explain something to me. Oh yeah, hand me my gun too while you're at it. He goes, he better have a damn good explanation for this one. Okay, so the doctor walks in. Hey, doc, strange thing just happened. You told me you were fixing a hernia, and I just wanted to look at the scar, and I noticed my testicles are gone. Could you kind of explain what happened? I know they were with me this morning when I got here. All right, good explanation. It doesn't get you killed. Say, Mr. Jones. Yes, I was in there taking care of hernia, and I happened to feel a little mass in your scrotum. And I said, man, I wonder what this is. And I just kind of made a little incision, and I saw it and said, ooh, something looks pretty menacing in here. So I took a piece of it, sent it down the hall to the pathologist, and he told me it was a choriocarcinoma, one of the most deadly cancers, Mr. Jones. If I didn't take it away, you'd been dead in a month. I had to remove the cancer, but as a result, I had to remove your testicles with it. Save your life. All of a sudden, click. Oh, thank you, Doc. Thank you. What about if the alternative answer comes up? Doc, what happened to my testicles? Oh, Mr. Jones, you should have seen it, man. I saw a bad rash. I said, oh man, that's a nasty looking rash. I said, I know you don't want to wake up and see a rash in the scrotum. I just cut everything out. All gone. See, now look, you got no more rash. And as he's ducking bullets, running down the hallway, because that does not sound acceptable to a person. So, just so everybody understands, when death is the only other alternative, zero order sounds real good. Okay? So that's why FDA controls that. It's not that zero order drugs are not allowed in medicine, no. But it better be for deadly disease, or else we're not allowing it. What's a good example of that, Ida? Cancer drugs. Folks, cancer drugs kill people every day. But how can we still use it? Because the cancer would have killed all of them. If you did nothing, all of them would die. So let me use that one because that's the one they like to test. We use what we call patient years to measure things. So let's say I got 10 patients with malignant cancer. By the end of the year, all 10 would have been dead. That's called 10 patient years. 10 times 1 year apiece, 10 patient years. Now, I'm going to give all 10 patients in the study 3 cancer drugs. All of them are lethal drugs. 4 of them are going to die. I don't know which 4 are going to die, and you don't either. And that's why we never tell a patient chemo drug is safe. Don't ever use that word. You're lying to your patient, all right? Because I don't know which 4 are going to die. But the 6 who live get to live another 5 years. That's why we do 5-year mortalities, right? 5 years. What's 6 times 5? That's 30. You now have 30 patient years created by 3 deadly drugs. That's why it's justified. The 6 who live a much longer life. Because if you had done nothing, all 10 would have died. So cancer is a good example of that. But that means, folks, anything that's deadly, listen to me carefully. Any disease that's deadly, I bet you the drug we use is zero order. I ain't got to check. You can check it if you want. Can you give me another deadly disease? Ida. Now let me give you one more. Antiarrhythmics. Look up an article a few years ago. They did a meta-analysis on every antiarrhythmic in America and found not one. Even the amiodarone, every cardiologist loves and think that it saves lives. They said not one of them has ever decreased mortality. Not one. See, when that article came out, I wasn't shocked. So that's because they're zero order drugs. Why? Because the arrhythmia would have killed you that Friday morning. So I had to give it to you to save your life. But I'm going to cut your life short in the long run. See? It's one or the other. You want to die last Friday or you want to die a year from now? Of course, you're hoping we come up with a cure in that year or that 2 years or 5 years or 10 years. But when we compare you to the population, you're dying faster with our drugs. Folks, we came out with antiarrhythmics. They're more than 30 years old now. And now, after 30 years of using them, now we realize we're killing people more than helping them. I don't know if you guys have noticed why we're doing more surgical procedures for heart disease now. See what I mean? They said, let's change it slowly so that nobody panics and realize it's not a damn drug to keep you alive. Imagine that. Not one drug we use was shown to decrease mortality at all. It can save your life for the moment, but it'll kill you later on. See that? But if you tell everybody, hey, all these drugs are, you know, doggone, people panic. That's why they say no, don't say a thing. That's why they started experimenting with all these surgical procedures. That's why we do more PCI, more angioplasty, more stent placement, more of this, more ICDs. And now when we get to I'll teach you all that. Just so you guys see when things are changing. Again, now they know most doctors never question anything. Most doctors haven't even noticed that we're switching. Okay? But because my brain sees patterns, I saw that. I said, wait, why are we doing that? And then when I read that, I said, oh, I knew it. I knew there had to be a reason. Why are we also doing all these procedures? That article told me exactly why we're doing it. Okay? Because now after 30 years, we realize that antiarrhythmics only kill people. It doesn't save lives. Not one of them decrease mortality when you do the meta-analysis. Okay? Yeah, so anyway, I want you guys to understand, first order zero, any questions on that? All right, let me see if I can make my transition here. Let's see. Yeah, so therapeutic window, therapeutic index, I just gave you. Now, we can talk about fat and water soluble drugs. So am I within a narrow window? Check the blood levels. Checking blood levels created a problem in the past. Why? Because let's say for water soluble drugs, who's supposed to eliminate them for you? Cesar. Who's supposed to eliminate water soluble drugs for you, Cesar? The kidney. But if you're a diabetic, you already have kidney disease. So now I don't know if my drug is doing it to you or your diabetes is doing it to you. Everybody understand the dilemma? So that's why the sensitivity just started falling off. You say, okay, my God, what are we going to do? Okay. And then for water soluble compounds, we now check peak and trough levels. Peak is the highest level. That means as it's rising up. It's usually 4 to 6 hours after the dose is given. Trough is right before the next dose, 1 or 2 hours before the next dose. That means that's the lowest concentration. You understand, Rachel? All right. You understand, Michael? All right, trough, peak and trough. That way I don't have to worry if you're diabetic or not. Okay? So the peak corresponds to the dose that I gave you, the amount I gave you. The trough corresponds to the frequency, which means, I said, if your peak is too high, what should I do for you? Your peak is too high. That word you just used, increase, cannot be the answer. The peak is already too high. Decrease what? So decrease the dose. Just use the word that's up there. Everybody understand? They'll have answers about frequency. That's the wrong answer. It's got to be dose or decrease the amount that you're giving. When the peak is too high. When the peak is too low, increase the amount. Folks, when I do it that way, I just say, okay, let's say the guy's on 10 milligrams. And they say, oh, the peak is too low. I say, well, you need to increase the dose. You look at the numbers on the exam, there's only one number that's higher or lower than what you want. I told you to make it so if you know what you're doing, folks, you see there's only one answer on this list that can answer the question. Because they're testing if you're organized. Instead of thinking every answer on there is possible, it's not. All you gotta do is just figure out, what are they asking me? Oh, okay, I need to decrease the dose. There's only one dose lower than what you were given. Well, I need to increase the dose. Oh, look at that. There's only one dose higher than what you're given. Just so you know, every time I see one of those questions, that's all I have to do. Just say higher or lower, and it was right there in front of me. Okay? All right. Trough corresponds to frequency. Trough corresponds to frequency. That means if the trough is too low, what should I do, Anders? Give it more frequently. Now notice you have to use that word frequency. See that? If you don't use the right word, then I'm afraid you're going to find the wrong answer. It has nothing to do with dose. You can't be picking an answer about dosing. It's frequency now that I'm worried about, timing. So frequency, give it more frequently means put less time between doses. I've seen it said that way too, like they're trying to say something different. Okay, that means you're giving it more often. So rather than every 6 hours, now it's every 4 hours. That's why it's going to build up. That's what you want to do. And then do the opposite if they say the 12 is too high. Right? Spread it out. Okay. All right. That's for water soluble compounds. What about for fat soluble compounds? In the liver, Justin. We know it's fat soluble compounds, right? Are they acids or bases, Justin? What's that? Bases. Large and small molecules. Ashley will help you. Large and small molecules, Ashley. Yeah, no, water soluble is more likely to be large. Fat soluble is more likely to be small. Remember, plant soluble is all the things that are favorable. Small is favorable, large is not. You follow? Not that they have to be small, but on a test, that's what you're gonna take. Okay. All right. So for fat soluble, that means small molecules, uncharged, basic, easy time crossing membrane, volume distribution is high, CNS toxicity risk is high, right? Half-life is a long time, all that. Well, when you get to the liver will then divide up the fat soluble compounds into small and large. Remember, everything's relative. Small and large ones. So oxane, for the small fat soluble vitamins, the liver will just add a water soluble element to it. Sulfur, nitrogen, or oxygen. Because they'll pull water. You understand, Ashley? So you're a tiny tiny fat soluble molecule, and you show up. What do? I'll put a nitrogen right here for you. Now you're dragging water around. Guess what? You're now water soluble. That's for small ones. And since these are all called mixed function oxidases, that means if they have all three on the list, you pick oxygen. Just what your body does. For large ones, Zena, for large ones, you can't just put a sulfur or nitrogen on it and drag enough water. You got bilirubin that's this big, and you put a little nitrogen over here. And come on, that's not going to drag enough water for anything. But what if you conjugate glucuronide? That's a glucose molecule. C6H12O6. On the side, same thing. Now there's a big bubble of water around bilirubin. All of a sudden, now bilirubin is water soluble, and whoosh, goes out of your body. Why is the liver considered more efficient or effective in decontaminating or detoxifying your body? Because when the liver makes anything water soluble, it means now you have two ways to get rid of it. The number one way, push it out to the GI tract, to the duodenum, along with bile, and just excrete it with feces. Everybody understand that way so far? The second way, that's 90%. 10%, let it go out the back door, because now it's water soluble, straight to the kidney. Why do you think it's bilirubin in the kidney? See? But that's for anything that's fat soluble, not just bilirubin. That's just why the liver is much more effective, because you have two ways to get rid of something once the liver metabolizes. You understand, Miguel? All right, is that Rachel? All right, cool. Ashley, good? All right. So the number one way to conjugate something in the liver is acetylation. So let's put a 90% right next to it. That's because you and I have a lot of acetyl-CoA, right, in the Krebs cycle? So why not put it to use? That's how I remember it. It makes sense. We got tons of it. And then all the other ones. That's how we get rid of 90%. You understand, Amy? So, Amy, a fat-soluble drug is considered a large molecule compared to other molecules. You with me? So that means if I ask you, how does your liver get rid of drugs? It does what to it? Acetylation. So how does your liver get rid of procainamide? Acetylation. How does the liver get rid of INH? Acetylation. How does the liver get rid of fat soluble anesthetics? Acetylation. What do you see that? Then why do we ask families about fast and slow acetylators? You know what I'm saying? We practice medicine for the 90%, right there. We never, how come we never ask about the other ones? Yeah. Because we try to save 90%. You can't know about everything. We just ask about fast and slow accelerators running in the family. Then we work, because that's 90%. And that's why I say, as a doctor, focus on the 90%. But medical school made students think, oh, it's all this esoteric stuff that happens 2% of the time, 4% of the time, 6% of the time. I said, no, you know the 90, I could care less what else you've learned. Give me the 90, because that's what they're testing, and that's what you're going to see on practice. And that's what standard care is based upon. So why would you run away from all the things that make you a good doctor so you can be right one time? You don't want to do that. So this is a fat soluble compound. Leslie, you have a question?
Yes, it's a question about throat. Can you explain again, like, what you have to change? You have to change the time between doses when the trough is low?
Yeah, if the trough is low, then you need to give it more often. That means less time between doses.
Okay, thank you, sir.
And then vice versa if the trough is high. All right, so zero order. This is where we'll take it after lunch. These are 3 drugs that show up in every book. They said these 3 drugs are zero order. And I remember looking at this list, I said, this is a bunch of crap. I said, I can give you a list 10 times as long. Why are they saying only 3 drugs are zero order? And I'll make my point after lunch. Show you how deceiving books can be. And before Dr. Shah, I just trusted what the book said. No, there's a ton of drugs that are zero order. This is not the only 3. All right, we'll start back at 12:20. I mean, 1:20, sorry, jeez. 12:20, that's barely enough time to get the restaurant. Yes, ma'am.
Well, I understood now the sedimentation rate.
Right.
But so if someone has a chronic fever.
If somebody has a chronic fever.
And they have a high sedimentation rate, that means he has an infection, bacterial infection.
Well, it means, remember, if you use sedimentation rate, all you can tell me is that there's too many inflammatory proteins. But I don't know why.
Right.
Now, if you use procalcitonin, then you can say, yes, he has an infection, bacterial infection in his body.
Okay. Okay. Bacteria.
Yeah, because procalcitonin is a lot more specific. Yeah.
Got it.
Yeah.
Especially with such a large model, I think like.
There's in the liver, and the liver divides up the fat soluble molecules into long and small.
Okay.
Yeah. So the ones who are conjugated are for the larger, and the ones where you just add a sulfur and nitrogen for the small.
Makes sense.
Yeah, no problem. Yes, sir.
So I understood this.
All right.
What is the connection to first order?
Where do I bring it down? What is first order to you?
Like 101.
This is safe drugs. And all I did was just show you how to apply it to renal. That's why we look at GFR as linear, whereas all the things that need to be transported, there's linear and flat.
And then what about the?
And then acetylation, just how does the liver get rid of drugs? Metabolize once they actually get there. So now we're going to the processing part. Yeah. All right, see you after lunch. No, I don't think it's even done. Yeah, that's why. That's why. Have you ever checked them? They might. All the time.
One thing that I like is like, this room, next room, I'll see the child or.
I have no idea.
On the other side. Yeah. I think you're right, everything. Pregnant vision or to see somebody flown. Hands up, I don't want to touch them. And the practice we at least. We have to see a kid. And then they yell at them. I try to get. This drug is called, pediatric side. I don't care about kids. I'm like, are you kidding me? Because I'm not. I go to a pediatrician. So yeah, it's kind of.
Guys, are we on break?
I'll tell you this.
Yes, we're on break.
When do we come back?
You want to be put
In 1 hour.
Please, I want to ask a question.
Everything about everything.
Are you there?
Okay. Yes.
You said at zero order elimination, in zero order. You say in zero order, elimination is quickly in patient with liver and kidney disease because they are physically unable to eliminate it. I was like, why? It's not supposed to be easy because they have this disease, so the liver cannot eliminate it. So why is it quickly? How does it go quickly here?
Quickly what? Like
they say in zero. Okay, go to page 84.
Consider any specialty like still have the whole picture. Anybody who states that.
Are you there?
Yes.
Okay, so that in zero order elimination. Zero order elimination quickly in patient with liver and kidney disease, since they physically have less ability to eliminate the drug. So how does that happen?
Because have a narrow therapeutic window. Because actually, if they have a kidney disease, they cannot metabolize the normal therapeutic window of that drug. So that normal therapeutic window is gonna be lower because they have a disease.
Okay, because they're able to metabolize the drug, right?
Yeah. So they're gonna, because they can metabolize, because they have a damage to the organ, their normal therapeutic window will be lower than the one for the drug, because they cannot metabolize the one given.
Okay, understand. Yeah. All right, thank you.
They didn't hear anything. Oh, man. Okay, sorry, online. I've gone anywhere. I was just making a little editorial here. The point I was making is that whenever you challenge books, a lot of instructors start challenging you. But, you know, being with Dr. Shaw and Dr. Rick, I mean, they were two very excellent physicians. I knew I could stand strong in what I'm saying. And this is just one of those cases where people thought I was crazy by saying, no, the books are wrong. Because the book said, these are the 3 drugs that are in zero order, as if they're the only 3 of zero order. And I said, by going back, and I went back here and I said, okay, take a look at this graph. So if I was talking to an instructor, I said, take a look at this graph. First order is here. But guess what? What if you keep giving me that drug? Eventually you're going to hit zero order. So that means that any drug can be driven to zero order if you give me enough of it. So it's not that these 3 are the only 3 drugs that are first order at zero order. It's just that at that time, there were 73 that they knew about. It means that their therapeutic window was so narrow, you hit zero order real fast. And so because they kept seeing cases of this, they thought, oh, these are the only 3 that are zero order. Okay, but over time, now we understand that is not true at all. Any drug can be a zero order. And the best example is acetaminophen. It has been a safe drug for decades. So everybody, I mean, people think acetaminophen is the most safe drug in the world. For that reason, people are abusing it. They're using too much of it because they think, oh, it's so safe, not a big deal. And all of a sudden now, acetaminophen is quickly becoming the most common cause of drug-induced cirrhosis in America. This is the point I was making for years. If you get people to believe that this says all these books is correct, you're going to run into a lot of problems later on. Now, it took about 20 years, but here it is. People are now dying from cirrhosis, from acetaminophen overdose, even though they didn't know you could overdose on acetaminophen. Okay, but that's why I want you guys to understand it, because you're going to read a book and you say, no, that doesn't sound right. Folks, be willing to stand strong when you think the book is wrong and you're right, as long as you can make your case. Another thing is that students think, and residents think this too, you should never disagree with your attending. That's not true. That you hear students saying that all the time, you hear residents saying that all the time. Oh, never, don't disagree with the attendant. They get mad at you. Well, some of them do. It's life. However, if you disagree with an attending and you can actually make a case and show him why you're right and he misunderstood something, in the end, they have such respect for you. Such respect. Okay? Because I've had it happen to me with students. Let's say a student understands something I don't understand. And then they present it to me. I always say present things always in a respectful manner. I'm never for any type of disrespect to anybody. So I say, as long as you're respectful when you're presenting it to your attending, I say, I don't mind if I'm wrong, as long as you teach me why I'm wrong. Why? I just want to be better. That's it. I don't get embarrassed and say, oh my God, I'm wrong. Come on, folks, who's ever wrong or who's ever right all the time? Dr. Shaw was one of the smartest men I've ever met in my life. He can smoke any physician in this country. Not once did I ever hear him say that he was the smartest guy around. Never did I see Dr. Rick ever say the same thing. I never heard him say that. In fact, we used to try hard to find something that they were wrong on. That was our thing. Let's find something he can't understand. And it would take us all month. One thing we'd find. He didn't know this one, he didn't know this one. I mean, I loved Dr. Shaw and Dr. Rick because they would just laugh with us. Oh, okay, yeah, you guys got me. You guys got me. We would just all laugh. And he said, well, teach me that one. He was more interested in learning. That's what I said. That's what I said. I imitate good teachers. You imitate what you see when it's good. I said, this is the kind of guy I like. He's never so arrogant that he thinks he knows everything. And yet you think he knows everything, but he doesn't. But whenever you find somebody who doesn't know, he said, oh, great, well, teach me something. And he congratulates you for teaching him. Just like the thing with the titration. A young lady in class saw that one. I didn't see that one. So whenever somebody else taught it to me, folks, I admit it, I didn't know it. I just like learning every day. I really do. It thrills me to learn something new every day. But I say this whole editorial just to say to you guys, because I was on the phone with somebody and we had to go through this big battle, so I'm used to it. Folks, never put yourself so high that you think you know everything. Nobody does. And have your mind open, always willing to learn. All right, Dr. Shock, Dr. Rick was always willing to learn. And we were happy whenever we could teach them something. But man, every day they were teaching us something all the time. But the fact that they were humble and to congratulate you when you figure out something they haven't figured out, that to me was a sign of an excellent instructor. Why? Because he never made me afraid to be wrong. And I was wrong like crazy in the beginning because I didn't understand anything. But he made me feel comfortable at all times. And that's why I told myself that any student who comes here, that I was always going to try to be understanding. I don't keep track of wrong answers. I don't care how many wrong answers you give me. My job is to teach you how to be more right. So don't put that kind of stress on yourself. Don't pressure yourself, think you have to be right all the time. At least not in front of me. I could care less how many wrong answers you give. My job here is to teach you how to figure things out every time you're challenged. Okay, but this way you don't have to run every time there's a challenge. Residents run every time they call them the pimping attending. Now I know I'm sure I was labeled as a pimping attending because that's just me. Because if I was teaching attending for almost 10 years at U of I, if a resident presents to me, I'm gonna drill him. Why? Because I want to teach him something. Why? Because I already know he's memorized a bunch of things. And I want to show him, you don't want to just memorize that. Here's what it really means. That way the next time you present it to me and I ask you a question, now you know how to answer the question. Okay, and that's what it is. Residents should be free to ask questions and be wrong and be right. Students should be free to ask questions, be wrong and be right. But you and I know that's not the culture of medicine. Everybody's afraid of being wrong. That's because somebody puts you down, it makes you feel bad about being wrong. All right, that's never the issue here at the PASS program. I don't do that. I don't plan on doing that to anybody. All right, so even if you're wrong, folks, that's okay. I'll teach you what I know. And then if you figure out something I haven't figured out, please teach me. Okay, but it's never a contest between me and you. And when you get out there in the real world, don't make it a contest between you and some other attending or you and some other student. Like I said in the first day, don't compare yourself to other people. Just try to be a better person, better physician. Every year I've figured out new things, I've learned new things. That just makes me a better physician, better instructor, better teacher. I mean, the way I teach you now was not the way I taught the first day, because over time I've been learning more and more stuff. And that means if I have something think, oh, I know it all, guess what? The lectures will get boring because that means I don't get to learn anything new. That'll bore me. And then I'll just go back to private practice. I fell in love with it all the time. And I figure out new things. And I love when students challenge me. I don't get offended being challenged. As long as it's a respectful question, I'll answer you. Okay, because I want you to learn. I never want you to feel shy about asking questions. Always ask. Because remember, that's why I'm here, is I ask too many questions. So that's what I want to just clear up. All right, because I just went through a big old deal on the phone with somebody else. And so I just said, well, let me just address it with the class so nobody ever gets scared around me. Let's just all learn. Okay, that's what we're all here for. All right, so this was one of the things I used to challenge physicians about, because they would say, no, the book said these are only 3 at 0. And I said, that cannot be. I said, if you understand the biochemistry of drugs, if you give me enough of any drug, you take me to 0 order. So phenytoin, let's talk about that one first. Phenytoin is a drug of choice for generalized seizures in adults. Phenytoin is the drug of choice for generalized seizures in adults. Main action, block sodium. Secondary action, block calcium. And then by accident, blocks folate. See, now you know why we don't give it to children, because they're still growing. You take away their folate, how do you grow? See, now things like that make sense to you. Folate, the first vitamin run out whenever you have rapid cellular division. So we say, well, let's not give it to children because they still got growth periods to go through. But as an adult, you're done growing, fine. That's why it doesn't hurt you as much. So sodium blockers, primary actions, calcium channel blockers, secondary, folate is an accident. Drug of choice for generalized seizures in adults. Main side effects. Now this is where based on electrolytes, but I'm going to give you the major ones identifying this guy. All right, gingival hyperplasia and hirsutism. You see their gums are all messed up and they got so much facial hair. Gingival hyperplasia and hirsutism. What if mom was on phenytoin and the baby was affected by it? That's the old days. We would do that now. Messed up nails and messed up mandible. Anytime they put those two together, I don't care how they describe it after that. Mandible and nail deformities equals phenytoin syndrome. Neonatal phenytoin syndrome. All right, because now we don't put a pregnant woman on phenytoin. You're not going to see that as a new case, but that question is still floating around. Okay, and so I want you to be able to see that in the test question. Ooh, that's phenytoin you're talking about. Nails, mandible. Adam, your question.
Yeah, 2 more questions based on that.
Sure, go ahead.
Clarify adverse effects, gingival hyperplasia and.
Gingival hyperplasia and hirsutism, hair growth.
And then secondly, sir, it's obviously contraindicated in pregnancy.
Right, that's why we don't use it in pregnant women anymore. But in the past, they did, because they didn't know how teratogenic it could be. And that's why they saw nail and mandibular deformities.
You
In the
also
baby.
said that it blocks folate.
Right.
Can it indirectly cause neural tube defects?
Oh, heck yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah, it can also cause neural tube defects. That's a connection you already know. So phenytoin. Another problem you get with phenytoin is called pseudolymphoma. It irritates your lymph nodes so much that the person had so many swollen lymph nodes, we swore they had lymphoma. So they biopsied the lymph nodes and just saw what they call reactive hyperplasia, which means the cells are just being irritated, but there's no cancer in here. In case you ever see that term, pseudolymphoma, I just want you guys to understand what that is and the drug that's associated with it. This was back in the 80s when we used to see a lot of cases of this.
That's for phenytoin.
That's a phenytoin, still phenytoin, right? All right. Now, aspirin, notice high dose. Let me show you how that problem came about. The original study for aspirin blocking COX-1 and 2 for cardiac protection, they used 80 to 100 milligrams of aspirin. Well, at that time, Bayer, the aspirin company, right? Bayer Aspirin, said, man, we want to align ourselves with that study. Notice they watched the literature. It's like physicians supposed to be watching the literature. They saw, man, a study, aspirin helps with heart disease. Oh, we want our name on that one. The problem was their aspirin on the shelf was 324 milligrams, 4 times the dose used in the study. Everybody see how it came about? They were successful in their ads. People, it was called Bayer aspirin, the heart drug. And so people started buying Bayer aspirin. Notice for a couple of decades, GI bleeding, peptic ulcer, massive hemorrhage, Rye syndrome. Folks, when have you heard about these diseases now in the last 10 years? That's because the FDA made all the companies go back to make 81 milligrams. You go to Walmart, CVS, or Walgreens now, there's a whole aisle of 81 milligram aspirin because they made all the companies make it 81 milligram, stop advertising that you're the heart drug because then they're going to take 325 milligrams. Back in the 80s, folks, we saw peptic ulcer disease, massive hemorrhages, all these people, all on aspirin. That was #1 cause of massive hemorrhage in adults, was aspirin-induced gastric ulcers. That's how common it was. Once they made that change, I haven't seen one of those in years. Years I've not seen one. And yet they were coming in every day back in the 80s. See, but somebody has to understand these things and then say, oh, no, wait a minute. There's a mistake in the literature. The study was done with 81 milligrams, okay? And the patients were taking Bayer aspirin. However, part of the blame went to the physician. See, this is how we still get in trouble. Because if the doctor does not keep up, the patient says, yeah, I'm just gonna take a Bayer aspirin like you told me to. The doctor forgot the Bayer aspirin is 325 milligrams. That means now the doctor is liable for the ulcer. See? This is why it's so important for you to understand things so that when a company makes a mistake or a book makes a mistake, you catch it and say, wait a minute, that doesn't sound right. Okay? But now with 81 milligrams, I hardly ever hear about it. I haven't heard about a Rye syndrome in over 20 years. I treated one of the last ones in my history, that is, back in the late 80s. Because back then we had Rye syndrome all the time. That's because everybody was still taking 325 milligrams. Mom would give them 1 aspirin for their fever or for their headache. Now imagine a child taking 325 is already 4 times what an adult needs. So imagine what that does to a child. And that's why it just ruined their liver. Just one aspirin here and there, bam, liver gone. Okay, so anyway, that's aspirin. I'll give you the 4 indications for aspirin so far. Remember, anti-inflammatory, antiplatelet, analgesia, right? And then antipyretic. That's all I want you to know for now. We'll talk more about the actions later on. All right, that's aspirin. What about alcohol? Alcohol is an acid. See that? Same problem. Alcohol. Let me show you how good companies are at manipulating society. They got permission from the government. Because the government lets them do this stuff. All right? They got permission from government. We want to be separated from other drugs. How many times have you ever heard people say drugs and alcohol? You see how well doctors get programmed? They don't even know they keep saying that. Drugs and alcohol. Alcohol is a drug. Why are you separating it? That's because you've been programmed to separate it. You actually believe that stuff. That's my point. Doctors are being programmed and not even knowing that those companies are getting the right from the government to program physicians to think a certain way, because that's how they make their money. And the doctor just believes whatever the article says. And that's why now that we see how much error there is in that belief, that's why they're trying to change the whole system. All right, so be careful. Leave your mind open at all times. So alcohol is an acid. And remember, most of the drugs we give acids. So acid absorbs an acid. That's why alcohol and drugs should not be mixed together. Right? Now, if you don't want to absorb acid too fast, what should I do with the surrounding environment? Make it more basic. That's why you say drink with your meal. See that? Don't never drink an empty stomach, because you'll absorb it so fast, drunk in no time at all. Drink with your meal is the rule. Okay. Now, in the old days, the zero order number for alcohol was 100 milligrams of alcohol, metabolized per deciliter of blood, okay, per hour. And that equals the legal drunk limit of 0.1. What that means, Christopher King, is that you can metabolize 100 milligrams of alcohol in 1 hour. You with me? So that means, Mitchell, if your blood alcohol level is 0.1, how long before you metabolize it? 1 hour. Zena, your blood alcohol level, 0.2, how long it's going to take for you to metabolize it? 2 hours. Steve, your blood alcohol level is 0.15, how long is it going to take you to metabolize it? 1.5 hours. Everybody see? Easy to answer the question. Here's the real question. What can you do to speed it up? Yours is 0.2. It's going to take you 2 hours to metabolize. What can I do to speed it up? Take something else that's an acid, you said? Well, acid absorbs an acid. You just absorb it more. You can take a base. Okay? That's still not the best answer. Steve, what do you think it is? What? Water? Okay, getting closer. Abigail, let's see what you think it is. An acid? What do you think it's going to bring? What? You can't do anything. What is that? Come on, baby. See, you know why you hesitate right now? Because you're the only one who's right. And that's why you hesitate and say, no, I can't be right all by myself. Wait a minute. There's nothing you can do once you hit zero order. But notice when I suggest to you, there's an option. You see how your brain follows me? And you don't realize I'm the one controlling your brain, but you just didn't know that. That's what a good test writer does. It suckers you to think there's an answer to the question. Because he says, well, what can you do to speed it up? If you're sure it is, there's nothing you can do. That's why all the things your friends told you about how to sober up quicker, a bunch of lies. A bunch of lies, folks. There's no way to sober up quicker. What happens in the medical field when you come to the emergency room? All right, leave me alone. The law says that any adult who says leave me alone, you must leave them alone. If you touch them, it's called physical assault. So when the alcoholic comes in and says, leave me alone, okay, let's say it was an accident. You know, he's got some scratches I need to take care of. He said, Mr. Jones, I really need to take care of these cuts and sew them up for you. And he said, oh, leave me alone. I can't touch him. This is not a medical emergency. You know what we do? Put him in a room, lock the door, let him sleep it off. We already know he needs 1.5 hours or 2 hours to sleep it off. We know exactly how long it's gonna take. We don't give him any medication. We let him sleep it off. And then we just unlock the door at that 2-hour mark. He just getting up, having a good nap. He gets up right on the money. He gets up. And now you say, hey, Mr. Jones, now that he's sober, he said, Mr. Jones, can I take care of that cut on your leg for you? No. Sign out AMA. You guys know what AMA is, right? That's why the doctor says, okay, we'll sign out AMA. Because the law says I can't touch you. If he wants to die, that's up to him. You cannot get in his way. If you do, a lot of ER physicians have lost a lot of money because they forgot about this law. Yeah, all you do is make it richer so you can drink more. I'm serious. If he says, leave me alone, that's why we just say, okay, sign that AMA. That's it. Sign here, sir. And you're welcome to come back if you want me to take care of that for you. That's it. But you cannot try to restrain him. I need to get a CBC. Oh, okay, I need to sew up that leg. No, you're losing more and more money by the minute. Because as you're restraining him, that's against the law. He's already told you, leave me alone. You mess with him after that, it's called assault. All right, no.
Your alcohol elimination rate is off by an order of magnitude.
What? Oh, 0.0, no, 0.1. That's what it used to be, 0.1. Yeah, it's 0.08 now, but I'm trying to give you the story on how it got to 0.08. No, 0.1 was the zero order number at that point. Yeah, but you're cleaning out 100 milligrams of alcohol per hour. Now, let me tell you the story of how we got to this point. This is how they wrote the law. 0.1 was the legal drug limit back then. Okay. When you're at a bar drinking alcohol, ingesting acid, I told you before, acidosis can hurt you in one of 4 ways. Bailey, the 4 ways acid can hurt you. No. The 4 ways acidosis hurts you. I gave you 4 things earlier. That's all right. There you go. Number 1, denature your proteins. Number 2, Solange. Not ketones. Ameha. Acidosis. I forgot something fur at the end. What's the name again? Was it? Montessor. Okay, Montessor. Okay, got it. Hyperkalemia. That's what kills a lot of them. Zena. Kuzma breathing, rapid deep breathing. And Abigail. GABA. Let me take you to a bar and show you the effects of alcohol. All right, take a trip with me. You go to the bar, the guy's here drinking, slamming down one drink after another. There's 2 ladies over here just talking to each other. You see Atlanta Housewives? Oh, girl, I can't believe what she did. And having a nice conversation. All right, so this guy's just drinking. Item number 1, his muscles start to denature. That's why in the middle of drinking, all of a sudden his knees start buckling. How come they can't seem to stand straight all of a sudden? He was standing straight when he walked in, but all of a sudden he can't stand straight. That's because his muscles are denaturing as he's drinking. And then he actually bumps into her and said, come on now, wait a minute. Gotta handle you looking a lot better than that. Girl, move over. I don't know what's wrong. He can't handle his liquor. So they go back and keep talking about Atlanta. All right. And then number 2, hyperkalemia. Hyperkalemia, folks, is why most alcoholics die of arrhythmias. You guys ever heard of the term holiday heart? You've heard that term before? Holiday heart, after holidays when people are drinking a lot, that's what kills them, hyperkalemia. Okay? Hyperkalemia. Holiday heart. So that's why we're afraid of drinking too much alcohol. 3rd, too small breathing. You now become acidotic, metabolic acidosis, because you got too much acid in your system. And now your lungs try to compensate by blowing off that CO2. But in order to do that, I got to make you breathe harder. So now you're breathing like this. Okay? Now here's the 2 ladies over here. They're turned this way, and somebody's behind them. And all they hear is, You can imagine what? Oh, girl, let's go get a table. I don't know what's wrong with her. She thinks he's breathing hard over her. It's got nothing to do with her. It's just the acidosis has finally kicked in, and now he has to do Kuzma breathing. Okay? And a lot of times they end up passing out. Just like if you hyperventilate too much, you pass out. Okay? That happens. Then the last one, GABA. GABA finally kicks in. Is GABA excitatory or inhibitory, Gustavo? Inhibitory, gonna speed you up or slow you down? Slow you down. Do you know the first thing that gets inhibited in your brain when you're swimming in GABA? Morality. Morality is that higher center. You know, there's no part of the brain, but everybody knows there's a center up here that rules this stuff here. All of a sudden, morality walks out the door. Oh, no, you don't want to say that. No, it can't be. Folks, when morality walks out the door, why do you think people who drink all of a sudden start saying the dumbest things around somebody else? See? Whereas you would have been polite and said nothing, now you make a comment about somebody's girlfriend, wife, and now you're in a fight. See that? That's why when you go to the bars, the fights break out. Growing up in Chicago around 3 a.m. I had it mapped out. I'm trying to tell you, we get there about 11:30, 11:45. That's when the party really starts anyway. All right. So you got from midnight to about 3 o'clock. Get the hell out by 3 o'clock. Because that's when GABA kicks in and the guys start acting like fools. Because somebody embarrasses or insults somebody's girlfriend and now they got to fight to the death. I don't want to be around. All right. So we would leave right before 3 o'clock. Next day. Oh man, did you see that fight? Nah, I didn't see nothing, man. I wasn't even there. They didn't know I slipped out. By 3 o'clock, I'm not going to be around. And so if you want to stick around, you on your own. I'm going. All right. So that's because GABA kicks in. Morality goes, bad things happen. That's why they tell you be careful. If you drink too much, notice how slips of the tongue happen. Now you say something about yourself you should have said. Say something about your wife or husband you shouldn't have said. And now, yeah, the truth comes out. Yeah. And then how do you apologize for it the next day? Because that's the truth you just told. And that's why it's hard to mend that friendship. Or if you were on a date with someone, you got drunk before them, guess what? It's gonna be hard to keep that date going again. Because now you said something you should not have said. That's because GABA took away morality. Well, GABA slows you way down. And if GABA slows you down, I say, does that sound sympathetic or parasympathetic to you? Parasympathetic. Now answer. Sexual excitement. What do you remember? Sympathetic or parasympathetic? Parasympathetic. You guys remember point and shoot, right? Point, sexual excitement is parasympathetic. Shoot is ejaculation. That means you're done. Everybody follow? That means when your brain starts swimming in GABA, morality leaves, and suddenly you're sexually excited, but you don't know why. So the guy is drinking. All of a sudden, boing. And he's looking around. He's wondering, why am I turned down? Why am I excited? He's got erection, doesn't know why. So he looks around. I guess she looks all right. Oh, now you guess she looks all right? You guys have heard the term looking through beer goggles, right? That's what I tell you. Be careful who you're standing next to when you start drinking. Because they're going to look awfully good to you. Somewhere along that night, they're going to be looking gorgeous. That's because you're suddenly excited. You don't even know why. Now, this is male and female, so don't think I'm just talking about men. Okay? I remember in college, I used to hear guys saying, you know, before the party starts, come on, man, let's throw down a few brewskis before the ladies get in. See that? They want morality to go. That way they'll sleep with anything that walks in. The amazing thing was I heard the women say that too at the sororities. The girls from the sororities say, yeah, come on, let's get a few drinks before the guys get in. Same thing. They want morality to go so that they'll sleep with anything. And that's what happens. Because at some point in time, you wake up sleeping, laying next to, you don't know if it's something or someone, but there's somebody. And now you have to try to figure out, did I do anything? And it's too late now, isn't it? Okay? And you don't remember anything. GABA's got your memory all messed up anyway. And then what happens? Your friends tell you everything you did. I did what? With who? How many of them? What? It's too late now. Because everything about you is all over town because of too many drinks that one night. So anyway, that's why they say be careful who you're standing next to when you start drinking. They start looking awfully good to you once that gambler starts to kick in. So let's say the guy's drunk and then it starts slowing down his brain, right? So he's, yeah, okay, I'm tired. Okay, I'm going home. So then he tries to go home. Notice how slowly he moves. That's why you see alcoholics move real slow. That's because they're trying to find their balance. Remember, their muscles are denatured. Why can't they stand straight anymore? They're denatured. And so you see, you know, they take a few steps outside of the bar and the alley and then collapse immediately. Once your brain is swimming in enough GABA, it just shuts everything off. There's a term, blackouts, ring a bell, anybody? That's GABA. Once it reaches a certain level, just shuts off the brain. That means you pass out wherever you are. That's why you see alcoholics pass out in front of the bar, in the alley from the bar, 1 or 2 steps away from their car. They almost got there, never got there, okay? But what if they actually get to the car? They get to the car and say, I'm going home. I'm going to drive home. I don't live that far away. I should be able to make it home. Of course, remember, judgment went away. All the good things, gone. And you're just thinking without any morality. So you get in the car and you're driving 95 miles an hour in a 30-mile-an-hour street. But your brain has not recorded it because your brain is moving so slowly. It doesn't say, hey, you're doing 95. It's moving real slow. But in real time, you're flying through the neighborhood. Okay? All right. So now you jump the median, you're on the wrong side of the road. You're now barreling towards traffic. Okay? Your brain is moving so slow, it has now recorded you on the wrong side of the road. Take the camera to the other side. What do you see? It's a minivan, mom, dad, 2 kids coming back from Chuck E. Cheese, party. And they see lights coming right at them. Say, what the heck is so sorry? What the heck is, oh my God, this is coming. Now, whenever you're about to slam into someone or somebody's about to slam into you, you know what we all do? We stiffen it and get rigid. Physiologically, that's the worst thing to do. Because when you brace for the impact like this, your arm becomes a rigid ground, the impact hits your hand and goes right up your arm like this. And the first place to let it release is your neck. That's why dead on impact. Mom, dad, 2 kids, dead on impact. Why not the alcoholic? He never recorded it. He never saw it coming. So when they impact, he's rolling with the car. The car's rolling over 2, 3, 4 times. He's rolling with the car. He never feels the same impact. When the police get there, what do you got? Broken leg, 1 tooth, a little blood from his nose, but he's alive. Everybody in the other car dead. Well, along came a lawyer years ago, smart by attorney terms, who used a law to get very wealthy. There was a law called brief reactive psychosis. Same with the psychiatry. Brief reactive psychosis. That says if you commit a crime when you're not in the right mind, when somebody's psychotic, they're not in the right mind. If you commit a crime when you're not in the right mind, you cannot be held liable for it. This is now called the insanity plea. That law is still in the books right now, just has a new name. Okay, but this guy used it to his benefit. He would go in there, I remember his ad, because this was back in the 80s. I remember his ad said, we'll get you off any DUI, guaranteed, $2,500. Took him less than 5 minutes. Because he would go in there in less than 5 minutes, argue with the judge and say, listen, yes, my client drank, 18 drinks because it was his 18th birthday. Yes, his frat brothers dared him to drink it, so he drank it, but he knew he should have done it. Yes, he was stone drunk. His blood alcohol level was 2.25 when the police caught him. He hit a minivan, killed mom, dad, and 2 kids. He's very sorry about the whole thing. However, blood alcohol level of 0.25 is more than the legal drunk limit, which means by definition, he was not in his right mind, which means you cannot hold him liable for killing those people. And he won. He won every case. $2,500 for 5 minutes worth of talking. Made millions. And that's when a big uproar around society with the sentence, oh my God, alcoholics get away with murder. That's what they were talking about. Then you had MADD, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, SADD, Students Against Drunk. There's so many of those against drunk driving organizations all across the country because they realize if you don't do something about it, alcoholics can kill you on Friday, kill a bunch of people on Saturday, and be out on Monday with nothing on their record. According to this lawyer, he was good at it, folks. $2,500. Nothing ever shows up on your record that you just killed 4 people. All right. So then they looked at the law and they realized when they made the law, I don't know, but they would made the law, but they just chose the 0 ordinary number of alcohol out of a book. 0.1. The problem is if you choose 0.1, which is the 0 ordinary number for alcohol, you know what you're doing? You're giving me the legal right to be drunk. You're telling me I can go to 0.1. That is the 0 ordinary number. That's not what you want. That's why they dropped it down to 0.08, folks. Rather than 100 milligram percent, 80 milligram percent. See that? Now, if you hit 100, you're doing it knowingly. Now you can get you for vehicular manslaughter. Yes, now you can be charged with those deaths. Whereas before, they got off scot-free. Because of course, they're not in their right mind. But this lawyer was brilliant in using that insanity law to get them off. And the judge had to respect that is the law. But nobody knew that you could use the law like that. He used it, made a fortune. Yeah. All right, Victoria, you have a question?
Hi, yeah, so I don't know if I'm mixing up these concepts, but so there's nothing that you could take to metabolize alcohol faster. Is there anything you could take to metabolize aspirin faster? Like, is that what sodium bicarbonate is doing?
Right,
when
that's
you
correct.
give it?
That's correct.
So we just don't have something like that for alcohol.
Right, we don't. So that's why you can only slow down how fast you absorb it. That's why drink with your meal.
Okay.
Yeah, or what Alka-Seltzer is all about, decrease absorption. But what's making you drunk is the one that's already in your brain. It's not the one in your stomach. That's what
okay.
Yeah, all that stuff you can drink and take, that's still in your stomach. That's not gonna sober up my brain. When the person's drunk.
Okay, thank you. Got it.
Yeah. Yes, indeed.
Is this why, like, for alcohol withdrawal, you get benzodiazepines?
Is this why for alcohol withdrawal, they get benzodiazepine? Why is that, Sandy? Because they're using so much gamma. Oh, man. And I haven't even got to that part of the lecture yet. I told you, I will always point out the day I see your brain transform. You figure out sometimes I didn't talk to you yet. Whereas before you got here, you didn't even think you could figure out stuff without reading about it. And I'm saying, yes, you can. If you sit back, learn to see the patterns, and all of a sudden you see the connections to all these things that you were trying to memorize before, you don't have to memorize. They love asking that question. Why do you got to give these mega doses of benzodiazepines to sedate an alcoholic? That's because he's used to the gamma already. Anyway, we'll get to that later. All right, any questions on alcohol? So alcohol is an acid. Now you know how to take it with meal, alkalize your stomach so you absorb less. Now you know why they say do not take with drugs. Now it's not just an empty statement you heard somewhere. Now you know the 4 ways acidosis will hit you. It's just called alcohol now. Now you know why it denatures those 4 hormones. I showed you the connection. See that? That's tons of reading you don't have to do anymore. But you understand it better than before. All right, moving on. If you want more time in first order, you build what we call tolerance. This is speaking of what he just talked about. Let me show you how we got to that point. You build tolerance. That means people tend to think the bigger you are, the more alcohol you can handle. Nah, it got nothing to do with that. Because people used to look at me as big guy and say, man, you should be able to handle your liquor. Let me tell you something. I got 2 alcohol dehydrogenases in my liver. That's it, 2 guys. And 1 guy is always on breaks. That means there's only 1 guy working. That means I get drunk so fast, halfway through a strawberry daiquiri. First of all, it's already embarrassing to tell guys, I can only handle a daiquiri, man. What? Daiquiri, that's what I said, daiquiri. And we ain't gonna fight about it either. You know, I said, I can't handle nothing else. You know, and then halfway through a daiquiri, I'm already drunk. You know, so I got no tolerance at all. So let's say you got 100 enzymes, alcohol dehydrogenase in the liver. How do you build up tolerance? Induce more enzymes. Upregulation, that's what upregulation is. Induce more enzymes. Everybody understand that part, right? So now if you had 100 enzymes, and now you have 200 enzymes, you can drink twice as much without even getting the buzz. 300 enzymes. You can drink 3 times as much without getting a buzz. That's what tolerance is. Now the question becomes, how do you build up that tolerance? It's called small amounts over a long period of time. Small amounts over a long period of time. There's stories about, two guys, trying to outdrink each other. And then all of a sudden this little thin girl shows up. They say, hi, fellas, can I get in with you? And they're looking at, oh, easy money, man, easy money. Put a $500. Okay, give me that. And they say, okay, here's all the shots. We're gonna drink, see who's gonna stand up the longest. And let's say Bubba and Joey or whatever, they start drinking. 7, 8, 9, 10. By 10, all of a sudden, a couple of them start to get a little wobbly. Yeah, come on. Number 11, 12, 13, 14. By number 16, boom, first guy passes out. He's gone. And the other one say, oh, you're not taking this money. I'm taking this money home. And she said, okay, that's fine. Don't worry about it. Keep drinking. 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23. And all of a sudden the second guy, wham, he's out. And what she do? Drink the rest of the drinks, just for the hell of it. And then takes all their money and walks right out. Little Miss Sally, clean them out. They thought because she was so thin, ain't no way she can hold a drink. That little girl's been drinking since she was 2 months old. Now I say that because that's actually real. For those who don't know, they think I'm being cruel to babies. No. In the old days, folks, parents used to give little sips of moonshine or beer to their babies. Do you know that's, it actually calms them down. Now you know how it does it, GABA. See that? See, now it's not, oh, they're being crazy or cruel. No, it's okay. Okay? And small amounts of alcohol actually raises your HDL. In the pediatric literature, they told us, don't tell parents about that. Because they'll have their babies drink and get them drunk. Say, Dr. Vance said, I got to raise his HDL. So that's why they say, oh, don't mention that. So just so you know, it's not cruel that these people were feeding, little sips of wine. That's why little Miss Sally, here she is, a little thin girl. She can outdrink any big bubba who walks into the pub. They think that she's so tiny, she can't drink. She outdrank everybody. And she used to just take money off of these guys who thought they were bigger drinkers than she was. That's called tolerance. She has huge tolerance, okay? So you can imagine, therefore, reality, CNN, every, what's it called? March Madness, what was that? Was that March? Was that week? Spring break, every spring break. Couldn't think of the term. Every spring break, folks. I'm serious, I just watched CNN and you hear about all the ones who died. There's always a bunch of teenagers who died during spring break. Why? Because they try to take 18 shots or 21 shots if it's their 21th birthday, all in one day. That's not tolerance. Tolerance means small amounts over a long period of time. That means over months, years. Kids think they can do that in one day. That's why on the TV, they'll call it alcohol poisoning. You literally just embalm yourself for the burial, that's it. All right, so anyway, that's build tolerance. What about the next one? Cross tolerance. Cross tolerance is what Sandeep was talking about. Because that alcoholic is so used to GABA because of alcohol, your benzobarbiturate, which enhances GABA, doesn't bother him. You understand that? In fact, when we give an alcoholic a benzobarbiturate, you write for a certain amount, and you just tell the nurse, give as many times as it takes to calm him down. Because let's say the PDR says maximum 3 grams. It may take you 6, 7 grams to knock this guy out. And if you tie her hands by saying, oh, no more than 3 grams, if that alcoholic goes through delirium tremens, they come out fighting because they see monsters, snakes coming out of the wall. They start swinging at the nurse, beat the hell out of the nurse. It is your fault. You know that? Because the doctor is told you were supposed to know this happens. Why would you tie her hands and tell her she can't go beyond 3 grams? We say, no, give whatever you need to calm her down. Okay? That's called cross tolerance. What about drugs like pregabalin? See, now you got to know. I'm only talking about alcohol, but what about everything else with GABA? Pregabalin, how about gabapentin? Yeah, they could ask you any drug that has GABA, and you got to be able to answer. Now you know what? It's cross tolerance. All right? It's not a good drug use in alcoholic because you're only tolerant to it. All right. Dependence. Dependence means you need it just to feel normal. Like the cage questions, you need a drink as an eye opener in the morning. That's just to feel normal. That's dependence. Who needs this to feel normal? The big one is Essential tremors, autosomal dominant. They've been shaking all their lives. As teenagers, most teenagers experiment with alcohol. They started drinking with their friends, and all of a sudden the shakes stopped. Like, oh my God. See, it was an accidental discovery. The shakes went away. All of a sudden they can write, type, go to work without shaking. All of a sudden now they take 2 or 3 drinks every morning so they can go to work or go to school. They're not doing it to get a buzz, and they're not even getting a buzz. There's just enough GABA to calm their nerves, no more shaking, and go to work. So that's the one they love to ask about. Why essential tremor? Yeah, that's what we call it. It's autosomal dominant. So they'll tell you about mom and dad had the same problem, but he drinks to calm himself down and it works. Okay. Maribel, you have a question?
Yes, please, what did you say about cross tolerance?
Cross tolerance says that anything that reminds yourself, your body of the first chemical, it will be tolerant to that as well. So drugs that enhance GABA are equivalent to alcohol, which also enhances GABA. That's why the alcoholic is tolerant to them, like benzos and barbiturates. Mabel, did you understand that?
Yes.
Okay. So dependence, you need it to feel normal. Essential tremors is the best example of that. Okay. Addiction. Addiction says you have withdrawal symptoms, and I take it away from you. What criteria? A lot of people say, no, I'm not addicted. There was an article back in the late 80s called The Closet Alcoholic. You know who the closet alcoholic was? Your grandma and your grandpa. You know how many grandparents say, oh, I drink my little glass of wine before I go to bed at night. At least now you know, this again, that puts them to sleep. No problem. The problem is though, they start out with drinking 1 glass of wine for a while, then they went to 2 glasses of wine, then 3 glasses of wine, and there's a whole keg of beer before you go to sleep. Once you come in at one point, you start going down the line, whether you like it or not, you're gonna become all the way to abuse. All right, so a lot of elder people will never say I'm an alcoholic, but once we put them in a hospital, they go through delirium tremens. That's the definition of addiction. And all of a sudden you find out your grandma's an alcoholic, or your grandpa's an alcoholic for the first time in your life. Okay, the first time in their life, they didn't even know they're an alcoholic. So you separate them from that alcohol, all of a sudden they go nuts. Okay, so watch out, I've seen that question so many times. So addiction means that person's addicted, whether they knew it or not. And then finally, abuse. Abuse means that there's been social impairment. Like you've gotten 2 DUIs, or you lost your job, or you got divorced and lost a family, and yet you still got to go drinking every Friday and Saturday night. That's abuse. Now notice I've used alcohol in my entire discussion. This is not about alcohol. I could say opiates in here, sports. Why do you think some people are addicted to sports? I had one guy here at the program years ago. He's since gone on, but I mean, he was addicted to weightlifting. I mean, this guy, you know, was a pile of muscles, but more than being a pile of muscles, the man was addicted to weightlifting. He would go work out in the weight room 4 hours every day. And when somebody told me about that, I said, well, when the hell does he study? They say, well, he refuses. We told him that's too much time. He could not stop. Every day I saw him, he was pumped up. You could just see, oh, 4 hours in the weight room. Could not stop. Even when we warned him so many times, I think it took him almost 3 years to pass step 1, because he refused to stop spending 4 whole hours in the weight room. That's called addiction. Okay, so that's why I want to make sure you guys don't think, oh, alcohol, everybody calls something alcohol like it's the only thing. You can be addicted to a lot of things. You know, think about athletes in sports. When all of a sudden you're not the lead quarterback, and all of a sudden you want to go back. You know, Tom Brady, retired. No, I want to go back. You're addicted. That means he went through withdrawal when he retired. He could not go, he could not take it anymore. You're restless at home, you know, oh my God. That's because you're so used to being with your team every day, practice for hours. And all of a sudden now, you're supposed to be at home. You know, he lost his wife over it too, right? His wife has been waiting for him because he was supposed to retire this year so that she'd go back to her mom, and she's a beautiful woman, you know? And then he said, no, I'm going back to football. The man was so addicted, he couldn't stop. And so she divorced him, left him with the children. See that? Abuse. I told you, just so you know. Okay, the terms are for any chemical. Anything can be used to go down this line here. All right, just so you guys understand. All right, hemoglobin now. Hemoglobin was the first quaternary structure ever discovered in medicine. Remember, 2 alphas, 2 betas. You need 2 or more different proteins. The first quaternary protein ever discovered in medicine. You understand, Ryan Ford?
Yes, sir.
All right. Let's see, Elizabeth Edouard, you understand so far?
Yes, sir.
All right, let's continue then. So hemoglobin comes in different forms. Type A is adult. So that's the majority of our hemoglobin. 2 alphas, 2 betas. Remember, as long as you have 2 or more proteins interacting, that's called allosterism. Whenever you have allosterism, it's always going to be a sigmoidal shape to your curve. Now I showed you for the normal curve, it's just linear or flat, first or 0 order. But anytime you have allosterism, cooperativity, it's an S-shaped curve, just like we're going to see with hemoglobin. But it's not just hemoglobin, it's any protein that has quaternary structure, automatic, they have an S-shaped curve. Okay? All right, so this part you got to know. A, 2 alphas, 2 betas. A2, that means the second part, second one in adults, 2 alphas, 2 deltas, and type F, 2 alphas, 2 gammas. Let's start with the fetus and work our way out. Hemoglobin F, F for fetus, found only in the fetus, but disappears after 6 months of life. It works real well for fetus though, Gloria. Why? Because it has a very low affinity for 2,3-DPG. If you have a low affinity, what does that tell me about your Km? Very high Km, because they want to use that language. That means if you have low affinity, the very thing that makes you let go of oxygen, that's why you have a high affinity for the oxygen. He's actually explained why does hemoglobin F snatch oxygen away from mom? Because it has a higher affinity than mom's. Yes, sir.
So another way to put this is affinity is inversely proportional.
Affinity is inversely related to Km. That's correct. Yep. So low affinity, high Km, low Km, high affinity. So see it both ways. So hemoglobin F has a high affinity for oxygen, and therefore when it goes to the placenta, he waits for mom's hemoglobin to come around. Hemoglobin A. See, I got a higher affinity than you. As that hemoglobin A tries to pass, sucks all the oxygen away from him. That's why we say that baby is a parasite. Because literally that's what he's doing, sucking everything away from mom. Okay? That's the only way to ensure his survival. He has to have a higher affinity than mom. And so he can take everything away from mom. So here's the hemoglobin curve. Let's talk about some things here. Oxygen content. Well, let's write it up here. Yeah, let's put it across here at the top here. Oxygen content. That means the total amount of oxygen within somebody's blood is either bound to hemoglobin or dissolved in blood, which is called PO2. So this is the equation I want you to know. Oxygen content, that means total oxygen within the tissue. Sorry, within the blood, is either bound to hemoglobin or dissolved in the blood, which is PO2. How do I measure hemoglobin, Melissa? Do you know of a test that can measure a protein for you? No? Ashley? And Mitchell? And Michael? Can you tell me of a test that can measure the amount of hemoglobin in anybody or the amount of any protein? Let's see if Akshay remembers. You know, sedimentation rate just tells you there's protein, doesn't measure the protein for you though. Anna, how do you measure amount of any protein? No. Yeah, here. No, PCR is too specific. That's for DNA and RNA. Anyway, the one I gave you was gel electrophoresis. I told you it measures any protein. Keep easy. So anyway, I'm going to drill you on stuff that I teach you to make sure you understand how to use it. Okay? Because they'll pick alpha-1 antitrypsin, beta-2 microglobulin. Well, how do you measure this? I taught you how to measure any protein you want to measure. It's called gel electrophoresis. That's why you do hemoglobin electrophoresis. Yeah. See it? No. There's electrophoresis that separates based on size as well. But gel electrophoresis will identify a protein because of the size, because how far it moves. And that's identical to albumin. That's how you know that's albumin. And then you can quantitate it. Yeah. So any protein, anybody asks you to measure, you know one test that can measure them all. And that's gel electrophoresis. All right, PO2. How do you measure that? That's called arterial blood gas. Well, 1 gram of hemoglobin contains 4 heme sites. One gram, 4 heme sites. Hemoglobin adults, 15 grams times 4 is 60 sites to bind oxygen. So when we say saturation is 90%, it means 90% of those 60 sites are bound. To measure what percent of sites are bound, that's called SaO2, saturation of oxygen. That's called pulse oximetry. This is that little white clip they put on your finger, and it measures what percentage of the hemoglobin binding sites are occupied. The one number they want you to know is when PO2 is 60, I'm gonna try to draw it like this. You have 90% saturation. Doesn't line up too well. Yeah, I guess it's okay in this picture. This is the only one that's linear. PO2 is saturation is 90%. Your saturation is 90%, your PO2 is at least 60. Well, let me show you why I want you guys to know that number. The normal PO2 for somebody, 60 to 100. Normal is around 80. Notice just in the middle. PCO2, 40. Well, let's range first. 35 to 45. 35 to 45. 40 in the middle. Bicarb, 24, 22 to 26 is the range. Oh, just remind you about pH again. Yeah, 7.4. Well, let me range first, 7.35 to 7.45. And we like 7.4 right in the middle. In the hospital, you'll see doctors write this direction a lot. To the nurse, they'll say, give oxygen, keep saturation above 90%. Now you know where they got the 90 from. Because as long as saturation is above 90, it means your PO2 is above 60. That's all I care about as a doctor. As long as your PO2 is above 60, you're good. And then tomorrow morning, then I can check ABG to see how much is actually dissolved in the blood. But I don't need to check ABG every day. Just once a day is what we do. Okay? But just so you know why we use this number, this is real. Just keep saturation above 90%. So when somebody comes in and their saturation is 85%, turns up to 1 liter, 89, 2 liter, 94, sounds good. And then after about an hour, it drops back down to 91, 3 liters. She just wants to make sure it stays well above 90. Okay, now you give them some fluids, give them some antibiotics. Let's say they got pneumonia, give them a good antibiotic, and it starts killing the bacteria. What once sat at 94 buries itself at 100. So, man, okay, let me wean some of this oxygen off. You go down 2.5 liters, 93. Yeah, leave it there. The next morning, back up to 100. You didn't even change the oxygen, but it went back up. That's how you know the lungs are getting better. You know, so you say, okay, down to 2 liters, and it's still at 96. You say, oh, okay, 1.5, 93. Okay, sounds good. And that way the nurse can wean on and off oxygen without calling you every 5 minutes. Otherwise, she would have to call you every time to turn the knob. So we just write this direction. Give oxygen, keep saturation above 90%, because I just want to make sure its PO2 stays above 60, and that's all that matters to me. Okay? Any questions on that? What's wrong with having too much oxygen in your blood? All it does is form a bunch of free radicals. You don't want to do that. So oxygen is not as benign as you think, folks. I remember my another one of my attendings in PE always said that. Once you find out that somebody does not need oxygen, get it out of their face. Because all you're doing is causing free radical damage. You're actually killing your own patient. But it's the one thing that a lot of people forget to stop. Once a person is deemed to be fine, take the oxygen out of their face. They don't have to have it. It's harmful if you just leave it there, right? Free radicals. All right, so let's say here's a guy who wants to get in shape. He says he's gonna go jogging. So what's he do? He says, you know what? I'm gonna have a conversation with hemoglobin. Say, hemoglobin! Hemoglobin sitting over there playing PS5. Level 3. Yeah, what? Hey man, I'm going jogging, man. I gotta get a beach bod by March. March? Yeah, March. Gotta get in shape, man, for spring break. Dude, good luck with that, all right? All right, level 3. No, wait a minute. You gotta go with me. I need you to get fully saturated. We're gonna run 10 miles. 10 miles? Oh man, you said that last year. We got 2 blocks down the road and you started asking for a beer. And we didn't finish the 10 miles. Yeah, but I'm serious this time. I'm gonna do 10 miles. Okay, I'm your boy, man. I'm your boy. I got you covered, man. All right, give me a second, man. Let me go get saturated. It is such a thing. So anyway, he goes to the back, comes out with a new blue sweatsuit. Yeah, let's go. Fully saturated with oxygen now. Let's go. So he started jogging. Let's say 1 mile, 2 miles, about 2.5 miles. Oh boy, PO2 starts to drop. If you're PO2, watch my arrow. If you're, where's my arrow? Okay, let me get it back here. Yeah. So if your PO2, see that drops, see that? Below 60, all of a sudden saturation starts to drop down. And hemoglobin says, don't worry about it. I got this. And what does he do? Look at the color here. He takes the saturation from here all the way down to here. Now I'm just making this stuff up. So you desaturate all of this. When you desaturate all of this, all that oxygen falls down here into the bloodstream. And that's why this PO2 shifts back over to the right. This is what they're talking about, shifting the curve. It's really the PO2 that's shifting, but I don't argue with test writers. Okay? The oxygen you just desaturated falls down into the blood, shifting this back here. And that's why you keep on jogging. The muscles just extract the oxygen. 3, 4, 5, 6 mile mark. Oh, PO2 drops. Hey, hemoglobin, help out. Oh, don't worry about this. I got this, man. So he desaturates from here. Oops. Down to here. That means the oxygen from here to here falls down into the blood, shifts this curve over to the right. And so you keep on going. 7, 7.5, 8, 8.5. And also you get to the 9th mile. Say, I need some help. Come on, help me out. Okay, man. All right. I didn't know you were going to make it for real, but okay, fine. I'll give you one more burst. And now he goes down to here. All right. So now you keep running. 9.25, 9.5 miles. And then right at 9.5 miles, you say, oh my God, I don't know if I'm going to make it. Hemoglobin, I need some more oxygen. I need some more oxygen real bad. And hemoglobin says, nah, man, I don't have more oxygen. Hey, wait a minute, man. You told me you were fully saturated when we left. Yeah, but I didn't think you would really run 10 miles, man. That's what I just told you that. I didn't think you were gonna run 10 miles. And he said, but I only got a half a mile to go. I ain't got no more oxygen. I told you I ain't got no more oxygen. Well, while you're here having a conversation with hemoglobin, so to speak now, what's happening? Lactic acid is building up in your blood because you don't have enough oxygen and yet you're still jogging. Lactic acid is building up in your blood. So what happens? Look at here. Hydrogen ions start to build up. 2,3-DPG starts to build up. Okay, temperature starts to build up. And what happens? These guys, PCO2, will build up. They grab hemoglobin, turn it upside down. Come on, man, let go of the oxygen. All of a sudden, oxygen bubbles drop out his back pocket. Oh, is that mine? I didn't know that, man. You don't have that back there. Hold it out. That's what they mean by these are the things that shift the curve to the right. They make hemoglobin let go of oxygen, even if it doesn't want to. So how do I summarize it for you? Anything that denotes hypoxia will shift the curve to the right. So everything's gonna be increased except pH. So increased proton, increased 2,3-DPG, increased temperature, increased altitude, increase in exercise. increase in PCO2, but decrease in pH. So increase in everything except pH, shift to the right. Decrease in everything except pH, shifts to the left. It's just easy to remember that way. However, Cesar, if a student is going to mess up on one of these parameters, which one do you think he's going to mess up on? Of all these parameters, they shift to right and left. I know, which one do you think he's going to mess up on? It's the pH. Everybody sees the arrow opposite everybody else. So do what I do. Anytime they ask you about shifting the curve to the right or to the left, I always look at the answer of pH. Rarely do I have to redo the formula. I already got no point. Why? The test one is better. You're going to make the same mistake a lot of students made. See, while swimming through the other four, you forgot pH is still the best one. Okay, that's the one they're going to play with all the time, hoping that you don't know which way the arrow goes when pH goes up or down. And they're right. That's the one I see most mistakes made by students. So that's why I'm trying to give you a nice pattern. Increase in everything except pH, shift to the right. Decrease in except pH, shift to the left. Make it easy. Okay, got it.
Another way of saying all of this, increasing hydrogen, whatever, shifting the curve to the right. Can you also say that it's also increasing the Km of hemoglobin?
Increase the Km, yes, because you're decreasing affinity. That's correct. Yeah. So when you shift it to the right, you're increasing the Km, which means you're decreasing affinity for oxygen. That's why it lets you go. Okay. Question, Michael.
So once more, anything shifting to the right?
No, increase in everything except pH. Shift the curve to the right. Just easy to remember. Whatever it is you know about it, an increase will shift to the right, a decrease will shift to the left, except pH. Yeah, just makes it easy. Anything that denotes hypoxia shifts to the right. Notice all this stuff about hypoxia, because that's called anaerobic metabolism. That's why all this stuff is building up. High altitude, hypoxia. Increased exercise, hypoxia. Increased temperature, hypoxia. So that's what I'm saying. I can see the idea. That way you don't just memorize this, because on the test, they can put new words in here. Excuse me?
Or if you know that
Yeah, however you want to say it is okay. All I'm saying, I'm just giving you a nice pattern to use so that you don't forget. Just shift to the right, increase except pH. Shift to the left, decrease except pH. Yes, sir.
Every point you made was more to the left than other points.
What is shifting to the right? Okay, you missed what I was saying earlier. I said when you desaturate, that means you go from one point to another point. That means oxygen that was on hemoglobin lets go and falls into the bloodstream. And I said the PO2, see this axis? This is PO2. I said it's the PO2 that shifts to the right.
So is there like a midpoint?
What?
Is there like a midpoint or something?
No, the midpoint is right here, the blue, right here, 60. 90% saturation. PO2 is 60. That's the starting point that you need to know. Your body likes to keep it above 60 or saturation above 90.
The whole curve.
The whole curve shifts to the right or shifts to the left, yeah. Based on whatever's going on. Yeah, so shifting to the right means hemoglobin is letting go of oxygen. That's why I want you guys to understand the idea. Is the PO2 in the tissue, blood is going up. That's because hemoglobin is letting go of the oxygen so the tissues can extract it. Okay. Yeah. So anything that gives a signal of hypoxia to your body, Steve, will shift this curve to the right, making hemoglobin let go of more oxygen for you. Does that make sense when you hear that idea? That's what shifting to the right means. Hemoglobin will let go of oxygen so that tissues can use it. Yeah, exactly.
So like left shift like A and then normal B and then C.
Right.
And if you see that it's like, oh, this is a hypoxia process.
Like, right. Okay. They'll give you several curves going towards the right or going towards the left and ask you and give you a situation and say, well, which curve will you get out of it now?
In this case, the lowest one is the most right shifted.
Yes, that's the right shifted, right.
So right.
And the one over on the left is the most left shifted curve. Huh? Yeah, because you're letting go of oxygen. Yeah. See here on the left, you have a higher affinity, which means you're not letting go of oxygen. That's why you straight up to the top and saturate quickly. That means hemoglobin is not letting go of oxygen. Okay, when you shift to the right, then it starts letting go of oxygen for you. Okay. All right, any questions on this shifting to right or left? All right, so watch out on the test, they'll just give you different situations and ask you which ways they're gonna go. Okay. Now, you should know, here's the equations over the things we just talked about. So I like to discuss things, then we go over it. It's all in your notes now, but at least I tried to put it all in notes now for you guys. Oxygen content equals hemoglobin plus PO2. Hemoglobin is the bound form of oxygen. PO2 is the dissolved form of oxygen. To measure hemoglobin, we said electrophoresis. And then to measure PO2 is called arterial blood gas. Mabel, you have a question?
Please, what did you say about 60? 60 and 90?
I said 60 is the normal PO2. Right here. Look at the chart. Normal PO2 has to be at least 60. So 60 to 100.
Okay.
And when the PO2 is 60, your saturation is 90%. That's when you put a pulse ox on your finger. So you can estimate it with that. Because you don't have to check a blood gas every 5 minutes to adjust their saturation.
Okay.
Yeah. It's just
Thank
a starting point that we use. Yes.
Okay, thank you.
All right, so I gave you the normal for PCO2, pH, and bicarb. Okay, ABG checks how much oxygen is dissolved in the blood, and then saturation pulse oximetry tells me what percentage of sites are bound. Any questions on these definitions? All right, shift the curve to the right. Remember, increase in everything except pH. All I did was just list them all for you again. PO2 from 40 to 60. From 40 to 60, while you're hypoxic and talking with your hemoglobin, like I just demonstrated for you, acid is building up in your body. And what did I tell you? Acidosis hurts you in one of 4 ways. There they are again. Nothing has changed. It denatures proteins. This is why your muscles hurt like crazy. You're asking muscles to contract when they're denaturing. That's why it's gonna hurt you like crazy. This is how men especially hurt themselves. Exercising a little too much, or females do the same thing. You're asking muscles to contract while they're dipped in acid, okay? That's why you have to build up tolerance. All right, so denature proteins, there it is, cause hyperkalemia. This is how acidosis kills athletes. Or somebody who's out of shape who thinks he's gonna jog 10 miles. It's like if you want to run a 26.2 marathon, 26.2 mile marathon, you can't do 25 miles the day before and then think you're gonna run 26 miles the next day. No, you'll drop dead. Hyperkalemia will kill you. All right. So in the summers, I'm sure you guys have heard it. Every marathon, there's always one person who drops dead in the marathon. It happened this summer, or this last summer now, in the new year. All right, that happens all the time. It's the hyperkalemia that kills more than anything else. Okay, because somebody who's out of shape. Why do you think in the ads for companies to protect themselves, they're saying in little letters down here, consult your doctor before you start any exercise program? You ever seen that? That's what they're talking about. You better see your doctor. Nobody blame us if you drop dead. Because people do. And they don't want to say, oh, well, it was that pill I took. That's what made me think I could do 10 miles. Anyway, hyperkalemia is what causes the arrhythmias. Number 3, Kussmaul breathing, rapid deep breathing. You guys seen people who drop out right at the end of the race? Kussmaul breathing. Why do you think a lot of them will sit down or lay down and breathe? Because Kussmaul breathing is gonna make you pass out if you stand up. All right, because you can't keep that up for too long. That's why people pass out. Okay, and then finally, GABA. How do you yawn a lot after you even exercise? Sounds like GABA to me. All right, now you know. Yes, sir.
Sir, the hyperkalemia, is it because of cell death and then all the?
Yes. Yeah, that's one of them. But he's asking if it's because of cell death. Yes. Remember, hyperkalemia, 95% of your potassium is inside the cell. So every time you kill a cell, the potassium gets released. That's one. Second, how did the potassium go in the same direction? If you're acidotic, potassium will come out of the cells. But it's a double whammy. That's why it kills. All right. Chris, with a C. Yes. GABA is increasing. In the way he's trying to tell you, man, will you slow down? He said, no, I just got to do one more mile. Got to do one more mile. Men tend to overdo it. Why? Especially when there's a woman around. That's why men drop dead quite a bit. Always trying to show up because there's some woman around. With another hand, adjusting your gender. What is carbon dioxide poison shift things to the left? Because what you're doing is carbon dioxide is binding the sites where oxygen would have bound. So now there's fewer sites for oxygen to bind. So that means it's going to grab onto the few sites it can grab onto. But guess what? That means it can't help you. That means he's not dropping off the oxygen anymore. So you're shifting to the left. Carbon dioxide here binds the same site that oxygen would have bound. That means now there's fewer sites for oxygen to bind. So that oxygen is going to bind those few sites and hang on a little tighter. Yeah. And that's what could kill the patient with carbon dioxide poison. All right, so 40 to 60. If you can tolerate it though, right? Adapting to chronic hypoxia. Let me just do this. I'll come to your question. If you can tolerate it though, that's called building up tolerance. Remember I told you it wasn't just about alcohol. Why don't we turn exercise into a drug and apply the same thing? So how do you build up tolerance to exercise? You do a small amount over a long period of time. You want to run 26.2 miles? How about a mile a day for 2 or 3 days? 2 miles a day after that? So if 2 miles a day for 3 days, that means when I reach the 1 mile mark, I don't feel any pain because I'm used to it now. At the 2 mile mark, okay, stop. You do that for about 3 days. Now we go 3 miles. 1 mile mark, nothing. You didn't even know. 2 mile mark, a little ache. 3 miles, ooh. Okay, then stop. Hopefully you guys get what I'm talking about, right? You build up tolerance to the pain of exercise until after a while, none of those miles hurt you. That's why somebody can suddenly run 26.2 miles without stopping. But you don't run it all in one day if you have not trained. So when it comes to sports, we call it endurance training or cross training, endurance training. Just do small amounts over a long period of time. Well, when you're exercising for long periods of time, chronic hypoxia will build up. Does that make sense to everybody? First adaptation, increase erythropoietin. Remember, hypoxia is the main signal for erythropoietin secretion. So that means when erythropoietin comes out, your bone marrow starts making more RBCs. Where once you had 3.5 million RBCs, now you have 6 million or 7 million. See that? You're prolonging first order. That means there's a lot more oxygen to be dropped off before you even feel hypoxic. Polycythemia, first response. Any questions on that? Yes, sir.
So same concept can be applied to COPD patients.
There's the same concept can be applied to COPD patients, folks. I told you it's not about one disease. It all came out of alcohol studies, but once I understood it, I said, oh my God, just like he's seen it now. I saw the application of so many diseases and suddenly I understood what was going on. Okay? So erythropoietin is the first response. Second, increased mitochondrial density. If you have more mitochondria, you can make more ATP. That means you go longer before you run out. See? It's still always about prolonging first order. But you're doing it via ATP now rather than oxygen. Number 3, increase angiogenesis. Build new blood vessels. If you build new blood vessels, those blood vessels will pull blood towards those areas. See? And therefore you can nourish those peripheral muscles who've been hypoxic. Yes, sir.
Like athletes who like with oxygen restriction mask.
That's why athletes wear the oxygen restricted mask, right? Because if we don't have hypoxia down here at sea level, simulated with a mask, your lung doesn't know the difference. LeBron James doesn't. Why do you think he blows by the? He feels like they're standing still. That's the way he trains. Who's the other one? Emmett Smith, Michael Jordan. I mean, so many people do that now. You know, you just use a face mask that simulates hypoxia for you. And now you're doing it in your own bedroom or in your basement. Your body doesn't care. It thinks you're hypoxic. You start to get the response. My favorite people, Kenyan runners. Kenyan runners. They whoop your butt no matter who you are. Come on, man. I used to wonder years ago why Kenyan runners came all the way from Kenya to America to run a marathon and then go home. I said, isn't there a marathon closer to home? Why are you gonna fly, 10,000 miles, run a marathon, and then go home after that? Until one day I found out how much you actually get if you win. The winner gets either $50,000 to $100,000 plus a brand new Mercedes-Benz. I said, what? Man. Now, I don't know what the dollars are called in Kenya, but you take the dollars here, take the Kenya, that translates to a lot of theirs. Well, it's really a national honor, though, in Kenya to win marathons in other countries. Okay? So what happens? Kenyan runners come to America, and they're always the first ones at the front of the pack. 40,000 people. There's like 5 of them sitting right there. If you see them standing at the front line, you better take a selfie. Because that's the only time they're gonna be standing still, man. They don't stand still for too long. Because when that ribbon goes down, boom, gone. Dust, people's curtains, wigs, boots, eyelashes, in. That's how they're running at full speed. While they're running full speed, they're having a damn conversation with each other. Helicopter, who's gonna win this one? I probably win this. Hey, what's the food on your plate? Yeah, I don't like that chicken and head. Okay. How about the, you have fish? I don't like fish. Hey man, anybody see your currency exchange? Gotta cash a check after this. Oh no, no, not if I'm gonna win this one. No, I got you this time. I mean, these guys are running at high speed. 2 hours, 5 minutes, and some change. 26.2 miles overweight. Wow. They hold the world's record everywhere. Everywhere. 26.2 miles. If you talk about 2 hours, 5 minutes, you know where I'm standing? 2 blocks down the road with my thumb out. Give me back to health today. Starting line, man. Somebody give me a lift. I can't do this. And they come around, and you see what happens when they come across the finish line? Crowd crushes out with their hands on their hips like this, like an MLB, a walk in the park. You ever seen the first American come across? Yeah, man, it's how we resuscitate together. Man, oh man, these guys should come to America, win every race, take the money, go. Now, you know America don't like that. You can't just come over here and take all the money and run. Let's find out what they're doing. Get the satellites on them. We got them, sir. We got them, sir. Okay, blow it up. Yeah. There they are. There they are. You know where to find them? At the top of mountains, 10 to 12,000 feet up in the air. Sound familiar? Altitude. They start running at age 5. Small amounts over a long period of time. See my point? I told you concepts don't change. Learn it, but understand it. You can apply it 1,000 different ways. The Kenyan runner has the highest hematocrit of all the runners. They have 18, 19, 20. You and I are lucky we got 10, 11, 12. They just breeze by like it's nothing. Number 2, they have increased mitochondrial density, like you wouldn't believe. They did muscle biopsies. Dark meat everywhere. Remember, that's what makes meat dark, is the mitochondria. You got dark meat everywhere, which tells you they've been training for so long, there's mitochondria everywhere, built in every muscle for them. That means they got tons of ATP before they ever run out. And then increased angiogenesis, what's that called? Clubbing. When you grow brand new blood vessels, of course, your fingertips, your toes are the furthest from your heart. So the first ones are going to be built there. Brand new blood vessels are very leaky. And that's what you're seeing is swelling right along your fingertips and toes. That's why they look like clubs. Same 3 adaptations all the time. But in America, we try to find a shortcut. Running 12,000 feet? No. Well, first of all, America said, you know what? Let's try to compete. Hey, we got any mountains 12,000 feet? No. Any high mountains? Yeah. I heard there's some in Colorado. That's why they built the facility, Colorado Springs. But that ain't 12,000 feet up in there. Well, before, the first American used to come across the finish line 7 to 8 minutes after the first Kenyan. This is something I read a long time ago. Now, the Americans come across about 3 or 4 minutes after the first Kenyan. All that means is, before, you couldn't even see him cross the finish line. You come across the finish line, hey, the Kenyans, they go through, oh man, come on, they catch a check, they're going home already. What? Oh man. Now at least you can see him. Oh man, look at, cross the finish line again. That's it. That's the only benefit you get from going to Colorado Springs. But that's the best America's got. You can see him when they cross that line, but you're still 3 minutes behind them. That's like forever when it comes to marathon running. But these are the 3 things that they have, exactly as you would predict. My question to you though, I remember when they first came to Peoria. Peoria tried to sponsor a marathon, some people I knew. So they invited the Kenyans. I think they were in town for another one in Chicago. So, you invite Kenyans, and the news, everybody likes to come see the Kenyans run because they always win. All right. So they came, they won, as you would expect. And I thought, good, tomorrow I'll talk to them. They were already gone. I said, why did they leave so fast? Look, let me show you something. At 12,000 feet, polycythemia is a benefit. Everybody see a problem with your sea level? You're gonna form clots all over your body. Their doctors told them, get the hell out of America after you get, but don't forget the money. Get the money. Just get the money, currency exchange down the street there, get on the first flight out. I never knew why they left so fast. And then I realized, oh man, these guys are smarter than I am. They figured it out. I'm sure some doctor in Kenya told them, leave after the race. They just stick around, get interviewed that day. Next day, they're gone. They're on a flight back home. Because as long as they're 12,000 feet, polycythemia is adaptive, no problem. Stay here long enough, you're gonna have a stroke or an MRI. That's why they don't stay here that long. And one day, it suddenly makes sense to me. Clubbing, we see that all the time. You know that's not a big deal. But now here in America, if you see clubbing, what does that mean? The person has had chronic hypoxia for whatever reason. Green, if you got chronic hypoxia, what organ should I evaluate first? If you have chronic hypoxia, what organ should I evaluate first? Yeah, the lungs. Who made you hypoxic? Yeah, so when they say, what's the next step of your management? Just forget anything about the lungs. You need to evaluate the lungs first, okay? Now, if they say, oh, who are you concerned about? Then you say brain. But I'm just saying, who do you evaluate first? Is the lungs and the ones making you hypoxic. Yeah. So if they want to say blood gas, angiogram, chest x-ray, I don't know what they're going to say, but lungs first when somebody has clubbing. Cesar.
In Peru, we have the name for that.
All right, in Peru, we have the name for it, which is?
Chronic mountain disease.
Chronic mountain disease? Yeah, if you live up in the mountain long enough, yeah.
It was actually
because I know Peru's got some pretty high mountains too. Yeah. Yeah.
There's people that live for mountains there.
Yeah.
But when they come to sea level, like Lima, that's like people, they stroke.
Oh yeah, experience strokes and MIs. That's why they leave real fast, folks. Yeah, good point. So we have a student here from Peru who made the same statement. Peru has a lot of high mountains, and so people, they call it high mountain disease. So at high mountain, they're fine, but if they come down to sea level in another city, they have a high incidence of strokes and MIs. So the Kenyans have been trained by their doctors, leave town as soon as you win the money. All right, so anyway, there's adaptation to chronic hypoxia. So myoglobin, what's different? Look at this. Myoglobin has what they call a hyperbolic curve. Remember, hemoglobin is an S-shaped curve, sigmoidal curve. Myoglobin has a hyperbolic curve. That's because it saturates real quickly. What does that tell you about its affinity, Mitchell? Much higher affinity. Well, myoglobin and hemoglobin F, I'm going to say hemoglobin F, have the exact same curve. Remember, he's the guy with a high affinity too. So he fully saturates to 90% at a PO2 of only 40. See that? So right here. So PO2 of 40, he's fully saturated. Whereas hemoglobin A, you gotta wait till PO2 of 60 to be fully saturated. But that's the reason why, if you can withstand 60 all the way down to 40, your body will congratulate you and suddenly desaturate all the hemoglobin. I mean, not hemoglobin, myoglobin. Remember, myoglobin is found only in muscle. So if you let your PO2 drop down to 40 or less, myoglobin will suddenly desaturate. What about hemoglobin F? Folks, the average PO2 in a fetus is 35 to 40. That's why it works for him. You and I don't walk around a PO2 of 40. That's why it won't work for you. Hemoglobin F works for the fetus, does not work for you. But myoglobin is just anybody. So when you're exercising, PO2 hits 60, hemoglobin F, hemoglobin A will help you. But if you stay hypoxic and your PO2 hits 40, obviously it's easier said than done. Myoglobin then will get you. You know what that's called? The second wind of exercise. You guys heard that term before, right? Somebody who looks like they're about to pucker down. Oh, they're just not gonna do it. Make it. Oh, all of a sudden, hey, wait a minute, where's he got his energy? Oh my God, he's starting to pick up pace. Oh, he was in 8th place, he's in 7th. Oh my God, Joey, do you see what I'm seeing? This is on newscasts. I'm watching this. I've seen it several times during some big Olympics. I mean, the guy went from like 8th place, 7th, 6th, 5th, 4th. I mean, in one lap, took 1st place. Why? Because myoglobin gave him that big burst of oxygen that he needed. All right. This is why when you see marathons, you see how some people kind of lag behind on purpose. They wait till the last few laps, and then you see this burst. Okay, they conserve the energy. Yeah. Yep. Now you know. All right. Any questions so far? All right. So the second one of exercise, which is what I just explained to you. If you let your PO2 drop from 60 to 40, myoglobin desaturate for you. But that means it's easier said than done. Not as easy as I make it sound, because you got to withstand the effects of acidosis that we already talked about. That's why they say no pain, no gain. Because if you can withstand all the pain, okay, fine. You gain some oxygen, and then you'll experience it. Any questions at all? Okay. And I just wanted you guys to understand these two concepts. Second wind of exercise and no pain, no gain phenomenon. It's real. And there is biochemistry behind it. What if you keep pushing? Then your muscles are going to break down because now you've gone a little beyond.
I have a question.
All right, go ahead. Mabel.
So please, I didn't understand what you explained about myoglobin and fetal hemoglobin.
What part are you talking about?
The myoglobin and fetal hemoglobin, yeah.
What did you understand?
I didn't understand anything there.
Okay. Pay attention, here it comes. These two guys have a hyperbolic curve to them rather than a sigmoidal curve. You understand so far?
Okay.
A hyperbolic curve saturates faster than a sigmoidal curve. They saturate to 90% at a PO2 of 40. Whereas hemoglobin A rather, did not saturate to a PO2 of 60. So that's why I said, if you can handle the hypoxia of going from 60 to 40, your body rewards you with a burst of oxygen from myoglobin, because that's when he will desaturate for you. And that's how you get the second wind, another burst of energy.
Okay.
Okay. And hemoglobin F does the same thing, because the average PO2 in a fetus is like 35 to 40. And so that's why it desaturates very well in a fetus, but it wouldn't desaturate for you. Okay. All right. But if you push further than that, then the muscles will start to break down. When CPK leaks out first, we call that myositis or polymyositis. If you add a rash, dermatomyositis. But when myoglobin leaks out, oh, that's even more severe. Then we call it rhabdomyolysis. Muscles breaking down. When one muscle is inflamed, myositis. Many muscles, polymyositis. Whenever you have an itis, i.e. inflammatory myositis, it always attacks the proximal muscles first. Why is that? That means when the heart pumps the inflammatory mediators, they go to the proximal muscles first. It's just about proximity, that's it. How do we know that? You're gonna have trouble getting out of a chair or walking up and down the stairs. That's how your proximal muscles are being attacked. That's how they usually hit that on any VNFC. They just say that to see if you know that. Gets trouble getting out of the chair or walking up and down the stairs, you say, ooh, proximal motor weakness. It's an itis. That means at least I know I gotta pick something that ends in itis. If only one muscle hurts, myositis. Many muscles, polymyositis. That's easy. That's not what they're gonna ask you. They're gonna ask you, what is the cause? See, I'm giving you differentials now. Most common cause of everything, folks. The most common cause of myositis and polymyositis, hypothyroidism. Thyroid is called, quote, the permissive hormone, which means he upregulates every receptor in your body. So that means if he's not around, every receptor goes down and everything just falls apart. And that's why your muscles get inflamed. Hypothyroidism is #1 cause. And Abigail knows the most common cause of hypothyroidism in a newborn is called what? What's that? Well, hypothyroidism, you got to give me the full name that I gave you. Mabel, don't say anything now. All right? Huh? In newborns, I gave you the cause earlier. Maria will help you remember. Agenesis or dysgenesis. I just want you to use the right word. You're thinking the right thing, but they're not going to give you credit for that. Agenesis or dysgenesis, #1. #1 cause, Steve, in adults, hypothyroidism. Ida, Hashimoto's. Any antibody that characterizes Hashimoto's? Anti-TPO is the most specific antibody. All right, Bryce, you have a question?
Yes, it's regarding myoglobin.
Okay.
I read that it's a weak acid. So
yes,
weak acid. How it hurts the kidney if it's a weak acid.
Are acids fat or water soluble?
It's water soluble.
We just answered your own question.
I'm sorry?
You just answered your own question. If it's water soluble, it can't be excreted by the kidney. That's where it's got to go.
So it excreted through the kidney.
Yeah.
But I'm just asking, why does it damage the kidney?
Oh, why does it damage the kidney? Is that first 20 minutes when an acid enters the blood, it's still fat soluble. If it fat soluble, that means it can actually enter the periturbal cell. It can actually enter the cell of the kidney. And now you got a protein within the cells that should not be there. What's that gonna do? Set off inflammation. Your kidney just got destroyed. Your own immune system will destroy the kidney.
Okay.
You understand?
Yes.
Yeah, this is the first 20 minutes. That's why with rhabdo, if you don't do the right thing, that bicarbonate, you know what I'm saying? I told you, man, the kidneys are shot by the end of one day. Because once myoglobin gets into those cells, and the immune system attacks the kidney like crazy. And before you know it, renal failure, complete. And there's nothing you can do about it anymore. That's it. They've lost their kidney, now they're on dialysis. So that's why they say you must start to IV fluids in the most proximal vein, add an ampoule of bicarb before you lift the car off somebody's leg or arm. That's how serious it is. If you forget, that's it, the kidney's gone. All right, Mitchell.
I actually had rhabdo.
Oh, did you?
Yeah, I did.
From
CrossFit, it got me.
Oh, okay, from exercise. Okay, yeah, it can happen.
Yeah, I didn't go to the hospital until 3 days.
You were lucky then.
Yeah.
So you had mild rhabdo. I mean, severe rhabdo is car accidents.
My CK was 170,000.
Whoa, CK of 170,000. You were lucky. Yeah. Oh my God, were you lucky? Yeah, when it usually gets that number, people lose their kidneys. You were very fortunate. All right, well, let's not do that again, right? All right. So anyway, iodine deficiency is the most common worldwide. So again, we keep rehearsing things. The second endocrine disease that causes myositis is Cushing's disease, Cushing's syndrome. Why? Because steroids break down proteins. Just a straightforward. That's one of the actions of steroids, to break down proteins, and your muscles are proteins. Why use steroids to actually build muscles? Good question. Question I asked years ago. Then I found out this. Folks, the majority of steroids that we use as doctors break down proteins. There's another group of steroids, which we call anabolic steroids, and they're all illegal in sports. That's why you see people sneaking around, buying it in an alley and getting injected, and that's the ones that build muscle, but all those are illegal. So what do I tell students? Never pick that on a test. Because I'm telling you how many students shocked. Well, the book says, I said, I'm just telling you, just don't pick it ever again. If they ask you about steroids, it breaks down proteins. That's what they expect you to pick. We don't use the anabolic steroids in medicine. There's only one that was approved, but we'll talk about that at a later time or something else. Okay? But just so you know, steroids primarily break down proteins. The anabolic ones, there's a few of them, but they're all illegal in medicine. So don't pick those answers. All right, the second most common cause of rhabdo, or myositis or polymyositis, remember, was drugs. The number one drugs, statins for right now. But it can be any fat soluble drug. And now you guys know how to tell fat soluble from water soluble. Is that long acting or short acting when it's fat soluble? Miguel. Is it fat soluble when it's long acting or short acting? All right, Angie. Long acting. So when we start really getting into drugs, I'm always going to tell you the longest acting in that family. Why? I want you to hear which ones are the fat soluble ones. That means you immediately hear which ones you don't use in children, elderly, obese, diabetic, hypothyroid, pregnancy, without my saying a word. Okay, that's why I always build knowledge. And then one day things make sense to you. All right? I'm always also going to tell you which ones are shortest acting in any family. Who would you use the shortest acting drugs in? I know. Huh? Shortest acting drugs. Who would you preferably use it in if they're short acting? Think about it. Okay, yeah, pediatrics, children. That same list I just gave you. All they do is just flip it around. See, I don't want to have to tell you trazodone is what we prefer in the elderly. This is a short acting. I'm just going to tell you short acting. And you got to hear it for yourself. And then you understand, oh, that's why we like using elderly people. That's why they say using diabetic and obese. All of a sudden, you understand what's going on in medicine. Versus, I got to teach you about one drug at a time. That takes forever. Okay? It's used to understand things piece by piece. Anyway, just so you know why we're doing it this way. Autoimmune myositis, polymyositis. JO1 is the marker. So anytime you see JO1 and EPN, you got to know what they're trying to tell you. It's also called transfer RNA synthetase. So autoimmune myositis. If they want a parasite, there are two of them. Trichinella spiralis. A lot of that in Alaska. Teniasolium. Get that from eating raw pork. A lot of that in Louisiana, Florida. It just means a lot of pig farms in this area. Any questions? The key, obviously, is always first recognize the disease. So that means I got to recognize they're talking about, oh, they're going for myositis or polymyositis. How do you know? They said he can't get out of a chair and he's having trouble walking up the stairs. That's proximal motor weakness. Oh, okay. Now, I wait till they give me a hint to which one they want, or at the end they say, what's the most common cause? I just go to my list right here. That's what I'm saying. You don't have to guess anything on a test question, folks. Know your most commons before you worry about anything else. Because anytime they don't give you a hint to something, they want the most common. Okay? All right. Dermatomyositis has the term derm in it. That's because there's a rash that goes with it. Dermatomyositis has a rash, but this is a paraneoplastic syndrome. What does paraneoplastic mean to you, Paul? Yeah, it means secondary to a cancer. There's a cancer producing some chemical that's irritating to the muscles when they take it up. That's how you get dermatomyositis. The rash they can have, the classic one is described as a heliotropic rash. Violaceous purple or red rash on the eyelids and on the knuckles. You don't see that in any other disease. It's called Gotron sign. Dermatomyositis. That means you still got an internal malignancy rule out. Obviously, that's the one they love to ask to see if the student even knows that connection exists. Because the question would just be, what's the next step of your management? The number one cancer today is colon cancer. So if they don't give me a hint, like if he's a smoker, I'm betting you his lung. I've seen it with lung cancer, I've seen it with ovarian cancer. It's an internal cancer. That's why I want you guys to hear the idea. But if they have more than one cancer on the list, colon, number one, that's the one they want. Any questions on that? Yes, sir.
So dermatomyositis, talking about management. First thing would be to either do a CT scan or
Correct. To dermatomyositis, you can do a CT scan, but if it's colon cancer, if it's lung, like if you're a smoker, yeah, they'll go up to lung. CT scan should be done first. If they don't give you any hint, they want colonoscopy should be next. Yep. Good questions. Any questions for anybody else? All right. Rhabdomyolysis, I already went over with you. I just put on here so we can go over it again. Again, I like repetition, folks. All right, but at some point in time, I'm going to be asking you to tell me the whole thing without anything in front of you. Okay? Most common, remember, crush injuries. Second, drugs. Most common drugs, statins. Diagnosis, I gave you 2 clues. Red urine, but no RBCs on the dipstick. Or they'll describe muddy brown casts, which means acute tuberous necrosis. Treatment, remember it's an acid. Fluids first, bicarb second. Make sure you always pick things in order. The best trap is an answer that's out of order and you didn't get it. The books always say bicarb. This is what I mean again. Another one where I used to argue with students. But the book said, I said, I know the book says bicarb, but fluids is the best answer. I said, show me any question you want. I bet you fluids is the best answer. And they're shocked. I said, that's why you've been missing it. Because you're just quoting the book. That's how they know you don't understand it. He said, oh, the book. But you didn't think about it. Always think about it first. And that's why I try to share with you guys the physiology so you understand how I finally understood it. With Dr. Shaw, obviously directing my steps, all of a sudden things made sense. And so now I don't just believe a book anymore. I kind of think about it and think, is that answer correct? Okay, yeah, that's okay. And I believe it. But if it doesn't make sense to me, I got to question it, folks. That's just me. I got to inquire mind. So I always got to look it up and see, why is the book saying this? That doesn't make any sense to me. Until I realized, oh, they're just talking about early form. Oh, they're just talking about late form. I said, okay, now I can believe it. But that's still not the best answer on the test. All right, so rhabdomyolysis. Joshua, you have a question?
Yes, I could be thinking of something else, but was NSAIDs another cause of rhabdomyolysis?
No, NSAIDs are rarely ever cause rhabdo because most of them are water soluble. They're treated by the kidney.
Okay.
So that's what they cause renal failure.
Okay.
And so they don't cross membranes that easily. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, so that means even if they did it, it would be a rare side effect. It would not be a common side effect.
Gotcha.
All right, as rhabdomyolysis. Moving on. Acute tuberous necrosis means damage to the proximal convoluted tubule. That's what the muddy brown casts are cells in the PCT that sloughed off as they die. It can be toxic, like your myoglobin, or ischemic, like when you're hypovolemic. So acute tuberous necrosis. Now you know how to recognize it. Now you know how to come with your differential. And then the test will tell you which one he wants. Any questions at all? Now erythropoiesis. Begins the yolk sac at 4 months gestation. How do I remember 4 months? Because the first 3 months, first trimester, you're still building all your organs. That means you don't have a heart and blood vessels yet. So it doesn't make sense to be making RBCs when you got nowhere to put them. Okay, so on a test, pick 4 months, and that's how I make sense of it, so I don't pick something else. Mabel, you have a question?
Yeah, so please, I didn't get what you said about acute tubular necrosis.
I just said it. You didn't catch any of that?
Yeah, I didn't catch up.
Okay, make sure you're following as I'm discussing it.
Okay, I'm okay now.
Oh, what? No, wait a minute. I just want you to make sure you understand it. Well, the reason why I put this on there, Mabel, is to show you that acute tuberous necrosis is a term we use anytime your proximal convoluted tubule has been destroyed by something. It could be ischemic or toxic. In the case of myoglobin, that's just a toxic insult. Ischemia is when somebody's hypovolemic. You know, think about when people on diuretics or they don't drink enough, people lose their kidneys. Or if you're not giving them enough fluids in the hospital, they lose their kidneys right there in the hospital. All right, we call it acute tuberous necrosis. Okay, and the way you recognize that is muddy brown cast on a UA. You understand, Mabel?
Okay, sir.
Okay, very good. All right, so erythropoiesis, because of 4 months gestation, by 6 months, it moves into the liver, spleen, and flat bones. By 8 months, it moves into your long bones. That means when a child is born, he's got liver, spleen, flat bones, and long bones, all making RBCs. You understand, Lydia? You understand so far? This is why all babies have polycythemia when they're born. Majority. Babies have hemoglobins of 18, 19, 20, just like Kenyan runners. Okay, the chronic hypoxia they've had to endure in utero. So it makes sense. But then they have erythropoietic capacity that you and I will never have. And you only get to keep this capacity for all of 1 year. After 1 year, all these other areas will close, except your long bones. So liver, spleen, flat bones, long bones, all there at 8 months gestation. All there when you were born. Which is why if something happens to a baby in the first year of life, no problem. You got all these sites corrected immediately. Now, these other areas, except long bones, go down to 1 year of age. Which means if ever you lose your long bones after 1 year of age, only one area can reopen, and that is your spleen. And now if you have only one spleen, I said, making RBCs for everybody in your body, every organ in your body, that's why we say massive splenomegaly. So folks, massive, just by putting the word massive before splenomegaly, that's a huge clue. Anytime they describe massive splenomegaly, it means your patient has lost his bone marrow. Again, the books don't explain that to you. Again, this is just stuff I picked up over the years. Every time they say massive splenomegaly, the patient has a disease where the bone marrow is wiped out. So that means if they want a drug to be like AZT or clonophenol, they want to go your bone marrow. If they want a virus, they want parvovirus B19 and so forth. See? But all of a sudden I realized every time they use that, I didn't know that was a clue until, again, once I went back and reread all this stuff, oh my goodness, the clue was there. I never saw it. Again, you can't see what you don't understand. And once I understood, I said, oh, now the questions look easy when I see them. Because it's right there, buried in the vignette, whereas before I didn't see it, now I can see it clearly. Okay? All right, so massive splenomegaly. Heme synthesis. Now, before I get into pathways, let me give you some background on these pathways. The heme synthesis, I put that all on here. That's just, again, you look at it, memorize it, memorize the steps, but at some point I'll teach you how to name all the enzymes, so you don't have to worry about memorizing them. I just want you to look at this. All right, so what do you know? What do you need to know about every pathway? Give you the big picture. What? Excuse me? Oh no, that was just a rhetorical question, sorry. What do you need to know about every pathway? Here's what you need to know, folks. Because if you don't know it, you better look it up again, because they test it all the time. Number one, the end product. So let me use heme synthesis to illustrate what I'm talking about. Why do they want me to know that heme is the end product? Because without that heme, you cannot make hemoglobin, i.e. you have a low energy state. It means I can tell you all the signs and symptoms, effects, complications, cause of death without even reading. Without heme, you can't make myoglobin. Uh-oh, that means you have a muscle disease too. That means I can add a whole bunch of stuff about muscle diseases to the syndrome. I haven't picked up a book yet, okay? And then that's the end product. It tells me where it's gonna feed into. And the heme can helps control the electron transport. That's where you make 90% of your ATP. Low energy state again. Okay, just so you know, why are they testing you on these things? There's a reason. But again, you got to organize your mind so you pay attention and you know it. That way, when they put it into a vignette, you see it right away. Oh, I know what they want. Okay, next thing, rate limiting enzyme. Why? Because he's the most important guy. What stimulates him? What inhibits him? You gotta know. Meaning, let's say you have malabsorption. Malabsorption says you're gonna be low on your triglycerides. Make sense, everybody so far? Okay. That means all the pathways that need triglycerides to work can't work. That means I can tell you all those labs are low. Yeah? Without guessing. And then there are some pathways that are turned on when you don't have fats to use for energy. Oh, okay, well, it's gonna be increased over here. This is how you start to understand where the labs are coming from without having to look it up and trying to memorize it. All you gotta do is know your biochemistry and your physics very well, folks. You can recreate information anytime you want. Okay? All right, and then lastly, they want you to know the substrate that begins the pathway. The substrate that begins the pathway. Because again, let's say like heme synthesis, all right? It starts with succinyl-CoA. Succinyl-CoA comes from the mitochondria. Krebs cycle. So that means if a child has a mitochondrial disease, I can tell you he's gonna have heme problems. See that? That's why they want you to know the beginning too. So end is the most important, beginning is after that, but rate of enzyme is in between. So I just put, that's the order in which they love to ask these questions. Okay, you must know all three of these things for all the pathways. Okay, some of the pathways we're not gonna go through. The ones where you need to know every step, we're gonna go through together. And I'm gonna show you clinical application, why they want you to know it. But there's gonna be a bunch of where you don't have to know the steps, but you still need to know these three things. Okay, but I'll remind you as we go, just so you know why I don't cover those, because they never ask, but they still ask about these three things. Okay. Anabolic versus catabolic, Ashni. Anabolic means you're trying to build things back up. Follow me? You understand? Mabel, do you understand that? Mabel?
Sir?
I want you to make sure you understand these two terms. Anabolic means you're trying to build things back up. Catabolic means you're trying to break things down. Yeah, anabolic goes on in the cytoplasm. Catabolic goes on in the mitochondria. All except glycolysis. You understand, Mabel?
Yes, sir.
All right, I got a question for you then. If I ask you, where do you synthesize glycosaminoglycans for connective tissue? Would it be in the cytoplasm or the mitochondria?
Look at some glycans.
Yeah.
It should be anabolic. Sorry.
Where do you synthesize it?
Cytoplasm.
How do you know it's cytoplasm?
Because you said anabolic builds up and what catabolic breaks down.
Correct. And how did you know it was anabolic?
Because it says synthesize.
Thank you very much. Mabel, you graduated, girl. Now you're getting it. Hey,
Thank
good
you.
job. Yeah, you're welcome. That's what I mean, folks. I look at the words they use very carefully because they just kind of sneaking in there. Because I remember I actually asked a question I've seen years ago because they picked something wacky. I don't teach any class because they hardly ever ask. Glycosaminoglycans chapter is like 3 pages worth of junk they never ask about. So I don't put it in lecture. But guess why they picked that? They're hoping you're obsessed about the glycosaminoglycans and don't answer the wrong question. The question says, where do you synthesize? I could care less what you're talking about. That's anabolic. I say cytoplasm. Then if you want to go read about glycosaminoglycans, fine, but you got the point. All right, so that's why I'm showing you guys how to organize things. Anabolic, say cytoplasm. Catabolic, say mitochondria. But they're, except glycolysis. Glycolysis is the only catabolic process that goes on completely in the cytoplasm. And when we do it next week, you'll understand why your body put it in the cytoplasm. Because it's got to feed several things. What about pathways that go on in both compartments? This part is memorization. Heme synthesis, what we're going to start with. Urea cycle, gluconeogenesis, fatty acid synthesis, and nucleotide synthesis goes on in cytoplasm and mitochondria, which means these 5 get hurt badly no matter what disease you have. See? But this way you're able to understand why they are so vulnerable, because it doesn't matter where the disease is, it will affect them somehow, because they need both compartments to get their job done. Any questions so far? All right. What do you need to make heme? Like that, I said, the pathway you can memorize if you want. They hardly ever ask about that. But I'm going to highlight the key points that they love to ask about. First of all, you need glycine. What's unique about glycine? Sandeep. What's unique about glycine? Smallest amino acid. But he's got a Napoleon complex. Because he's so small, he's everywhere. Trying to make up for his small size. All right, Napoleon complex. Glycine is on almost every pathway we're going to talk about. So that's just my default answer. If they ask me for amino acid, that goes to pathway, and I don't know, I pick glycine. You got a very good chance of being right. Okay? Because he's almost everywhere. All right, anyway, so glycine is the main amino acid we use. Pyridoxine is the main vitamin that we use. And then you make porphyrin rings. Porphyrin rings look like this. Porphyrin rings are just rings. And then to call it heme, you have to add iron in the middle. So I'll add iron right here, and then see, it's attached to all four like that. Now you can call this heme. But until you add iron, you cannot call it heme. Just call porphyrin rings. That way, when I talk about porphyria, you know what I'm talking about. There's a whole bunch of rings floating around. Okay, but there's no iron in the middle, so you cannot call it heme. Okay? Porphyrin rings are made, then you add iron in the middle. And the iron that we want is ferrous iron, which is 2+. Because then there's ferric iron, which is 3+, and that cannot bind oxygen. Any questions on that? 1 gram of heme, or rather 1 gram of hemoglobin, has 4 heme sites on it. Something we said earlier. 1 gram of hemoglobin has 4 heme sites. That means you can 1 gram combine up to 4 molecules of oxygen. As long as it's 2+, it'll bind oxygen for you. But what if it's not 2+? Then it can't bind oxygen. So for this reason, you have to protect your iron from free radicals that are flying around your body. What's the number one reason for free radicals flying around your body? Amara. Amara?
Pardon? Yes, sir.
What's the
I'm
number
here.
one reason for having free radicals in your body?
Radiation?
Not radiation. Radiation is full of radicals, but that's not the number one reason. John Cisco.
That would be viruses.
Yeah, remember I said again, viral infection. Okay, and the cells who make those free radicals?
Neutrophils.
Neutrophils use what enzyme?
NADPA or
NADPase
NADPA.
oxidase.
Yeah.
And what vitamin can you give them to eat up free radicals in the GI tract?
Vitamin C.
Vitamin C, which is why we give vitamin C with iron supplements. See that? Makes sense. And what vitamin will eat up free radicals in the bloodstream?
Vitamin E.
How you know? That's why vitamin E deficiency causes massive hemolytic anemia. See, you start to see the connections when you start with basics first. Then diseases make sense. Okay, very good. All right, so you need to protect the iron. Second thing, I need to protect my iron, Kathleen, from protons that are floating around in the bloodstream. Because you're not drinking Coke, Pepsi, Sprite, Mountain Dew. There's protons in every one of them. Remember, almost every soda is an acid. Okay, so that means if you let the proton stick to the iron, guess what? It becomes oxidized again. What amino acid can I use to protect my iron from protons flying around, Kathleen? No, all right, Lillian, you know this one? Ashley, you know this one? I said, which amino acid can I use to buffer my iron from protons that came from the food and drinks that you eat? What? I cannot hear you. Histidine, what histidine? Why histidine? It's okay, girl, you're correct. Now, remember I told you earlier this afternoon, you gotta know how to defend your answer. What if your attending doesn't know that you're right? You gotta know how to defend it. Why? Because this is the only amino acid that can buffer for any human being. That's not that, I know I'm right. So it doesn't matter if the attending's ever read it. You gotta know how to defend your answer. That's the only reason why I did that to you. So I see you get scared back there. Okay? Yeah, just so you know. Again, my job is to prepare you for the real world because I know what you're gonna face when you get out there. You have a tendency staring you down, looking at you like you don't know what you're talking about. If you know what you're talking about, folks, be ready to stand and defend your answer. Okay? Because in the end, when he finds out that you're right, oh man, you get a lot of respect. Because they know that students will back down and give the opposite answer because they think they're wrong. No, that's why I said know the answer and know why. That's right. That way you can defend it in front of anybody. Okay? Yeah, histidine is the only amino acid can buffer for human being. I told you that. It's the only one with a PK close to 7.4. There is nobody else. So there's no way anybody can convince me there's another amino acid that does it better. Yeah, you better pull a big article that show me that one. Because it doesn't make any sense. Okay, but every time I've seen the question, the answer has always been histidine. So anyway, there's a histidine in front of the iron and behind the iron. They call it proximal and distal histidine, protected from protons. Okay. What happens if that iron gets oxidized? And we call it methemoglobinemia. With methemoglobinemia, Melissa, the iron cannot pick up oxygen. You understand that? You understand? So what's going to happen to your SaO2, saturation of oxygen? It's going to go down because it can't pick up oxygen. But the PO2, which is the oxygen that's in the blood, is still there. That's why it's still normal. That's the way they love to present it. PO2 normal, saturation low. So ooh, that means hemoglobin can't pick up oxygen. Oh, it's been oxidized. That's why I encourage students, talk it out. Don't just try to remember what you heard me say. Talk it out. Let your brain hear you say it again, and then at least write to the answer. Okay? So treatment for methemoglobinemia, methylene blue. In pediatrics, we say give them something blue and watch them turn pink. Abigail, my friend, what do you think is the most common presenting symptom for somebody with methemoglobinemia? Was that? Shortness of breath and what? A weakness. Yeah, that sounds about right. Let me make it easy for you guys as we get into all these pathways now. Every biochemical disease is a low energy state. Just so you know where I'm getting my answers from. Because I haven't had to look up these diseases in years. Why? Because I use low energy state every time to ask me a question. And it's still the same right answer. That's what I'm passing on to you guys. Okay, stop. You don't have to worry. You're gonna be wrong less than 10% of the time. And let's just let that go. You can be right almost every time, and then never have to look up diseases in biochemistry anymore. That's what I'm telling you. I already looked them up, and it was low energy state almost every time. I said, okay. Now I try to make sense of it. Why? Because the number one thing your body does with biochemistry is do what? Create energy. So I guess attending wants to know. I can see it. Same thing here, methemoglobinemia, low energy state. We never have to look it up again. All I'm doing is sharing with you the clue. I want to make sure nobody forgot what I'm doing. I teach the clue after I teach you the big picture. All right, because that way, as soon as they say one of these things, say, oh, I know what it is. And you get your point and go home. Go on to the next question. Clicking and moving, racking up points, not sweating at all. Because you're using patterns to think, not details. Miguel, you have a question? Oh, PO2 is normal. Remember, PO2 is dissolved oxygen. Well, the dissolved oxygen is sitting there in the blood. That's not affected. It's just that the amount that can bind to hemoglobin is affected. Yeah. Anyway, methylene blue is the treatment for that. Cause of methemoglobinemia, infections, number one. Virus is number one cause. Okay, again, it has to do with free radicals being released by neutrophils. Drugs are number two. And then these are the top drugs. Sulfa drugs, antimalarials, metronidazole, and isoniazid. Any questions at all? All right. So cause of methemoglobinemia. Cyanide poison presents the same way, but the biochemistry is slightly different. Why? In cyanide poison, it causes a conformational change in hemoglobin, so it cannot pick up oxygen anymore. So that's why you get the exact same profile. One more time. Cyanide causes a conformational change in hemoglobin so that it cannot pick up oxygen. And that's why, again, PO2 normal, saturation low. That's why it's important to know how to separate the two, because you see the presentation is going to be the same. And I just gave you low energy state, signs and symptoms, exactly the same. That means you got to know, how do I know which one they want? Look at this. There's only one drug in America that has cyanide in it. This is the one they present all the time. Now, they're presenting a second cause. Now that they use copper wire in buildings, that's now the standard for building new buildings. When that building catches on fire, when high-rise catches on fire, cyanide gets released. We're now seeing cyanide poisoning in people who are in fires in a burning building. Okay? Yeah, so now we have two ways to hint at it, but this is number one way. 99% of the time, this is the one they give me, is a patient who's on sodium nitroprusside. Well, sodium nitroprusside is the number one drug for hypertensive crises. Number one drug for hypertensive crises, except in dissection, which I'll talk about later time, or in pregnancy. We don't want cyanide poison in pregnant women. Makes sense. When we put somebody on a nitrate, nitrates, if you remember, stimulate guanylate cyclase, then you elevate cyclic GMP, which dilates your veins first, then your arteries second. That's the action. So that's why everybody's blood pressure drops. That's why he's the best drug. However, the patient should be on it for a very short time. 3-4 hours, maybe, 5-6 tops, and then you switch to something else. Last 2 times I've seen this question. You're called to see somebody in the ICU who was admitted yesterday afternoon for hypertensive crisis and has been on sodium nitroprusside for the last 24 hours. Click, next question. I never read another sentence. Nobody should be on nitroprusside for 24 hours. That's what I mean. You got to know what normal is. So there's no spanks in the face. Oh, I know where they're going. Click, take my point now. Okay? And then the next time, same thing. The person was on it for 36 hours. Nope, click, next question. And it's still the same answer. Okay? That's why you want to understand what normal is. That way, when the test writer deviates from it, you catch it immediately. Wait a minute. This is not the right way to use sodium nitroprusside. 24 hours, 36 hours? No. That patient's going to be drowning in cyanide poison. Okay? And here's how you treat cyanide poison. You start out with ammonitrite. What does ammonitrite do? Purposely oxidize the iron to 3+. Why are you doing that? Because it has a higher affinity for the cyanide. That way the cyanide cannot get into the cells. It's now bound to your hemoglobin. Yes, it means I am willing to sacrifice some of my hemoglobin or some of the patient's hemoglobin to save his life. Again, ammonitrite, what does it do? It purposely oxidizes the iron to 3+ to increase the cyanide affinity of hemoglobin, so it stops it from entering the cells where it can really kill you. Then you give him vitamin B12. Remember I pointed out cyanocobalamin? B12 has a high affinity for cyanide, and if it will grab it from the hemoglobin and pull it out of their body. B12, Neha, is it fat or water soluble? Yeah, remember it's water soluble, but it's a fat soluble wannabe. Absorbing the ileum like fat soluble things, storing the liver like fat soluble things, last 6 to 9 months like fat soluble. But please don't forget, it's water soluble. So anyway, B12 will grab the cyanide for you and pull it out through the urine. And then we give you methylene blue to turn the iron back to 2+, and it picks up oxygen immediately. Then you transfuse to make up for any hemoglobin we had to destroy. So cyanide poison takes 4 steps to treat. And you saw methemoglobin, it takes 1 step. Just give you methylene blue. You turn pink right away. But again, I want to make sure you guys always understand management of these things, not just memorize it. I said, don't even memorize what I say. I want you guys to understand these steps. All right, any questions on these steps? Cool. Now, that brings us to, we'll start and finish in the morning. Microcytic hypochromic anemias are the most common anemias in all of medicine. Microcytic hypochromic anemia. In fact, iron deficiency anemia is 90% of the time. Iron deficiency anemia is the most common type of anemia seen in medicine, followed by anemia of chronic disease. So anyway, I just put on this list, and we're going to go through anemias in a separate lecture. We'll go through them all again. I just want you to know, these are the top ones. There are 6 ways. Now, let's turn this into an idea. Microcytic means the cells are small, right? Everybody can see that? Hypochromic means there's less light absorption by the hemoglobin, which means there's less hemoglobin in the red blood cell. So these 6 things clearly just say you have less hemoglobin than usual. See, so the description that test has to use already starts my thought process for me. I say, what are the 6 ways that you can have less hemoglobin in your body? Number 1, you don't have the iron to make heme, so you can't make hemoglobin. Number 2, chronic disease. Tell the bone marrow to shut down. I'm fighting lupus, fighting post-strep, fighting something else. So it just tells the bone marrow to shut down for a while. So that means you can't make any more heme or hemoglobin. Lead poison. Lead gets in the way. Lead gets in the way. It blocks the 2 important enzymes that make heme for you. Okay? Anyway, right now I'm just summarizing and we'll go through it. Thalassemias are gene deletions. You're born without a gene. For the globin part, you can make heme, but where's the globin? Without a globin, can't make hemoglobin then. So we say alpha globin chains, beta globin chains, but genetically is what causes the problem. It has nothing to do with synthesis, transport, assembly, whatever, all the other stuff they put on the test, on the answer list. All right, you just don't have the gene, so you can't make the globin. That's thalassemias. Then hemoglobinopathies, S&C disease. All right, so anytime they give you a black person who's got pain, it's sickle cell anemia. I've never seen them ever put black people in pain for anything else. I'm telling you, I don't read past that. Black person, pain, next question. I'm just telling you right now. Just shows you the bias in question writing. For some reason, they can't figure out that we have pain for other reasons. Anyway, that's why I say I laugh, because I'm not going to argue the points. If they like sickle cell anemia all the time, I like sickle cell anemia all the time too. That way I get my points. I don't have to read the rest of the vignette. I just click, I keep moving. All right, anyway, we'll talk about the substitutions. That's what they like to ask more than anything else. And here, what's going on? You're destroying the hemoglobin faster than you can make it. Because remember, you're hemolyzing for whatever reason. And so you can't accumulate enough. That's why you're anemic. And in sideroblastic anemia, your macrophages are eating up all your iron. That's what a sideroblast is. Start with iron deficiency, the most common one. Notice again, I always like to start with the 90%. The most common gets you the most points. Okay? This is the most common cause of microcytic hypochromic anemia and the most common anemia overall. In children, most common cause is inadequate intake, all the way from 0 to 20. Inadequate intake. The old heavily menstruating teenage female has been debunked. Just so everybody knows, don't pick that anymore. Because they love that heavy menstruating teenage girl. No, iron deficiency is still number 1. They did a study with heavy menstruating females. One group, they said, okay, eat your normal diet. Another group, they said, okay, we're going to give you iron supplements to make sure you're getting the right amount of iron every day. The girls who were getting the iron supplements never developed iron deficiency. And when we do reproductive, you'll see for a female, you always produce the extra blood that you're going to lose every month. So if I gain 100 and I lose 100, shouldn't I still be back to baseline? I should be deficient. Okay, just so nobody takes the iron deficiency just from being a heavy menstruating female. Poor intake is still a problem if they would present that to you. All right, and young adults, still inadequate intake. Okay, it's not until you get to 20 to 40, then it's inflammatory bowel disease. 20 to 40, inflammatory bowel disease. What's the most common inflammatory bowel disease, Karina? Crohn's. And don't forget, that's for men and women. A lot of students keep picking UC for men. You got about 10 Crohn's before you see one UC. It's just that all the UCs you see are usually in men. But here's another one a lot of students misunderstand. Oh no, UC is the most common in men. It is, but that's not the answer to this question though. They said, what's the most common inflammatory bowel disease? And the students thought that meant, oh yeah, let's pick UC. I said, no. Crohn's is most common in all men, all women. Because it's like a 10-to-1 ratio. Okay? Again, it's playing with words, folks, but the test writer is real good at it. Real good at it. All right, 20 to 40, inflammatory bowel disease. After age 40, it's mucosal bleeding. Why mucosal bleeding? Because 90% of your ferritin, which is stored iron, is actually stored in mucosal cells. 90% of ferritin, which is stored iron, is stored in mucosal cells. So that's why anytime you have mucosal bleeding, always leads to iron deficiency anemia. All of them. But you got to know what's the main mucosa for men. Colon. Notice after age 40, how come you got a finger in their butt? Look how it matches. After age 40, I got to rule out colon cancer. That's why you got a finger in their butt after age 40. Okay? Women, endometrial. Why do you think they say do endometrial biopsy? Now I've seen questions where they had a male or female come in perfectly healthy for an annual checkup. And they say you having to do a CBC, which we do, and it came back with iron deficiency anemia. And what's the next step in management? See, if you didn't understand what the most common cause is, you would never understand why we get invasive. For the male, you got to do a colonoscopy whether you want to or not. You're expected to, because you have to rule out cancer. For the women, you're expected to do endometrial biopsy. Doesn't matter how healthy she looks. You got to rule out that cancer, because that's the most common cause. Okay, so be careful about that. All right, what about labs? If you don't have enough iron in your body, Angie, does it make sense that you have decreased serum iron? Right? You don't have iron in your body, you can't have enough in your blood either. So serum iron is low. Ferritin is stored iron. Think about it, if you don't have it, how do you store it away? It's going to be low as well. Saturation is going to be low. Saturation with iron, that is. If you don't have the iron to put on hemoglobin, well, you got nothing to saturate. That's how I know that's low. But if your iron is low, Angie, TIBC is a protein that absorbs iron for you. Do you want to absorb more or less? More. That's why TIBC rises. There's your labs. Again, I like talking it out. I want you guys writing it all down for the heck of it. I want you to understand it so you don't have to even look this stuff up anymore. I can just talk it out. Talking it out is better than writing it down. Your brain remembers your words more than it remembers what you wrote down. It took me a while to understand that, folks. I had to give up writing too. So I'm telling you, as somebody who had to wean off of that. I went through all kinds of withdrawal. So you're not alone. Because you're so used to taking notes on everything, you don't realize that's inefficient. Talking. Why do you think I drill so much here in class? It's talking. I drill for your good as much as mine. Because as long as I'm drilling, my brain always keeps remembering information again. Otherwise, I'd have to review it for the next section. When do I get time to review everything again? All right. So that's the lab for iron deficiency. And remember, we want ferrous iron, and then we give it vitamin C and vitamin E. They love to ask that, because those are two vitamins that protect it. Anemia chronic disease, give you an update, begins 3 weeks after an illness. So chronic disease. Acute disease, less than 7 days. Acute disease, less than 7 days. Subacute is 1 to 3 weeks. And chronic begins at 3 weeks. This is physiology of disease. Acute disease means fewer than 7 days.
We're just talking about disease.
Yeah, I'm just talking about disease, yeah. So we say subacute is, subacute bacterial endocarditis. That means between 1 and 3 weeks. Acute staph aureus pneumonia. That means you've had it less than 7 days. Just so you understand the language. Chronic disease begins 3 weeks into the illness. Okay, so that means when they say he's been sick for a month, I say, okay, this is chronic disease physiology now. But I can't pick chronic disease anemia, and he's only had it for 2 weeks. You haven't met the criteria yet. Okay? All right, so anyway, there are 3 mechanisms, chronic disease anemia. Number 1, decreased production. The bone marrow is told when an illness is taking more than 3 weeks, hey, wait a minute, you use up too much energy. Remember, the most cellular division in your body goes on in the bone marrow. You guys remember that, right? That's a lot of energy wasted every day and used up. So the body says, okay, bone marrow, shut down for a while. We need that energy. I got to get rid of this infection. Got to get rid of this UTI. Okay? Shut down. So decrease production, number one mechanism, in case they ask you. Number two, increase destruction. Increase destruction. How do they figure this one out? They took healthy people and they took people with chronic disease. They took healthy people, took blood out of their plasma, put into the plasma of someone with chronic disease. Those RBCs started dying in 60 to 90 days. The RBCs of anybody with chronic disease, they die in 60 to 90 days. They're dying faster. But they wanted to prove that there's something in the plasma of that patient that kills these RBCs. And this is the way they did it. Took RBCs from a healthy person, put in the plasma of somebody with an illness. And all of a sudden, her RBCs started dying in 60 to 90 days. Then they reversed it. They took RBCs out of somebody with chronic disease, put it into the plasma of somebody who's healthy. All of a sudden, those same RBCs started living the regular 120 days. Does everybody understand? That means there's something in that plasma that kills red blood cells. They don't know what it is, but there's something in that plasma. Okay? Because if you take them out of that plasma, all of a sudden they live the normal 120 days. So there's something in that environment that kills RBCs. So increased destruction. Mechanism number two. Any questions on that? What was number one? Decreased production. The bone marrow was told to shut down. And that's why you become anemic. New red blood cells won't come out for a while. Lawrence. They're not quite sure, but all we can tell is that there's a protein within the plasma that can kill these RBCs off. The current mechanism right now, so they're close to it, is a protein called hepcidin. Hepcidin is a protein made in what organ, Anders? The liver. Notice that's hep, in case you forget. But remember I told you 90% of protein, just say liver. Okay? Hepcidin is the Q-phase reactant. Say, but which interleukin causes the production of Q-phase reactants? Yeah, IL-6. That's for this one too. The hepcidin has been shown to interfere with transference ability to absorb iron for you. So that means if I block your transferrin from absorbing iron for you, does everybody see all of a sudden your serum iron goes down? Saturation goes down? See that? So that's why with iron deficiency and chronic disease, folks, don't look at those labs. The best lab to separate them, because according to their report, is the two most mistaken anemias. Iron deficiency and chronic disease. That's because their blood labs are the same. That's how I know students are making this mistake. So how do I do it? I look at ferritin and TIBC. I don't look at the rest of it. Ferritin is stored iron. If you got iron deficiency, you can't store it away. Low. In chronic disease, bone marrow has been shut down. You're still eating iron. You're just pushing it into bone marrow and doing nothing with it. High. See that? No overlap. I like where I can just click and move. All I need is one lap. I know exactly which one it is. And then the second one, TIBC. Zena. And iron deficiency, your TIBC is what? High. Because you don't have enough iron. It says, hey, transferrin, go get me some more iron. But in chronic disease, there's a whole lot of iron stuck in the bone marrow doing nothing. So TIBC gets suppressed by feedback inhibition. Those are two labs. You separate them with almost 100% accuracy, folks. I don't look at the serum stuff because otherwise you will get confused. I'm just warning you, don't bother with that. Look at the ferritin and TIBC, you'll know exactly which anemia it is. Okay? Otherwise, the serum iron, saturation, you get confused. And like I said, the report said it's the two most mistaken anemias. That's how I know students are still looking at blood labs and getting the two mixed up. Any questions on that? Yes, over here. TIBC should go down in chronic disease, correct? Because the bone marrow is stocking up ferritin because you're not using it. So feedback inhibition means you're going to suppress the signal. Where are we talking about? It says decrease serum iron and HB saturation, increase ferritin. Oh, it looks, that's a little confusing. You don't have increased TIBC, it should be decreased TIBC. Yeah, I think I ran them together without catching it. Thank you. Yeah, so I look at ferritin and I look at TIBC to separate chronic disease from iron deficiency. So folks, again, I don't want anybody making the same mistakes that I keep reading about. All right, question. Ashley.
I but for TIBC. Ferritin is stored iron
Ferritin is stored iron. You're gonna have an excess of stored iron.
away, right?
Yeah, so you're gonna feed back to inhibit transferrin and says, I don't need any more iron. So TIBC goes down. So just think of TIBC as transferrin. That's really what it is. All right, so that means if you got plenty of iron in your bone marrow, you don't need me to go bring any more iron from the GI tract for you. So that's why TIBC gets suppressed. Okay. Okay, so there's no overlap because in iron deficiency, ferritin is low, TIBC is high. And then chronic disease, exact opposite. Use those two. You'll rarely miss those two anemias. Okay, and that's a good place to stop for today. Pick it up with lead poisoning in the morning. All right, you've been empowered yet again. All right. There we go. All right, anybody with a question online before we click off here? Okay, we'll see you first thing in the morning, 6:30.
I have a question, sir. Excuse, sir.
Yes, okay, Mabel, go ahead.
Yeah, I have on the, you said today you're going to explain the titration curve for us. The titration curve you explained yesterday, we said you're going to explain it for us today.
I explained it earlier, Mabel. I explained the titration curve. Again today. So remind me in the morning, I'll explain one more time, so make sure you're paying attention.
Okay, thank you.
Somebody else asked me that question, I will give the whole explanation again.
Thank you.
All right, so I'll explain it one more time tomorrow.
Okay,
All right?
bye-bye.
No problem. See you guys in the morning.